Spider's just too quick with these dual swords and is unleashing so much damage in onto Spider. Trying to find the counter. The clangs are not enough. Spider finds the counter. Spider finds the kill.
"2,000 years later."
The Nbpl Professional League is held in the Ice Cube venue in Winterstar, located in Lingang's special area of China's pilot-free trade zone in Shanghai. The Ice Cube covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters with a peaceful white exterior wall and translucent blue glass, which makes it elegant and luxurious. It's located next to Shanghai Haichong Ocean Park and only a 10-minute drive from Dishui Lake, the largest artificial lake in Shanghai. There's also Shanghai Pudong International Airport and to the north, the famous Shanghai Disney Resort. Everyone entering the Ice Cube must have a PCR test and their body temperature checked to ensure that all players are safe for the games. After entering the venue, players proceed to their locker rooms. There are 16 bright and comfortable individual rooms on site, which provide the players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
我们已经在赛场上证明了自己，让所有人都知道我们来者不善。这冠对我来讲，象征着我们对胜利的渴望，它给我带来多少荣耀，同样也伴随着多少压力。但我觉得真正的强者就是要学会平衡他们。我们只想保持初心，一直冲到底，赢到最后。
长飞机，加油！
还
还可以，如果有远程再继续消耗一下的话，有机会去接。而 XCG 这边遇到了 EWG，EWG 虽然上一把表现不好，但也不是好捏的。但是这个处决打下来，小鲤鱼的状态已经变得非常差了，小鲤鱼倒了。是的，缩回来还能品一朵花，这个时候凭身份吃了天马残王先推出去，打到对方不是还没升到，主角打掉，打1组2打1，没有想到 XCG 在最后关键时刻利用个人能力上的一个 solo， 也是解决他们的最大敌人，是剩下一丝血的小鲤鱼，没有任何的操作空间。
和周光失之交臂虽然可惜，但并不影响我们对自己的信心。我们并肩作战，蓝队加油！一起拥抱胜利，一起接受失败，战火在起，全力以赴。
反而是暴打这边地线可能得走，晚风这一刀是压到了，而且是来自子长剑的一个劈砍，这波伤害很痛啊。他最终是留下了对方的一个昊天，昊天倒了。
单日3败的强度有点大，再看看蓝洋 TD 里面的话有点招架不住了，不能全踢一脚。狼队这边选择拔刀啊，这个拔刀的话想去把先突带走。这一刀直接向天发射。
这一次我们要站到最后。
当你存在未尽之事，一定会留下遗憾，但有时候需要忘记一切，打破过去对我们的枷锁。
来，3、2、1，加油！
再次开始，重新出发，这样才能发挥出我们真正的实力。
李新淼能做到奇迹吗？他是吃了吗？过来1打1单挑，晚风单板过来追逼，没有追到，过来给压力，队友呢也相继倒下，过来吃一个花比 Sky 的个人能力还是非常优秀的。哦哟，这边是2连接的一个，哇！他一个崩山斩完成了一个击杀反杀。
比赛还在继续，我们要书写自己的传奇。
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. We're kicking off the final day here on week 5 where we'll be moving over to our trios. Trio is going to be very, very fun. My name is Hipra. I am joined by Moxie. Moxie, kicking off some trio action. How are you feeling today?
I'm really excited. We've got Group Speak and C today, so we both have YZG performing as well as XCG. Two of these teams that we went into that bi-weekly finals from last week having a lot of really high expectations for these teams. One of them met them. YZG temporarily met them. They had managed to hit, I think it was a 43.7 point game on that match number 1. But ever since all of the 5 remaining games, they didn't actually manage to break past 10 points. And on the other side, you have XCG coming in and absolutely dumpstering, dominating the entire bi-weekly finals, walking with that first place with over 40 points lead ahead of everybody else on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and remember as well, for right now, this is the last time one of these teams are going to be playing, one of these groups are going to be playing before the bi-weekly final. So it's their last opportunity to grab as many games as possible. Just as the little notice below me says, we are adjusting next week's schedule due to, I believe, a national holiday, but I don't have a word for that. But we are changing things up going into next week. We'll be moving it on from the Tuesday through to the Friday will be next week's games. So make sure you don't tune in on a Thursday and miss the entire week of everything. It's Tuesday through to Friday. We'll be doing the bi-weekly finals on Thursday and Friday next week. And the last regular days will be on Tuesday and Wednesday. But like I said, it's the final day for some of these teams to actually score any points and potentially qualify for those bi-weekly finals. You just need to make that top 16. If you're on that top end, you are looking to score as many points as possible so you can take as many points into those bi-weekly finals as possible. But again, there's this curse, Moxie, that has been going around. I know it's not you cursing players or teams. It is this curse of there seems to be whoever goes first into the bi-weekly finals always seems to struggle on the bi-weekly finals. Is there going to be a team that can break that? I mean, who have you got your eyes on as we're closing in on our third bi-weekly final?
Yeah, so I mean, XCG obviously has to be up there, as we can see exactly how the schedule is going to shape out for today. We're having a little bit of a difference. We have actually changed up when we go to Holoroff, so it is going to be Game 2 and Game 5, as opposed to what it previously was, which is Game 3 and Game 6. So allows some of those teams a little bit more of a comfort pick coming through on that final map where you get to go back to the Morris Isle. Everything else, nothing's changed. It's still the exact same thing, right? The more kills you get, the longer you survive, the better your kill multiplier is. So again, again, for a lot of these teams, whenever they lock in these compositions, they're playing for that final circle. They're playing to try and be able to absolutely dominate in that final fight, which is why we see things like the Transformer comps come through, the Yodo ultimates as well to try to counter that Monk coming on out. All of this is geared towards survivability for as long as possible, because, as you can see, some of these teams have been able to have really good games, but the problem is consistency. And it's still a thing. Every single time we have a cast of Nbpl, we always say consistency, consistency, consistency. We're going to kick it off right away talking about it, because look at the differences with some of these teams in terms of the points they've been able to pick up. And it's the reason why they're sitting so low on the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is just from one day of trios, but you can see, you know, when you've got... It's been so up and down. Because at one point, Aces were like a team who we really had, or Ace, sorry, or a team we had a lot of kind of hopes for. ACG as well, but you look over here, YCG dominating, Bowder finally making a bit of a resurgence. OUG have been incredibly consistent throughout this entire tournament, but I think the big one for me, the fairy tale, is actually J-Team in second right now. They are a team who, I mean, we sung their praises for the entirety of the first tournament, and then we kind of gave up on them, and now it feels like they found a slight resurgence. It feels like J-Team are starting to strike back, and they will be playing today as well. So we obviously got our eyes on them to see, you know, are they going to... Actually, no, they're not playing. It's B and C, isn't it, today? They're not playing today, don't worry, ignore me. But still, they took a whole bunch of points forward going in towards that final day they have of games left before we get into the action. As we can see the players backstage getting themselves set up and ready. That is a keyboard. Thank God we found one. I've always might struggle to play Naraka. Although I did know, actually, Moxie, we did have a solos player, actually. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. It might have been Dow. I don't want to say names without knowing exactly who it was, but someone was playing with a controller yesterday, which I noticed. There was a player. Who was it? Oh, I can't remember now.
we might see it.
Don King was playing with a controller in solos.
Hey, there we go. That's very interesting, yeah, because he's definitely one of those players. Like, Dunking is one of those players that we always talk about in terms of solos, because he was really that first player that sort of engineered being able to flex into both the solos and the trios role. So it's very interesting that he was actually picking up the control. And we do also have to address the fact that there has been a patch of Naraka. We're not playing on the patch of Naraka. We are playing on previous patch. So Zping is not to be found here. Jake is very, very happy. She does not have her third version of the app or the ultimate. There's not going to be a full trio self bubble, and also for the Yodos, you are going to be able to sit in your vortex flashes for the full 5 seconds, as opposed to it being nipped down to 3.5 seconds, which does actually really have quite a big consequence of effect in terms of the fact that you now can't go for the full reshield. You can only get 1 pot off, as opposed to being able to pull off 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy by the fact we're not on that patch yet. I mean, the Yoda nerfs are going to be interesting, because I'm curious to see, you know, in a world where Zping isn't like dominating solos, what that would actually do for the meta. Maybe it's just going to go all Justina favored, because we were seeing yesterday the first lobby in solos was entirely Justina. Then every lobby on Morris Isle after that was actually entirely Yotis. We had very, very fast-paced games at the end of yesterday. So I'm excited to see, you know, what that's going to look like when we get onto that patch. We're still on the previous patch. Luckily for you guys here, if you have a bit of that Zping burnout, you're not going to be seeing too much of it, if any of it at all, right now in the trios, because she doesn't particularly work all that great until she gets that F3 coming in later. But something I do want to talk about was, you noted on how we are playing a different schedule today. So we're starting on Morris Isle, we're then moving on to Holoroth, then 2 games of Morris Isle, then a Holoroth, and then we'll be ending on Morris Isle. I actually like this particular layout of the map rotation, because last bi-weekly we had 2 games of Morris Isle where they would feel comfortable on the map and they know that map inside and out, and then a game where only certain teams looked good, where some teams were very, like, they had a really good read on how to play that map, and then some teams who just looked incredibly lost on that map. But then they'd bounce back and they'd jump back into Morris Isle, and they'd have those 2 games to kind of catch their breath and catch back up in the points, and then get caught off at the end on a Holoroth game. But what I'm actually liking about this version is we jump in onto Morris Isle, then we have Holoroth, and then they get 2 games, and then it just throws them back into the deep end again. They don't get as many games back to back. Anyway, before we get going with the games, we just have a player video standing by, so we're going to play that, and we'll get back ready for our first game of the day.
其实当时我们发现出不去毒的时候，我们就去做一些尝试嘛。然后尝试完之后，我们其实都是一直在笑的，我们是边笑着边拉人的。就面对绝望，反正都是一死，就能苟一点系数就苟一点系数。然后大家也没有灰心，后面的心态都是很好的，都是笑着去面对的。我当时的话就是觉得我可以死，但是我得把这个大招教好。如果没把这个大招教好的话，我开了也是白开，也是给别人打工。所以我当时就选择摊了，我就摊出效果了嘛。只是说后面晚风的话，那个妖刀姬开大，他可能有点失误，然后给了我这样的机会，就把他给击杀掉了。关于弹幕说我嘴硬和刀硬的话，我觉得弹幕说的没问题，我嘴硬，但是我的实力也是有的，所以说绝爱圈打出了这种操作。
I mean, are we going to say stubbornness or are we going to say resourcefulness? Because GG just wrestling themselves through that zone curve. I think they pulled off something like 30 team rescues on that one particular game, Jake. We're able to outlive a lot of other trios and we're able to actually accrue a massive amount of points given the fact that they were removed away from all of the fights going on around them. And I'm really excited to get to see what exactly they have in store for us today.
Was it 6 teams they outlived? Something like that. I mean, like, definitely a mixture of resourcefulness and stubbornness, if we're going to be honest. It's they're a healthy blend of the two. It was a really, really good one for them, but we are obviously encroaching on that final week of, that bi-weekly of this round, I guess. This bi-weekly, however we want to call it. But obviously we only have this bi-weekly coming up next week, and then the next bi-weekly, and then we're on to playoffs. So, like, it is really time for some of these teams to step up. We're seeing the likes of J Team who are starting to step up. I think GG are starting to find their own. I had very high expectations for GG, and for the first 2 bi-weeklies, they fell very, very short. So eyes are on them. Obviously, they're not playing today, but WBG are another team who, you know, we really need to see them actually show up, because this doesn't look like the former champions at all. They've been heavily underperforming, and we've seen over in the solos, you know, some player swaps and stuff like that, and it hasn't really actually affected those teams too much. I'm curious to see, you know, as we move on, we've had now, you know, plenty of weeks with the new players on all of these teams. A lot of these teams, you know, they did player swaps between Season 1 and Season 2, and there was the obvious teething period of these teams, but it feels like they've had enough time to practice, so attention very much on them to finally show up. And, you know, WBG got my eyes on. GG definitely starting to find their footing. OUG on your screen right now. Give respect to the cameraman. I thought he was going to offer him some chocolate there. But OUG they've been phenomenal this season. They really have. They've been consistently on the top end of the bracket. Did they win? Yeah, they won the first bi-weekly as well.
Yeah. So I think a lot of it as well is off of the back of SS coming in on that sort of not as flashy role, but supportive there with the team utility coming in on that Viper. Normally when we talk about, you know, Viper players, there's obviously VVV that we normally talk about, but I think SS is actually potentially creeping up towards the title of best Viper in the region at the moment, purely because the amount of utility that he offers for his team, the setup that he has, the timing is there, and the synergy coming from OUG to be able to play off of that Viper, the coordination is always on point for this team. So I'm definitely going to be looking out for that one, and especially as well given the fact that a lot of these monk comps have started moving away from that Karumi to act as a pocket healer for the Vajra when he's in ult form, and instead trying to veer towards that Temi, which means that you just don't have the lifeline. So if you get Viper ulted as a monk when you're in your ult, you have no way of really being able to survive. So that Viper counter pick with the Yoto coming through and doing the damage with the slash, and then you TP up onto the monk's forehead so that he can't go for the grab. It's massive. The counter potential for the Transformer comp has never been higher.
Yeah, absolutely. And a team who have been the masters of multiple comps is FPX, actually. Last split, they were able to pull out a lot of different comps. Their staple was still the a monk comp, but I mean, you go back to when VVV was on the team and pulling out like insane Viper lockdowns onto like the majority of the lobby. These guys have been underperforming again, though. I feel like this has been the story of trios all season long. is, wow, this team was so good last split. What happened? What went wrong? And we're still trying to figure out, you know, why are FPX like still consistently like a 4th to 5th place team when they were absolutely slamming any lobby they went into prior to that. So, you know, expectations are high for some of these teams, but it is now time for them to kind of put up or shut up, because I feel like, I said it yesterday in solos, I think we're now at the point where we're beyond kind of forgiving teams going, oh, there's a new map, oh, there's new players, oh, it's a new season. Like, we are about to hit that, well, we've gone beyond the halfway mark. It's time to say, okay, if you haven't learned Horror Off by now, then that's a problem. You really should be comfortable on this map. You know, maybe not as comfortable as Missile. That's forgivable because Morrisile, they've had years on, they've had a lot more games on, but you should be very comfortable on Morrisile right now, on a Horror Off right now. You should be very comfortable with your teams. So anybody who is struggling right now, that is a glaring red flag for me, and it needs to be addressed for some of these teams, because today I am going to be very critical on those who are underperforming. That is going to be my game plan for the day.
Yeah, honestly, I'm sort of the same. Like, there was obviously a period where you come onto a new map, not only is it new position that you have to learn a couple of times as well, the terrain also makes it really hard for you to be able to sort of eat into that muscle memory that is there in Morrisile. For instance, the juggles, right? If you're on an even surface, it's really easy to be able to count the frames so that you know whether you can go for a 2 juggle, whether or not you're going to be able to have that space to go for a 3 juggle. But now you're moving over to Polar Off and you have a little bit more slope, a little bit more upwards momentum on the actual architecture, as opposed to when you're trying to just juggle them up into the air. And so that can sometimes mess with you being able to count the frames to be able to pull off the juggles. And it's a reason that when we see things like the Taka attempt to go for the infinites, they've almost been able to pull it off. Pandaman almost got a full Taka Infinite, but it was on Morrisile because, again, it's that muscle memory. You know your counts, you know when to go for those frame rates, as opposed to when you move over to Holoroth, literally being on even a slight incline can entirely scupper just being able to count those frames and knowing whether or not you're going to be able to have that room to look for the space for a juggle.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there are still a bunch of like things that they do still have to get down, but you know, I'm still going back to my core issue. They should know the map by now. They should know.
Oh, agreed. Like the intricacies, maybe not so much, because again, like it's very much a case of sometimes there's a slope, sometimes there's a massive incline, sometimes that's not. But when it comes to things like the environmental hazards, by now you've had so long on this map that we should not be seeing things like the phony rollers catching players out. We should not be seeing those spike traps being able to catch these players out. And we're actually starting to see some teams adapting around when they know that those environmental hazards are around. We're actually even seeing the sort of differences of moving around the map when you're close to the sand cognacs, when players don't actually want to hit those plants to actually trigger that blind. They don't actually, when they're going for the grapples, hit the horizontal strikes afterwards to continue their momentum and allow themselves to get extra little distance, because you have a risk of hitting one of those plants and blinding yourselves for a good 9 seconds.
We actually did see in solos yesterday, 3 players all get run over by the same phony roller at once. They were all trying to bait each other into it and using it as like as a tool to win the fight, and then all 3 of them got flattened. It was absolutely hilarious. I was there.
I mean, that's the stuff that should happen in my random lobby games. Like, I'll be just looting up in Imperial Village, and yesterday, actually, in one of my games where I was in a random lobby, I saw 2 players go down to the same phony roller in the kill feed. And I snapshotted it and sent it to Rune to be like, just holler off things.
I want that. I'm still okay for people getting taken out by the falling rollers, as long as they're being pushed into it or like forced into a corner. Then it's cool. If you're just getting taken out by it, and we did see that in trios. Oh no, it was in solos a couple of weeks ago as well. Like a player just blindly walking over the track and getting.
Yeah, it was even worse though. Remember, because they actually managed to win a 1 versus 1 because of the damage done by a phony roller in 1 rotation. They dodge it, then they walk back into it. Get hit by it, walk back out, need to reshield, go to the can of the player who'd been dropped by the phony roller to get the reshield, and surprise, surprise, the rotation's coming back around and they get hit by it again. But that is Holoroth things. That isn't going to be happening until game 2. It is going to be game number 1 headed towards the Morrisile. I'm going to be very interested as well to see if we're going to see the usual pacing when it comes to how all of these games pan out, because game one of trios, it tends to lean a little bit towards the slower side, right? We tend to see about 35 players making it towards that final zone, everyone really playing safely so that that transformer comp, or if they are indeed running that Yodo, is going to be able to find the most amount of value because it runs into the most amount of players in a very small enclosed space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but we are also switching things up and going to Holoroth second. So maybe there's a world where one team goes, let's just play fast. Let's catch these teams off because they're going to expect everyone to play slow. And then that could stagger people going back into Holoroth on the second map. So we'll see. For now, though, mostly Transformer comps coming out. Actually, quite a few Yoto comps as well. We're seeing these Matari and Tammy comps also coming out here as well. I'm liking this new comp that we're seeing, you know, more and more people starting to pick up the Justine at the Tammy and the
I'm a fan of this. I'm actually much more of a fan of this use of Temi than I am of the TN comp of Temi. Because what it basically does is it's the same idea, right? You drop the Temi ultimate, it traps all of them into that space, and then the Justina instead of that TN comes through with the ultimate to catch all of them out. The difference is the Justina has self-sustain with that freeze form. You're going to be able to, if you find yourself being attacked and taking a lot of damage, go into that freeze form to be able to get that reshield, that soft reset, as opposed to the Monk, who has no choice but to cancel the ult early or find themselves being absolutely blitzed down. So I'm much more of a fan of that particular slottage of the Temi into that composition as opposed to losing the Karumi, because again, the last time we saw teams try to make that work, 95% of the time, that TN didn't survive until final circle because the second they went for the first ult form without that Karumi lifeline, they left the lobby immediately.
Here we go. We're getting ready to go onto Morosale for our first game of the day. Everybody's actually very close to one another, so do expect to see some action to kick us off in game number one as we have YZG, KZ, AOW all in close proximity to one another. Actually, 17JL are about as well as QGG has found out Cuckoo from AOW here, and it's just going to send him packing. Bunch of damage done to both of these players. They are just going to be able to step away from one another. And it is that loot phase for the moment where everyone just wants to grab as much as possible. But QGG has been somewhat separated from the rest of his team, but AOW not particularly geared up right now, all running around with just one weapon between the three of them. So we are going to cut over to KZ, who found themselves ZU. ZU still, again, struggling to find weapons. All these players to drop near each other. And ZU has lost his shield, immediately being pounced on by everyone from KZ as Rain trying to catch himself the kill. Looks like backup has turned up here for 17JL, but it is just too much damage has been done to Cuckoo. And he should be going down in the meanwhile. They're able to take him down. And 17JL are just being battered here by KZ. They're trying to hold it as long as possible. We see the freeze come out from LXX, but he's not going to be able to hold for long. The charge click comes in from the longsword from Benchu, and he's able to take out LXX. And 17JL's AS is going to be able to finish up one of the members of KZ and actually turning this fight around pretty hell-handedly here with his greatsword. Doing a lot of work. Sandstorm is slowly ripping through him. Throws out the ultimate a little bit too early. And 17JL are able to win the fight for now, but no. Now Flower's coming in. Flower goes down. And that is 3 kills over to 17JL.
Yeah, so doesn't really throw down the ultimate too early, is using it to sort of try to threaten away that last member of KZ, so they're going to be able to just tap the Ken, get a little bit further on towards that resurrection bar, so that the squad is going to be able to find themselves refreshed and now look for that loot. As we are going to see already that lull phase entirely obliterated. There is a lot of bloodshed currently going on down as FPX have actually found themselves in a little bit of a brawl, trying to keep themselves out of that danger. Temi ultimate coming through to try to set up those kills to be able to come and isolate out the members of JJHRD. They've been able to catch one of those players out of position, and there comes the follow-up. FPX moving forward, this spear to get the stagger, the nunchucks to be able to follow it down, but Bowder actually coming in with a potential third party to try to set themselves up. Does have to use that Viper Stun to try to block out the Tian ultimate and gets grabbed the second that the Viper Stun is removed. That Monk doing so much damage as now FPX trying to move forward. They don't have the Monk transformation just yet, but they're on the cusp of it, which is why we're seeing them now actually go for this aggression, because if they find themselves in a little bit of a tough spot, they will be able to drop that transformation and try to find those players, as there it's going to come from. Bowdaz 101 trying to just keep themselves up with the Yodo slash, but drops the first slash, tries to TP out and gets grabbed, held in the maw of the Vajra right into the repeating crossbow, but it's a musket shot that's going to be able to pick off the final kill. As still this fight continues, Bowdaz trying to use that Viper ultimate to buy themselves a little bit of a lifeline, but they've lost the Wuchen and the Yodo, so there is no way of being able to transport those Kens out of the fight. As FPX with that Temi ultimate moving into the Uation to be able to zone off and cordon out all of these players, catching out the stragglers before the engagements can cleanly come through. That Uation just pumping out the damage, putting so much frat that no one can actually turn around and try to push onto the members of FPX, who even without that Karumi, the sheer threat that they're outputting right now is peeling for this Monk.
Yeah, and they were able to actually get the res off onto him as OUG continue to chase up. FPX are going to peace out, but OUG do not look done with this fight, and FPX now in a whole lot of hurt because WBG have come in on the flank as SS immediately gets turned onto. LYD low on that shield, but they are just catching him consistently with the grappling hooks, trying to get a bit of a partial reset, a bit of a heal coming in, but with WBG threatening, OUG want to pressure up and try and secure this kill, not have it taken away, and actually it looks like they are going to kind of cool off a little bit. Sleepwalker from WBG pressuring onto FPX. FPX able to cash in on a whole bunch of kills early. Don't want to lose their revives too early on in this game. Trying to stay alive as long as possible. They are able to get themselves a bit more of a reset, but LYD once again finds himself under some serious fire. He's going low. FPX have only got a shield of a grey quality onto TXJ. He's lost so much health. Sleepwalker with his musket is just doing so much damage to FPX, and the chase is just not ending. FPX can't get away, and they can't move when they're frozen in place. SS takes down LYD, and FPX may just have to cut their losses as OUG now getting turned onto by WBG. And are looking to step away, but they catch on to Cuckoo from AOW as well, who've also joined into this fight. SS trying to find that one last dash through to freeze up as many people as possible. Gets a slight freeze onto Mikasa. No, that was Mikasa actually freezing themselves as Cuckoo chasing him for a little bit more. Pink Tao in the air right now, seeing if they can catch it out onto anybody, as OUG going incredibly low to Pink Tao. But Pink Tao needs to be careful. He's on his own. He's isolated. Though he does have Mikasa with him, and actually this fight has just gone so in favor for them. They can't actually seem to find themselves any more kills. SS goes down. That was just chaos.
Yeah, AOW actually dropping that Bane's Breath, forcing all of those players to not be able to disengage, making them stand their ground, which is exactly where they're the strongest, because they've got the players outnumbering everybody else around them. As Zhao Hui for the side of YZG actually goes down with ultimate. That is really rough. This is what we were talking about, right? When you don't have that Karumi constantly healing that Monk, even sometimes in the AoE heal, it isn't enough to be able to keep yourself alive under the pressure and focus of three of these players. As TXJ has been able to find a grab, will be able to find the slam onto one of the members of, I believe it's FPX, as Sleepwalker goes down, sniped out from the side of OUG with the bow, as FPX will be able to recoup themselves, but still it's going to be extremely hard to try to push back into this because they don't have that Transformer ultimate now. Instead, they're just trying to push in and look for those kills. Granted, they've already found 7 so far, but without that ultimate to be able to cover yourself, it's going to be extremely hard if you find yourself being third-partied. Horizontal, rather the vertical charge click comes through on that longsword, connecting onto that Monk, immediately taking away any of the shielding, forcing TXJ to look for a little bit of a soft reset. And with the shielding back up in full, he is going to try and find that engagement as FPX trying to find any room, but the counter comes through from WBG's Jing, immediately moving from the counter into the full Nezhar's might to get so much damage with the spear. The unfortunate thing is that there was just no members left on the team of WBG to be able to capitalize off of the space that Jing was able to present. So it's literally 2 seconds of respite when that Nezhar's might is connecting onto those players, but it's not enough to find the picks. And instead, all it does is just sustain Jing a little bit longer before he goes down.
Really, really clean stuff coming out from FPX. They're opening up with 9 kills. You were talking about how you were expecting this to be a bit of a slower game, but honestly, these guys are playing super aggressive right now, and it is starting to be a very, very explosive game with YZG also getting eliminated very early on in this. It's going to come at a very heavy cost. So we see where the circle goes, does shift over. Pixel climbs up to the top of the tower, does notice that somebody is already up here. And they are in a fight right now with KZ for the top of the tower for the ballista. But a couple of shots go wide, a couple of shots do hit, but KZ not willing to give this one up. They want to hold as long as possible. Coming in once again over the top. LXX playing with fire a little bit in this ballista, but is going to just cling to the side of the building and doesn't want to get caught out. We see a sandstorm go down in the distance as not gonna be able to do too much with the ballista. It's a Mora's Blessing. I did not realize that the Mora's Blessing was right there. That's why everybody is committing so heavily to this, and it is gonna be vented the Mora's Blessing.
That's exactly why everyone is committing so heavily onto this. We have a lot of monks in this lobby, so you really need to get that loot as quickly as possible, because remember, the amount of health and damage that your weapon does when you're in TN form also scales in with the amount of damage that you do when you go for that transformation. But JDG were actually able to get on top of another Mora's Blessing, and that's bought themselves a Draco Storm. For 2 minutes, they are now going to have that additional lightning AoE splash damage when they hit those strikes. They're also going to have mitigated damage reduction coming through from them, as well as massive damage output available. So a lot of those players are going to see that buff above their heads and try to just hightail it away. As you can see, JDG only have it for 87 seconds. It now becomes a case of, can you kite them for long enough that you're able to survive through that buff, so that when it wears off, you can try and punish the fact that they've put the blinders on and chased you through that map absolutely massively. As we do have a little bit of a lull coming through, teams that haven't been able to find those Mora's Blessings not really wanting to aggressively push in, knowing that there is an opportunity for those 2 minutes to really bypass through so that you don't run into it. FPX actually going to be able to buy a Vermilion Bird's Might, so this team is not going to slow down
as well.
This team is going to go extremely aggressively. The fact that they're going to be able to, when they resurrect, have a full reposition as well as access to all of their loot is massive for that monk, because it means when you go down, if you play super aggressively, you're still, when you come back into this lobby, having that shield, having that weapon to scale up your transformation to absolute terrifying proportion.
Yeah, and they actually sat on it for a long time. They waited until the optimal time to actually pick up the buff. They didn't pop it immediately. As you can see, JDG, they got 22 seconds left on theirs. They haven't really been able to do anything with it, but Aventus and FPX holding a little bit longer until they pick up that Bird's Might, and now going to be sitting very comfortable with that. We're actually seeing Bowder finding himself in a fight versus KZ. 101 TN is thrown down the Yoto ultimate, trying to find those slashes onto Rain, able to do so. Rain going incredibly low, able to dodge away at the nick of time as the Wu Shen ult out. Means that Bowder are going to be able to get away from that one after using that Yoto ultimate and kind of find themselves on a little bit of a weaker position for themselves. But right now we're seeing FPX himself an open stash, and I haven't seen them actually being able to find anybody to fight yet, as Bowder and KZ continue their scrap after the Wu Shen and the Yoto ultimate have been used. They've just used the Viper ult as well, but Rain is going to find himself pinned against the wall and lose so much health. The Sandstorm comes out, and he's trying to buy himself a bit of space as LXX actually opens up onto Rizu as he's going incredibly low, almost going to be going down. He's one shot away. Can he get out? I don't think he can. He's going to be getting picked up by LXX. The freeze comes in just momentarily to dodge away. This is such a clutch fight! And LXX just about turns it around and finds himself the kill.
Yeah, again, just being able to have that Temi to drop in with the ultimate and isolate those fight sites, because if LXX just was fighting more than one player, they go down in that. They 100% go down. The katana controls so much of that neutral. It controls so much of the spacing. You can see continuously with those charged clicks, just making sure that you have that AoE damage coming out in front of you, pushing that Justin into not being able to hard commit, into not really putting themselves into a position where they're going to be able to look for that counter. Forces the freeze form too. Cancels it out very early so that their opponent doesn't get to use it as a soft reset of their own. Comes out from it a little bit of that surprise element. You don't know when the freeze is going to drop, so you can't go for that full soft reset. And that's when we see the punishment come through. As it is now going to be FPX, I believe, went down. As LYD does actually try to push themselves into using a little bit of that Vermilion Bird's might to potentially look for a reposition so that they can come back in and try and find some of those players to pull into with that Transformer ultimate. As no one wants to face a Transformer ultimate at the moment. No ultimate going to be popped into that zone, pushing all of those players into relying on the Fs and the neutral, as Pixel's just going to hop himself out of it before immediately cancelling. That's going to be a rough one. Ventus's Pixel trying now to see that a lot of those teams that they were trying to push in with that Mongol are on the back foot, but now when the third party comes through, 17JL can still push into you. Thankfully, Ventus still had the Vermilion Bird's might, so they're going to be able to get that resurrection. But at the same time, you might have been able to hold on to that transformation and find a couple of picks. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that one.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a fumble on that ult there coming out from them, but that Bird's might meant that it wasn't too costly. You still get that reset out, as actually we're seeing ZU throw down the ultimate here on the Viper, just looking to stun up as many people as possible, unable to do so. Too much buildings and rocks and things for people to break line of sight. But ZU isn't done. ZU is continually pushing onto 3-3-0 here. 3-3-0 is trying to get some of that movement tech and get out through the walls, gets the scale rush into 2, and immediately gets just obliterated by all of 17JL. They make short work of him, and it looks like GG may just have to go on the run once again.
Not again. Not again.
Not again. They don't have the revives.
There you go. I mean, they've already lost players, though. That's the big difference. They're not going to be able to have 2 players being able to pull off the resurrections fast enough. The thing is, it's not really late zones. So they are going to be able to keep themselves alive and just loot through. 17JL not actually going to go for that full chase. GG still going to be able to survive. So the same cannot be said for Bauda and YZG, who have already been knocked out of the lobby, which is really unfortunate for YZG, one of those teams that we have really high expectations for, but they can be a little bit coin flippy. They have one really good game and then we don't really see them consistently carry it through, as we can see FPX being consistent in this match at the moment. They've been extremely aggressive. They find a lot of value with it. Team Ace now actually having to lose that transformation, now going to be looking to engage in. FPX had used their Monk ultimate of their own. The difference is they have that Yuetian ultimate now to be able to cover the disengage, as Team Ace aren't actually going to go for the full commit. They're going to keep FPX on the horizon just to see where that team run away from, but they're not going to openly challenge the Yuetian and take a lot of damage from the spear and those lunges. As we can see, JJHRD going to be able to secure one of those Morris Blessings. Not really scrapped over either, so really lucky for that team to be able to save on those resources and save on the ultimates too. So that if they are able to pick up something like the Draco Storm buff, they're not going to have to wait around for those cooldowns to be back online. They can immediately just go straight for the Jugular to be able to capitalize on the loot that they're able to pick up. As Team Ace, without that transformation ultimate, going to have to be a little bit more careful about how they're able to intrude onto those fights. As JDG, it seems, were another one of those teams that were able to find themselves a Morris Blessing. They need it. They have really good armor at the moment, but the loot loadout in terms of the melee, it's not looking great for this team.
It's a little bit subpar on that front. Draco Storm's picked up by JDG and JJHRD. One bad thing to note, I say bad, it's sad to note, is GG did go down in the storm, unfortunately. They were taken out while we were watching FPX in that fight previously. So, unfortunately, with that 7 kills, they go out third. Well, third from last. So they are, unfortunately, not going to get the biggest multiplier on that. So, good opener to them in this game, but not good enough to really turn it into too much. Side of FPX, though, these guys are 9 kills in. 17JL also 9 kills in. It is a bit of a bloodbath towards the top end of the table, to be honest. A lot of teams picking up a whole bunch of kills, and we're actually looking at JJHRD finding themselves in a fight versus one of the members of Ace, able to take them down. Doing so much work with this Draco Storm within the Shadow Corruption as well, just to add a little bit more salt in the wound. doing a lot more bonus damage along with all of that kind of added up. HRD getting themselves their where are they on the first kill? That was their first kill. As Ace are able to pick up even within the Shadow Corruption, so they don't completely lose out for that.
Yeah, Alex is, however, going to be losing a lot of health. Remember, Shadow Corruption ignores shield. It only eats into your health, so if you go down with health and you still have shields, you're still going to be dead. As HRD, still with this Draco Storm, going to actually try to contest into this Temi ultimate, taking that slow, and putting themselves into a vulnerable position, relying on the fact that having that buff is going to make no team really want to play into it, but Lord gets caught in the SFOS, and is immediately deleted by AOW's Cuckoo with the bow snipe from afar, as HRD now trying to throw in that Yoda ultimate to be able to zone out those players. They do have 2 still alive. They will be able to get the resurrection, but Water is going to take so much damage to that zone. Are they going to be able to safely get through? Because Team Ace at the moment are gatekeeping the exit. They know that HRD are going to be extremely vulnerable and that all of their resources are likely going to be spent, as we can see such a massive fight going on that eastern side of this team. Everybody just trying to escape out of that zone corruption and find themselves a little corner of safety to avoid being absolutely blitzed down, being that target who falls below 50%, and everyone identifies as the one weakness, and everyone tries to find that snipe onto it, as we can see things like the Uation ultimates being panic popped to try and buy this team that mobility in space to be able to maneuver safely away from what could be a really tough engagement, as 35 players all seem to be in the exact same area right now.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people about, but for now, looks like they are just going to try and put the brakes on a little bit, hold off as much as possible, partly due to that big Bane's Breath in the center, and also JDG, sorry, holding the ballista atop that tower, making it pretty hard for anybody to move anywhere without getting chunked out by something, or even, well, the Bane's Breath or the ballista, I guess. They're probably the 2 big things that are going to chunk you or potentially take you down. Everyone's probably just going to move into that Buccaneer phase here, Moxie, where all go in for that long range, try and chip away at each other's resources and drain each other as low as possible, try and force people to panic ultimate or panic use abilities and then take them down, because that's all it takes is one player to lose most of their shield and then maybe not have an ultimate, and the whole lobby will just run to them like flies to a word I'm not going to say on air.
And there's a lot of Temis as well, which is another thing that we have to address, because remember, the Temi ultimate, it doesn't affect other Temis. Enemy Temis can just walk right through your whirlwind for absolute free. So all of these players are going to have to be very careful about when they actually use that Temi ultimate. I would honestly rather just see them use it to block out that cannoneer poke phase, so that you know that you're going to have all of the projectiles blocked out and that your monk is going to be able to survive a little bit longer, as opposed to using it to try and snare up one of those comps, unless it is that full counter towards the monk, unless it is that Wuchen Viper Yodo. That's when you're going to find the value with that Temi ultimate for engagements, as opposed to playing a little bit more passively, a little bit more safely. As JDG still holding onto this ballista, know that when that zone starts to push these players further and further away from their comfort zones, everyone is going to have to actually come out from behind those covers and walk into the ballista fire, and that's exactly what they're going to be looking to punish. As GD decide where it's going to be the safest is directly underneath the ballista. It can't actually turn to deal with them, as everybody now is trying to just cling to the walls in a little bit of an impersonation of Spider-Man. As we can see, OC tries to take advantage as well of the chaos of all of those players trying to break cover and line of sight from that ballista with that monk transformation. Won't be able to find the grabs, but the Temi ultimates are now going to be activated. Both Temi ultimates on top of each other, so both of those Temis going to be able to freely move between the two as that zone starts to push and pull those players out from their positions. Team Ace will be able to survive. That Temi ultimate has been able to zone out their opponents, will actually hold on as well massively to Alex's transformation. He will have the monk ultimate to be able to drop in as these teams start to try to contest this. JDG still going to be able to sit on that ballista, still going to be looking to punish those players as they come out from that positions. They have been intruded upon from the high ground though, as FPX, is that a legendary cannon? is just
That is a
coming through
legendary
and
cannon.
dropping so much damage. Isn't actually contesting on the melee. It's just popping up, raining in a little chunk, and pushing JDG into using things like that Temi ultimate to secure a lack of projectiles, pushing them away from that ballista.
Wait, it's a grey cannon. They're actually just using a grey cannon, but he has legendary armor and purple dual sword, so he's still pretty kitted. The cannon is nonetheless still very strong. JDG actually giving up the ballista and they're moving down into lower ground, and it's actually going to be FPX to take this area for themselves, trying to find those shots with the ballista. Not be able to quite hit, unfortunately, anybody, but still set up in a really, really nice spot here. All of these teams are actually backing off away from the tower, that kind of swarm around the tower. Everyone wants to move into different positions. If the circle forces them all to move at once, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. And a lot of the teams recognizing that. So just moving out of the sights of the ballista and getting them set up for wherever this circle goes next, without having to contest other teams on that move and potentially get knocked out very, very early. And Moxie, you were right. We still have 32 players left. There's 5 minutes left until the circle fully closes up. And this game has still got most of the lobby in it. So while it was a bloodbath at the beginning, overall you were right. Most of the lobby were going to make it into that final circle.
Yeah, this is always the thing when you play that Transformer comp and also when you play that Yoda comp. You go super aggressively out from the, oh my goodness, the grab is huge. Pixel, once again showing why he's just one of the strongest monks in terms of being able to find those grabs from seemingly absolutely nowhere. TJ Xing will go down, and that's massive because WVG were relying on him to be able to open up in that final circle, looking for those grabs, cementing themselves with the threat that TN, when transformed, puts out. A space for them to be able to hide behind, not having to worry about the third party coming on through, as now there is going to be no place of safety for this team. As we can see, Justina ultimate coming through from KZ, trying to use the uppercut rush from the dagger to be able to secure a couple of dots of damage onto those players caught out into the freeze. But Team Ace actually just using it to set up grabs of their own, as AlexX will be able to take out Pixel with the dagger, but Alex without that Karumi! So much damage, gets sniped out with a grab coming through from OC, but FPX with the longsword are able to steal the kill!
And Ace has just been knocked out of the entire lobby now. They have been taken down. Double grab, double slam coming in from 0-1 here for OC. Water dodging away just by a small inch away from 0-1. Able to get avoided on that grab, but instantly getting jumped in. Multiple teams actually hanging out by the waterfall as 0-1's been stunned up and locked down. Water using that Viper stun just to try and lock a whole bunch of people down, as JJ have lost a bunch of players and OC are knocked out of the lobby. 17JL holding on at the bottom of that waterfall, but do need to move up. They're going to use this as a nice little kind of nook to recover and recuperate and get themselves a full reset off. But the rest of the teams starting to turn up that tempo. That 32 players we talked about literally a minute and a half ago is now down to 20. And Pixel is doing his work to deny it even more, as Wade is going to be cooked by the Flamer. And OUG are taken out. Pixel loses so much health, is able to recover though as he dodges away on a grab, but unfortunately he still gets one of his teammates grabbed. WX98 has been taken out by Dabao, able to just about get away from him, but another grab comes in onto Ziyu for Ventus, and they have nowhere to go. The slam will come down and the kill will go through. GBL starting to cash in on a couple hills here. Is Dongjing as well. Caught out, grabbed and slammed. GBL are going to get themselves another kill onto a member of GD. Everybody else is starting to get even closer. They're opening up so many cannons coming down the wind walls from these Wushens, giving a small bit of respite for some of these players to hide underneath, as the high ground is heavily contested by teams everywhere. Ventus have used one of their transformations as well here onto Ziyu, but he's losing so much health. He can't find a good opportunity to get the grab down, and in comes AS with that Yotohime ultimate, trying to find a couple of slashes, a couple of key kills, and he's able to get one onto FPX's LYD. FPX actually losing a key member there is going to be really bad for them. It's going to be critical for them in this is TXJ still in that monk form, trying to just put together as much as possible for the side of FPX, as 17JL have overtaken them in the kill lead right now. All of the monks atop this high ground, just trying to find the grabs as the Wu Chen ult going down. The Flamers are cooking the rest of the lobby. Dabao gets grabbed out by Pixel, and Pixel's going to find the slam. Not enough to find the kill though, but the health bars are blinking across the board as we go down to 11 players and only a couple of teams left. 6 teams standing. I say that, but now we go down to 5 teams. It is getting into absolute bloodbath territory as the circle gets tighter and tighter, and the sandstorms are starting to just play interrupt. ZU can't even get in as he's taken out by the Shadow Corruption on that final tick. Rain with the cannon and full health is just trying to chip away as much damage as possible. 17JL have been knocked out. FPX still holding on with their monk as you got ZU for Ventus here trying with the slams, with the damage from this Yue Shen to get as much damage out as possible. We're down to 7 players from 55 seconds until the first circle fully closes out as KZ lose LXX, as they are going to lose yet another player. But Ventus are set up to dominate this final circle. ZU will de-transform as he's just holding on fast. In comes 17, Flower, and Rain for the side of KZ, trying to find themselves the kill. The transformation comes out. Pixel actually gets his transformation off in time, finds one grab. He can get the slam down if he wants. A double grab comes in. The slam's there. TXJ pops the bell to try and stay alive for as long as possible. The sandstorm is starting to be a real problem here. Somehow FPX have held on for as long as possible, and then I curse them because they're immediately taken down. 3 players left. Pixel has to make a bloody miracle happen here, and he's not going to be able to do so. GDK, the only survivor.
Oh my goodness, what a absolute final zone. It's so close. Pixel almost able to take it. The turning point is when the Yue Shen actually gets pinballed out with the greatsword coming through from KZ. They're able to actually keep the momentum of that swing so that they get ragdolled out of the zone and into the corruption, and instantly the health is just decimated. So Pixel doesn't actually have one of those players to provide any sort of support, any distraction, and also capitalize on the players when you've managed to find the grab. Instead, you're literally just trying to hot fire those grabs, get the slams, and then look for the reverb momentum to be able to pick them up and slam them again, because you can't just hold them in your fist and have someone come through with a little bit of extra damage and find that kill confirmation. And what that means is that when you actually only have 2 players grabbed because you're facing a full trio squad, one player is constantly peppering you with damage. And Pixel, without that support, without anyone there to peel that damage off of him, he goes down to the mosquitoes.
Really, really clean game coming in from KZ. I'm excited to see the overall points because I think that's going to be quite a close one. FPX, I think made it to top 3 there, well, in the final circle. So, and they had a really, really good amount of kills. So that multiplier is going to do them some wonders. They just lost too many members early, which is going to heavily cost them in this game. But even so, good game coming in from FPX. Good game coming in from 17JL as well. There's a lot of teams who I think got a whole bunch of kills there. I'm surprised that KZ actually were the overall winners. They made that final circle work for them. They got a whole bunch of additional kills. They've really mopped up in the tail end of that game and caught up and overtook the two teams, who were completely destroying that lobby in FPX and 17JL. I mean, GG were on a good track as well, but they just got eliminated so early, and it's that kind of classic GG style. They take a fight right next to the Shadow Corruption, they get forced into the Shadow Corruption, and then they just lose from that. So GG, again, kind of falling into what I would say is old Wolves territory, in the sense where they go way too aggressive and then get punished heavily for it.
Yeah, and I think honestly, like, the playstyle that they're trying to aim towards is something that KZ in this match were able to pinpoint perfectly, because a lot of the time KZ aren't the ones who are starting those fights, they're just coming in to clean them up, right? You have players like LXX who comes in on that Justina and is able to instantly dash through everybody, taking advantage of those monk transforms coming through, because when the grab comes down, when that Grand Slam immediately occurs afterwards, you go in with that Justina ultimate, you freeze the player stuck on the ground, they're not going to be able to try to tap dodge away from it, and then you come in with that follow-up damage, and that's actually something that we saw KZ walk away with a lot of the time. As you can see just how close. KZ don't actually walk away with the most amount of kills in the lobby, but they still pick up the most amount of points because they outlive 17JL. If FPX had actually hit one more kill, they could potentially have walked away with that #1 rank.
That is 0.4 points between first and second and 0.6 points between first and third. That is an unbelievably tight game, actually, to start us off with. KZ just about able to hold on long enough to get those ranking points to make this game work for them. But like you said, one kill, one placement higher for either of F17JL or FPX, they would have taken first. That was an unbelievably close game. And same for Ventus, actually. If Ventus were any higher, they also could have potentially taken that game. But unfortunately for them, it wasn't quite enough. A very, very tight game, but we are going to see our MVP for this game had a brain fart in there. It is Rain from the side of KZ. 19,000 damage coming out on the Tammy. Did a lot with the Greatsword. 13.3k coming out from the Greatsword on him.
Yeah, that Greatsword is massive. Like, if you have a final zone where there are so many players left alive and they're being pushed constantly out, and you're having to worry about a Uation coming in and zoning you out, you use that Greatsword. You just charge up the attacks that when the Uation tries to jump in, you unleash either the full 3 levels of the charged up left click or even 2 levels of the charged up right click. It does so much damage, it does so much zoning that no one really actually wants to try to push in. And because as well, like, there's a long charge up time for Greatsword, right? That's usually the punishment. That's why we don't tend to see it happen in terms of solos, because it's so obvious, it's glaringly obvious. You're running around with a charged focus attack for a good 3 seconds, which means you have 3 seconds to be counted. But surprise, if you're actually running it into a monk, he can grab players, he can slam players, he can kick players. What he can't do is counter. So there is very little punishment for that Greatsword to be able to charge up those attacks and then just absolutely chunk into that monk's transformed health bar, because you can literally go for the full 3 seconds without having to worry about, okay, well, this is really telegraphed. I'm going to lose my weapon. I'm going to get stunned out. I'm going to go down.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a man, that game was what I wanted to start us off with. I mean, we've still got 5 more games to go. The interesting thing is, obviously, we're now not going back to Morrisol like we did last week. We are going on to Horror Off, which means I'm curious how the teams are going to be able to handle the change, like, because you don't get those 2 games to warm up. You get that warm-up game, and then you go into the new map. Like we're saying, we're not going to make excuses. They should know this map. But anyway, we're going to pass it over to Jaeger, standing by with the winners of that previous game for the interview. So Jaeger, over to you.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we invite 17 to our post-game interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，欢迎你先和我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是KD 的17。
好的，再次欢迎你，也恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。So first of all, congratulations! Their team get the highest score in the game 1. And I saw you today using the hero Matari. So we know Matari in the hero combo is like your ambition is to get more information for your team at the beginning of the game. So I would like to know how you can like get the information and at the same time you can keep you very safe. 那首先恭喜你们刚才这把比赛获得最高分啊！我也看到你今天用的英雄是我们的迦南，对吧？然后迦南其实在前期的时候要帮助整个队伍，帮助你们这个阵容啊，去收集到更多的信息。那你用迦南的时候怎么样才能保证自己又能收集信息，而且同时还能保证自己安全的呢？
我会就是站在就是我队友的身后，然后多去观察身后的信息，然后既能就是随时跟上队友，然后又不跟队友脱节的那种位置，这样就可以就是给队友做出更多的帮助吧。
好的。So for the Matari, I will like stand behind my teammate and I will get more information like from our back behind, and also I have to stand the position just to keep safe. And if my teammate want to fight and I have to focus on fighting, if they want to escape and I will help them to escape and get more information. Okay, so you just told us that you have to like stand behind your teammate and have like some distance. So I would like to know how many distance for the Matari is very safe, and also you can like immediately can go on fight with them. 那我们也刚才已经提到了说，对迦南来说的话，其实要站在队友的身后嘛。那我特别想问一下，站在队友身后的话，大概是保持多少，就怎么样的一个距离？就你既能保证自己的安全，然后同时又能在队友要上的时候，然后马上就能去帮助他们。
大概2到3个身位的距离吧。就这样的话，既不会导致跟不上队友，然后又不会导致说因为自己太脱节，然后被其他队伍开到。
好的。So actually, I think I have to like keep 2 or 3 people's distance from my teammate. And for this distance, so if my teammate want to fight, and I can go on and fight with them. And if there's other people from my back behind, and I also can be carefully, and just we can like fight behind. OK， 好的，谢谢17接受我们今天采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second game of the day and be switching things up, moving on to Holleroth for our second map of the day. Moxie, we've had a little bit of time on Holleroth now. We've already said we're going to stop making excuses for the players on their comfortability on this map. What are we expecting coming into Holleroth in our second game?
So we might actually see Takeda come through. Like that's something that a lot of these teams have tried to run with the sort of idea of you get into final circle, the Takeda with those free strikes of the ultimate is going to be able to connect onto a lot of those players and potentially look for that stun as well, setting yourself up to have really strong damage and being able to buy yourself a little nook in terms of being able to control the spacing of the final circle. You've obviously got that mythic grab with the F, which makes it really hard as well for teams to try and go for that melee battle against you. Like if you have the counter up and available, teams are going to be less likely to actually want to third party a Takeda because they're not going to be able to track the cooldown of it. They don't know if when they engage that grab is already gone or if it's going to be up, so that they're going to get punished if they try and go a little bit too aggressively, which I think a lot of players have sort of started to figure out. Essentially, the thing is though, when you go up against these sort of compositions that aren't always the thing that we see, it does become a little bit easier for them to be tracked. That has been what we've seen in the past, where there's only been 2 Takedas in the lobby. The second that Takeda has been spotted out, everyone has just been after it like an absolute shot, making sure that it is destroyed as quickly as possible because everybody knows how brutal the ultimate can be in an enclosed space where you're not really able to escape it.
That has been a big thing we've seen just in general when like new picks pop up. We obviously had the Takaji as well showing up in solos on Holleroth and actually even on Morosile now, but people are starting to kind of, you know, they just jump on it immediately. They see it, they go, right, time to take it out of the map. But we are seeing, especially yesterday, which you saw quite a few Takajis in solos, and they actually made it deep into the circle, and we had a Takaji come second. You know, previously when Valda was that pick, used to show up like occasionally and would get focused out. We did have a Valda actually win in the solos as well. So, you know, there is an element of like, yeah, you can chase with the blinders on, but we also see teams keep getting punished for that. So maybe there's that realm of people are more comfortable to pick up these weird picks, but will get focused because they know the teams are less likely to focus, if that makes sense, because they realize the blinders are a real problem. And, you know, in a map like Holleroth where there's lots of traps, there's lots of ways you can kind of lead people into a fight where you can turn it on your terms. You know, there's always that fear, and I think teams are playing very, very careful around that. You know, you got things like the snowstorm you can lead people into, which this is the if we're going to see a snowstorm, it's now. It's in the first bit of the day. Because it's, I can't remember what environment it is, but it's that environment. Whatever environment.
You just always want to see that snowstorm.
I love it. I
saw it literally the first thing you said to me when you were talking about the cast yesterday was like, we got a snowstorm. I finally got to cast the snowstorm. I'm like, ah, there it is.
It was amazing because it was Z Things in it as well. And they just couldn't, it was brilliant. It was so wonderful. The best time to have a snowstorm. They were fighting each other and went, oh wait, we can't rely on our ults
yeah,
to save
that
ourselves.
chill, like it's not slow in terms of draining away your ult charge. It really is very fast. You've seen it for about 10 seconds and you've already dropped a good 50% of your ultimate, which obviously is not where you want to be as a Z thing, because you can activate your ultimate at 50%, but unfortunately it's not going to do anywhere near the amount of healing that it stacks up to when you hit 100 full charge. As we can see KZ on our screens at the moment, just trying to figure out what exactly they want to do. I'm really happy to see KZ actually take away one of these match wins, because it always feels like they've been on the cusp, right? We always sort of talk about them really having a good one-on-one game when it comes to the trio versus trio. Where they've sort of fallen off is when they get third-partied, when they do find themselves in a little bit of a tough position. They've never really been able to escape out of it. So a lot of the time we've seen KZ pick up a couple of kills here and there. We saw it as well in that match, right? There was one position that they looked really rough. They were only able to find one pick, but they were able to pull it out, as we can see what exactly the players have been thinking about and why exactly their victory was able to be so obsolete.
我非常的有信心。我说一天拿50分的话，只是希望如果说我的队员在我刚执教的第一周他没有打好的话，他不要失去信心。所以我给他目标定的低一点。这支 K 队的话，在我看来的话，反正我有信心把他带到更高的位置。我心里的目标我没有告诉他，我给他说我能拿50分就很开心了，是说给他们听的。希望他们不要有压力，因为 K 队在上赛季开始到现在，他们就是一直成绩不好。 他们的信心，他们已经很大一种程度上的话，在我来之前已经丧失信心了。然后现在的话，我要做的首先是给他们信心，然后才去调整战术什么的，我觉得都是次要的。其实他们作为职业选手，打了1个赛季、2个赛季，都会玩，不需要我教他怎么玩。但是我现在要考虑的就是怎样磨合他们的性格，给他们信心，就这样子。然后我一来的话，他们都是非常听我的，所以我作为教练的话，我也要好好的带他们嘛。所以说我这个50分的话，其实是说给他们听的，我心里完全就不是这么想的，我甚至都想要他们去拿第1。因为我其实说实话，我在联赛、在干杯从来都没有玩过天人之战，一场训练赛都没有打过的情况下，我把它放到台上，其实我背后的压力是非常大的，非常多的人质疑我。结果他上来第1把打好了，某种意义上给我长脸了。虽然说在我的眼里看到复盘以后他有非常多的不足，但是那一把说实话也某种程度上能打破质疑，起码证明我可以把它当成一个未来之星去培养。所以我要发给别人看，我说你看看我的眼光看中的人，第1把就天选，你做得到吗？我就这个意思。所以说我要传递这个信息给别人，对吧？我刚做教练嘛。别的先不说嘛，起码我这个人眼睛得毒辣嘛。因为你想一下，培养一个新人，如果你失败了，你又要浪费俱乐部多少的资源？所以其实我的压力很大，也有很多人对我这个决定提出质疑，但是我是很坚定的，我从来不觉得我会看错。
There we go. That was the coach for KZ. And I am actually really a big fan of that approach, right? We know a lot of these teams have suffered under the stress of really having to feel like they need to perform well. I think that really is a lot of the impact on why we see teams who do well leading into the bi-weekly finals actually fall at that final hurdle with that stress, that amount of pressure, pushing them expectations for them to do so well. But when you have a coach saying it's okay if we can only pick up 50 points, that's a good day. It really does alleviate a lot of that stress for the side of KZ, and I think we're seeing the results, right? They had a lot of confidence, they were going for the fights, they were able to live into that final circle, and hopefully we're going to see that be able to continue through, because you can tell they've worked for it, and it really is lovely when you get to see those results come through.
Well, here we go, getting ready to go into Hero Select for our second game of the day. Obviously this is going to be Holoroth, shaking things up somewhat. We'll see what the attention is going to be here on that front. Curious to see a lot of monks actually. Interesting. So something we were talking about last week was how we felt like monk, you know, there weren't as many favored final circles to monk due to the terrain of the map. So we expected more Yoto comps and kind of, you know, more aggressive comps that want to, you know, don't rely as heavily on those big open spaces like a monk does. But a lot of these teams just opting into it and actually opting into the Tammy version as well. Only one monk comp right now is actually rocking a Kurumi on that team, which I find is actually quite interesting. It's GBL. Only one's rocking the Kurumi. Everyone else has got that Tammy. As we are over to KZ, the winners of the previous game, who are finding themselves being hunted by the members of AOW, desperately trying to put some weapons together before they get themselves into a altercation with their opponents.
Yeah, they're not running that Yodo as well. So in terms of that neutral, when you land and you don't find that really good late, you don't have any way of being able to control and zone out those players. As we can see, HRD have actually been able to find themselves some pretty nifty loot. That might already be purple armor coming out from one of their players. As we can see, HRD just ganging up on poor WBG's Sleepwalker, who will be able to do a little bit of damage, but Bauda now coming in for the potential third party. Godly from the nunchucks taking so much damage, hasn't been able to find the shielding at the moment as Bauda just comes through and bulldozes through HRD, who took a little bit too long to be able to pick up those kills, and they will be sent packing. As Ventus, another one of those teams who do extremely well at controlling that final circle, but again, it sort of feels like they're very coin flippy in terms of consistency of making it into that final circle to be able to control it. Will actually lose Pixel very early on, as WX98 has actually been able to trade out KZ's Rain with the melee punch, but it's still going to be extremely hard to be able to recover. As we can see, AOW now looking to move forward through that Temi ultimate. You can just bypass it as a Temi of your own, and with those blue katanas, it's doing a lot of damage, but the Nesas might comes out from Ventus, the spacing set up by the rest of their teammates to allow themselves to go for the full meter dump. and they will be able to find a pick off of the back of that Spear. Miskip with the side of GG opening up with a Yodo ultimate, trying to push these players away so they can try and get that resurrection onto the side of LXM, who can maybe try to come back into control that neutral on the Viper, pull out a stun of their own, but it's going to be the vertical charge strike coming through from the longsword that cuts the Yodo down, and it's YZG with a transformation of their own to be able to just try to push into the remaining forces of GG. Grab's going to be that slam, immediately dunks them onto the ground, and it's YZG with that transformation that will be able to find the resurrection, the rescue onto that Justina, and survive without burning into those reses.
YZG back with a vengeance after the previous game, getting knocked out very early. And they only had 1 kill when they were knocked out, but Bowder actually starting up pretty strong right now. We're looking at OUG at the moment. Haven't been able to pick up a... Oh, they got 3 kills actually. They're taking out 1 team, but you know, another team who were knocked out maybe a little bit earlier than they wanted to last game. Yes, they made it in way further than the likes of YZG and GG, but still knocked out a little bit too early for their likes, especially for a team who are typically quite consistent and a very solid team. As 101 TN here from Bowder is looking for the grab. There's been transformation from the UA Shen here. Just a peel from K from the side of GD to get away from Bowder. And now 101 TN's made himself a bit of a target. He's taking quite a lot of damage here. And he's actually quite close towards that D transformation. We'll have the bell, but as soon as that gets popped, he might find himself in trouble. Still has that purple armor, so we'll be able to hold fast for the moment as the sandstorm goes down. K about to lose his transformation, as well as Klaxi from GD also going in for a transformation. So now Bowder in danger as JJHRD are eliminated from the lobby. First team out with just the 2 kills as Rizu on the run, but he could find himself in danger as soon as he de-transforms. Klaxi gonna lose it first though. It should be okay as they pop the no ult zone, just to zone away the members of GD. But GD have used their transformations, so they're okay to step up because it's not like they have those ults to rely on right now. So they're just gonna go quite happily with the toe-to-toe fight. No ultimates allowed as Klaxi finds himself counter, pops the bell to be able to survive for just a little bit longer. As Bowder going a little bit low. GD also going low. They're going to lose one player already as Bowder actually do get knocked back as well. Klaxi's going to get juggled airborne, and this is GD just taking out Bowder very, very convincingly in that fight.
Yeah, Kakaishi able to just zone them in towards the no ult zone. Remember, GD had actually popped that ultimate last, so by popping the no ult zone, they actually deny Bowder the chance of being able to cycle back in with an ultimate of their own. And they are able to win out that neutral, as we're going to see another ultimate coming through. Again, a Monk transformation coming out for the side of FPX, just trying on the side of TXJ to find those players through that sandstorm. Will be able to find one. The slam has to go down immediately as the transformation is about to end. TXJ does go through the whirlwind, takes a little bit of that slow effect, but has been able to find the pick onto AOW's Ping Tao. And now it is going to be just the remaining member, just the UA Shen. No ultimate going to be available to try to bail them out with a second health bar, as FPX are really wanting to find this last member and absolutely eradicate this full squad, as they're going to be looking to hunt. That's potential though, that they're looking for that overcommitment, as they have the blinders on. Cuckoo has been able to escape for a vast majority of it. VVV with that Karumi F, just going to use it for a little bit of teleportation distance to be able to cover without eating into your grapple charges. As Cuckoo just able to use those dual blades, being able to carry that momentum. LYD actually going to be opting into the UA Shen ultimate to be able to chase into this. I'm not a fan of this. That ultimate is going to be, well, used to try and close up that distance, eat up the meters. But when it runs out, you're going to be deep in the middle of a fight with no UA Shen to be able to cover your exit. All of those players are going to hear this commotion. Cuckoo's still going to be alive, will go down in a matter of moments. But what he might have actually done in these final moments is seal FPX's doom, because they do have that Monk transformation coming up, but they don't have the UA Shen to try and cover when it has to drop
I think they
through.
do. I think that's the skin. He does have his ultimate.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, no, I was like, wait, no way has he done that. I think it's the skin with the weapon looks a lot like his transformation state, to be fair. Apparently the brush looks a lot like it, but it kind of does, to be fair. So yeah, luckily, he didn't burn that key ultimate.
That's true.
I was actually looking over at GBL versus JDG right now. GBL have this Bane's Breath for another 12 seconds, so they're just going to use it to sit inside, recover up, potentially just escape this fight unless they are actually hunting to go for the kills themselves. I haven't really seen anyone who's moved over from the treasure trove or went to that treasure trove early, so interesting to see people kind of moving away from that puzzle. We saw a lot of people heavily prioritize that in the first couple of weeks, but it feels like people are settling away from that as a potential option. I'm assuming someone's got it. I'd be surprised if someone hasn't. But we've seen a lot of players lean towards that. Hey, look, Snow Zone, my favorite bit.
Your absolute favorite zone of the entirety of that map is it is going to be WBG moving towards the outskirts. Oh, we're about to leave it.
I saw a bit
We
of
got to
snow.
see 3 seconds of the snow zone, and then immediately it is going to be back into the desert wilds. As we can actually see one of those stashes, both of those stashes are actually going to be on the map. I don't think anyone has been able to actually get inside it though, as the Morris Blessings are what everyone is currently contesting. No one's actually giving a wide berth to one of these, so one team that is able to find those buffs, if they get the Draco Storm, that's going to be massive because everyone is potentially just going to be caught in their rotations trying to panic disengage away. As I think that's another reason you can sort of track the amount of Transformers we still have in this lobby, despite Holoroth being very much vertical. Just being able to use those transformations to be able to control the Morris Blessings and pick yourself up things like the Flamers. So even if the final circle doesn't really play into that Monk, it still plays into how you position with a Flamer. You're going to be able to have a lot of control as Sleepwalker is going to pop up the ultimate form. As we can see, a no-ult area going to be into play. It's not, however, where everyone's fighting because everyone is wanting to use those ultimates to control their space. As it's a Justina freeze coming on through, immediately OC actually going to Wuchen TP right out of that engagement. GD, off of the back of its semi-ultimate, will be able to actually open up that Morris Blessing, but unfortunately it's Mystic Might.
Yeah, not particularly the best one to be picking up, unfortunately. But you know, I guess they got something in the gear as well. What was in it as well as Ting Ju is kind of just been juggled around here. GD should be able to finish him up. There he goes, and down he's picked up. Fortunately, a pretty rough one. Did someone just get Monks grabbed, or did they grapple? I just saw someone fly across the top of the screen. I'm not sure what hit them or what they grappled onto, but feels like the fighting isn't done as Ace, even with the golden jewel swords and the purple armor, feeling very comfortable. Alex able to get away, is going to pop the Yoto ultimate, just try and get a bunch of additional damage off for the moment. We're going to see Klaxi going for the transformation on the Monk, and I think that's enough to send everybody packing. GD able to zone and break this fight up.
Yeah, but it's only going to be temporary, and then teammates are going to say, oh, cool, your transformation has ended. We can potentially now come back in for that engagement, but they are actually going to be a little bit on the run. As you can see, Mystic Might, I mean, it's not the best. It's definitely not anything like the Draco Storm, but I mean, it can still be pretty useful if you want to be able to sort of track your enemies down. But what is even more useful is the fact that YZG were able to pick up a Vermilion Bird's Might, as it is now going to be Team Ace with that Viper ultimate. Even does find themselves a little bit separated away from the rest of the pack, has to go for a little bit of a refresh. A counter had actually come through. I believe that Legendary Greatsword was on the ground, as GD still not really able to find the opening that they were looking for, wanting to try to find those picks. Even gonna take the tail end of a Crescent Slam, go straight down, as it is gonna be GD able to survive through the Viper ultimate, and then just with the better weaponry able to come out on top.
Well, that was actually GD. He just got better weaponry off the back of that fight. They just had the man advantage. They just got a golden greatsword and a pair of golden jewel blades from winning that fight, and it was a bit of a questionable decision by Ace to even try and take that fight. But I think they were down a member. They really couldn't do much, so they thought maybe if they could turn this fight.
Yeah, even didn't really have much of a choice either. Like, you're being aggressed upon, you have to try and use that Viper ultimate to save time so that your other member can potentially get in position to peel. But unfortunately, because the Viper ultimate was used to try and peel them away from even, you don't actually have it to set up in terms of the stun, so you can't use things like the dual blades to be able to just bite into those health bars and absolutely decimate them. So unfortunately, your best tool of engagement is burnt very early on, and that's something that GT take full advantage of, because they know if you just break line of sight, the Viper ultimate is gone, and then waiting a couple of seconds means that you win the game long con.
Well, we're actually looking over towards, we were a minute ago looking towards Balder, who actually running the charge right now. 6 kills in their pocket, but they are tied up with GD and JDG, who all have 6 kills apiece. And the fight for the puzzle, I think the puzzle has been long since solved, as GD running around with their new weapons that they were able to pick up from that previous fight. Golden dual blades and the golden greatsword. Cutting over to YZG, who are finding themselves pretty easy pick onto Lion TT. Not really got too much he's going to be able to do. He is able to pop that ultimate to try and buy some space and escape away. He's doing a pretty decent job of actually getting away from this one. A couple more dashes up and available thanks to that, but takes a shot as GG may just keep the chase up going. There's the grapple chain, and it's actually going to be GG sliding in and securing the kill, taking it away from right under YZG, and YZG definitely not going to be happy about that one, so we're going to jump into the middle of this fight. They have themselves that Vermilion's Bird's Might as well, so they do not mind. The Wu Shen ult comes out, and GG desperately trying to escape, but OC are now over in the distance, and LXM very, very low on this Viper, needs to try and find an opportunity to get a reset off.
Yeah, they will be able to find that little bit of a soft reset, as Pixel already half HP on that Monk. Has to drop it a little bit early. 17 at JL trying to move forward off of the back of that semi-ultimate to set Benchu up for the greatsword spin to win. Immediately smashes into WX98 and drops the player. As we can see, again, trying to charge up. Will actually bounce off of that Justina Freeze ability. The charge up not finding that area or damage that it's looking for, but at the moment you have player advantage. You have all of the space to be able to try and find that opening. However, Ventus still going to be able to keep themselves alive because the third party potential had come through, and it spooked everyone away so that Ventus were able to survive, and Benchu does not actually try to find those chasers, as Baodao with control of this ballista is just eating into anyone who tries to peek through. Baodao trying to hug that cliff, making sure to push Ventus out into the open. There's absolutely nothing they can do. If they try and disengage away, they're going to get hit by the ballista. If they try and stay, they're going to get stun locked against the cliff face.
So Pixel right now for the side of Ventus, the only standing member, unfortunately, and I don't think he's going to be able to revive his team. Although Balder are actually moving away, so they're not gatekeeping the bodies. They are going to potentially give an opportunity for him to shift up. We'll see where the circle shifts and in what direction this is going to move the players around. Also, hard shift actually down to the south side, so Ventus and a bunch of other teams actually down in that southern part quite comfortably in control here. We're seeing the Mora's Blessing spawning up, and YZG should be comfortable enough to take this with a mixture of Sandstorm and Monk. Easy pickings for the side of YZG to get, and already pretty geared. Their gear's about to get even better. If they can get golden armor for their Monk, they're going to be sitting very, very pretty. OC also grabbing themselves some pretty decent loot from the Mora's Blessing themselves.
It's another Mystic
Might again. This is cursed. This is actually cursed how many Mystic Mights we're seeing.
Yeah, I always feel so bad whenever you open one of these and there's a Mystic Might, because you always feel like you drew the short straw, right? Every single time. The Draco Storm is great because it allows you to really go actively hunting for those kills, and it discourages the third party. The Vermilion Bird's Might allows you to get aggressive, because even if you get third partied and go down, surprise, you have a full rise and you retain all of your gear. There's very little punishment, and you can net yourself a really healthy amount of kills moving into that final circle. So there's less pressure when you hit towards those final zones to actually put yourself out of position to find the picks to make the kill multiplier worth it. When it's Mystic Might, it's like, oh, cool, great. We can occasionally track some of their movements, something that we can do whenever we grapple up into the sky. As at the moment, Pixel not going to be grappling up, but it's definitely going to be growing a little bit closer towards that sky. Goes for the transformation into that Monk. Will be able to find one of those grabs, but there is absolutely no one around him from his squad. He was not able to find any rebirth charms to be able to get to those soul altars. And it is going to be YZG finally finishing off the side of Ventus. And what looked so promising a day for them after that first game very quickly stutters out.
Well, for now, double Mystic. I totally missed me a double Mystic Might. It's literally so tragic. We've had 4 Mystic Mights this game to go down so far. There's a Bane's Breath actually just got used, I believe. Didn't see exactly where that went down, but it's going to be a bit of a problem. For now, though, 32 players still remaining in this game. 11 teams, meaning we've already lost 5. There's OUG still in this game. 3 kills. So they haven't actually picked up any more kills since we last talked about them. As the fight for the ballista is actually breaking out. Everybody trying to get up top.
Because it's in zone. That's like
yeah,
everyone's
this is so
fighting
good.
for
This
this.
is actually such a good ballista spot.
Yeah, it
Bit
really
scary
is.
with the monks though. That's the only
Because,
thing.
I mean,
Monks could grab you.
It's a little bit scary with the monk, sure, but you also have the Tammy, right? So if you just drop the whirlwind, then you can sit up on that ballista feeling pretty happy with yourself. You also have your full squad alive as well, so Barda can literally have one player sit on ballista and then the other 2 go down to the bottom of this tower and kite all of those players so that they actually... It's really ironic that 101T is using the Brimskin because they're sweeping all of those players away from being able to hide behind cover and into line of sight of that ballista if anyone's down there. And it's really, really unfortunate for the side of Barda because now GD, the second that Barda try to disengage and find themselves a little bit of a better positioning, GD are going to be in a position to be able to snipe them out.
Yeah, they're in a really good position actually. 10 minutes left until the game fully closes out, and this is a weird, like, we should be in Buccaneer, but we're kind of just in everybody wants to grab a Mora's Blessing, and not many people are really contesting this Mora's Blessings. This is going to be a very geared final circle. This is the thing I love about Holoroth, is there's so many more more opportunities to get really good loot, even in Immortal War, which means that you do get some really, really geared final circles, because typically what we see over on Morris Isle is we only ever get, you know, 1 or 2 teams who turn up with like really stacked equipment and really stacked gears. But like on Holoroth, you get like maybe 3 to 4 teams, if you're lucky 5 teams, all rocking like legendary weapons and legendary armor and stuff, like insanely stacked up. So it makes for more explosive final circles, a lot of damage coming out. And we'll see how this is going to be going down as everybody is just chilling out using this ballista to control the high ground. And it actually looks like we are on... That was a good shot. Looks like we are on track for potentially a pretty good circle for the monks. And we talk about this quite a lot is, you know, the problem with this map is some of the circles are like a lot, like I think it's like 60-40, like 60% of circles don't really suit a monk. When you get that kind of 40% for 2, it feels like we flipped onto that 40% of circles that suit the monks here on Holoroth, because this is looking very open. So we expect to see those monks have a lot of power in these final circles. Oh no, Benchu!
This is so tough because at the moment, like, that Tammy can't grapple up onto the cliff wall because you activate the steel traps on the sides. So you literally are forced to either eat the damage from the ballista or walk into a full squad of FBX who are waiting to eradicate the final remaining member of 17JL. Casey having another little bit of a quieter game, right? This is what we talked about. They have really good games from time to time, but we're yet to really see that consistency. However, they have been able to keep all 3 of their players alive into Final Circle, and Final Circle last time was where we saw the majority of their kills start to come on through. As we are hitting a sort of Buccaneer phase at the moment, a lot of those Tammy ultimates though mitigating the impact of those projectiles so that you're able to still sit on top of those Mars Blessings and look to try and find that loot upgrade. The cannons are going to be really damaging if all of these players try and hide from the monks in these buildings, because it goes through the windows, through the door frames, and can still connect onto the players hiding around those corners. As GG are actually now trying to push into 17JL. They've spotted a lone Tammy on his own, and that's exactly what they're going to try to find, but that puts them into position to be sniped out potentially by the ballista. There's the Soul Blade block coming through from their Wu Chen so that they're going to be able to survive. But apparently teams still don't know some of the mechanics of Holoroth because they scale up the sides into one of the steel trap panels and they will activate the spikes.
GD now finally forced off that ballista as the zone has pushed them off into the low ground to join the peasants down here. As GD actually don't like being on the low ground and want to try and secure themselves some ground atop that building, but they are having a fight versus YZG, who are omega stacked, if I'm going to be real. They got golden flamers, golden weapons to the teeth. They are terrifying, actually, YZG right now, especially with that golden armor. That is an incredibly geared team, actually. So they're going to quite comfortably hold the top of this building and force anybody who tries to contest them off. Ultimates all charged up as well. They are ready to go. They are ready to throw down. if needs be, as we're looking over at OUG as well. Another team who are very geared up, trying to get them inside the building, but on the outside, GBL and KZ are also having a little bit of a light skirmish, as we definitely are in that Buccaneer phase.
At the moment, we're in the phase where everyone's trying to find an area that they're going to be able to use to break line of sight for the monk transformations when they come through. And that's going to be something that they have to be worried about, because YZG actually are running this composition. What they don't have the Yuetian, they don't have the Temi. What they've actually, they don't have rather the Karumi. They've dropped the Karumi for the Temi, and they've actually put a Justina in instead of a Yuetian. So when the Justina freeze comes through and hits those players with the ultimate, that's when the monk is going to be able to find those grabs for absolute free. It's honestly really smart coming out from this team. And to have all three of their members surviving, and with the amount of loadouts that they have, there's going to be so much follow through onto those freezes, onto those monk grabs. As we can see, still 30 players left alive. A lot of those players wanting to try and scrap towards that high ground. No one can actually try to grapple up into a full commitment, because there are spike traps around those areas. So if you misjudge your grapple, or you get sniped out of the sky with a grapple cancel from another team, you can find yourself rapidly pulled out of position and onto one of those traps, which is going to be something that a lot of those players just don't want to run the risk of. So everyone else is going to be clustered around these huts, just trying to keep themselves out, trying to make sure that they have a little bit of safety, but not fully committing in, so that they're not close enough to the door frame for the cannon to be able to poke them out in that Buccaneer phases. BIWEEKLY are looking for a home at the moment. Their loadout isn't the greatest. One of them still running that blue armor. Is KZ deciding to kick things off, immediately going to be going in with that monk transformation. WBG actually going to be activating a monk transformation of their own in retaliation, trying to find those players that maybe when 17 Tower is able to find those grabs, Sleepwalker can actually snipe them up with the follow-through damage. As you can see, so much attention immediately being put onto KZ's Flower, pushed away from the team, and Sleepwalker, with the still ongoing transformation, is able to pick him up and punch him down.
Yeah, lovely pick up there for the side of WBG, but now immediately caught up in the Wisp, and he takes a little bit of damage, not too much actually, is able to hold fast, but underneath the building, you see OUG are eliminated by GD, able to pick them up as Bowders 101 TN goes in for a transformation up on the high ground. He's caught himself a member of WBG. Sleepwalker's actually able to break away as 13 Shao gets slammed down, as seeing Bowders still looking for these grabs onto these WBG members, but they're able to find these lovely little nooks and crannies to hide away from. And the monk fights are actually kind of spread out across all of the circle. Everybody very, very clustered together, as 13 Showers found out he is slammed and he is taken down by Bowders 101 TN there. D-transformation comes out, and Bowder now have to be very careful, as they're going to pop GG LXM's Viper stun to try and lock everybody in place, but everyone is able to break line of sight again. We expected a good circle for the monks, but I can't make my mind up on if this is good or not. There's quite a lot of terrain to hide underneath, and these Vipers and these monks actually struggling to find the grabs. There's LYD for FPX is desperately trying to just zone away and get a bunch of damage onto these Bowder members, getting them a little bit low, stuck against the wall, but LYD losing a lot of health in return. He might just be going down. He's able to fire back and take out a member of the side of Bowder. Does finally go down to GG's LXM, as Miss Kia from GG as well has thrown down the Yoto ultimate. It's doing so much damage. TXJ is going to de-transform, and he's going to be taken down. GG able to find the kill. Beautiful play from them, as we cut over to Bowder holding on fast with just a couple of members left.
Well, it's really unfortunate for FPX, actually. They had to use that Bell Clang early to try and peel the damage away from the Yuetian. And the second that that Bell Clang is used, they have to go for the transformation, and it is just Miss Kia on that Yodo ultimate. They have to come in and blast through their health, as KZ's LXX on that Yuetian, just trying to find any stragglers, pushing them in towards the outskirts of that zone so they take the corruption damage. But it's Bowders 101 TN who's able to find this snipe, smashes Jing for the side of WBG out of the zone into the corruption, will be able to connect the kill onto it off of the back of that, as well as we do actually see one of the members of FPX, the only remaining member of FPX, just VVV, about to go down. As Kakaishi gets sniped out by the side of GBL, Yea able to pick up that one with the bow down bow. Now with that transformation, actually might get stunned up by GG, who uses the Lucha TP to try to get on top and stun out the monk. The CC is there, as GG starts to go absolutely ham with the follow through. Yoda ultimate after Yoda ultimate now coming through from all of these remaining players as they try and connect those slashes onto the monks, keeping themselves as airborne as possible, trying to stay above the monks' heads so they're not going to be grabbed out once they become vulnerable after that first slash. Zahui taking so much damage, goes down to the cannon splash damage coming out from TXJ, who has been able to get res right back up as OC actually popping a Yoda ultimate of their own. Sets the way now for GBL. It's just about coming in with that monk. Is able to get the slam to connect onto 101 TN twice.
Oh no!
Punching him out of the zone, and he's able to find the pick. But unfortunately, now he opens himself up to be poked down by the remaining members. Finds the grab onto the Yoda, looking for a little bit more. GG's Misky and I trying to keep themselves out of line of sight as much as possible. Dabao does go down to 28HH as that zone starts to close on through, and it is just going to be GG's Don King with the legendary Jewel Blades, waiting, biding his moment, gets knocked by the Greatsword out of the zone, tries to come back in with the charged up left click, just keeping himself as mobile as possible, trying to output as much of a threat as he hides himself from the Yoda ultimate that's sure to come out from 28HH, who has the verticality right now, but 28HH is taking so much damage from Miskia, who's gonna take out Don King, and it's gonna be 28HH with the Yoda ultimate that's able to outlive GG's Miskia and come in with the last surviving member of the lobby, allowing though GD to come in with the most amount of kills.
That was an unbelievable final circle, and again, I have to say it, I think that was always going to be the Yoto's final circle. They just favor that kind of terrain way better. The ability to dodge away from the monks, the clusteriness, just it suited them way better than the monks. The monks want big open spaces. There was way too much terrain, way too many hills, and a lot of teams opted into those monk comps here, and it came back to bite them. It really came back to bite them. They struggled heavily because of that, and GG, a phenomenal job to hold it on to second after they lost quite a few of their key players, but the monk being able, Yoto being able to survive to the last moment definitely did them a whole lot of good, and that was so tight for them almost winning that. It's one slash difference. It was just who started that final kind of 3 slashes first was the victor, and GD able to take the victory here in that game. And you know, Holoroff a very different map from Morris Isle, and this is why I like playing it second, because the players can't get too comfortable. They can't rest on their laurels. They only get 2 games of one map together, and that is game 3 and 4. So our next 2 games are gonna be on Morris Isle. Then we go back to Holoroff, and then we go back to Morris Isle. So I like this kind of more staggered play where they don't actually get to feel too comfortable. They have to kind of shake things up. I think when we return to Holoroff, I'd like to not see as many monk comps. I think the monk comps just don't suit that map all that well, and you know, it came into fruition there at the end of that game. Really clean stuff coming in from GD. Bowder got to be a little bit frustrated that they were knocked out as early as they were, because they were doing very well in that game. They were starting to take over in the kills, but they just got knocked out a little bit too early to be able to get that decent multiplier on their kills.
You have to feel for 101 TN, right? Because it's honestly really ironic that both of the remaining monks in that final zone, as it starts to close through, they honestly take each other out. 101 TN gets punched and knocked back, not once, not twice, but 3 times back into that zone corruption. And just with the slow movement of that Vajra lumbering form, like, you're not going to be able to come back once you get double knocked back in terms of being able to try to go for that rock, paper, scissors against the other Vajra. Like, obviously that there's a couple of really cool moments of engagements that the monk form has. You can go for the grabs on those players. You can actually grab a lot of those players out from the ultimates, like the Yodo. Once you exhaust that first slash, you become vulnerable. You can be picked up by the Valder ultimate and by the TN if he's able to find that grab. But he also has a unique interaction when it comes to other monks. If you're able to connect those punches, you're actually able to push them back. It's a sort of sumo wrestling mini game that a lot of those monks try not to actually pull off, because it pushes them into focusing onto that monk, which means you're not going to find the picks. You're fighting for space as opposed to trying to find the grabs and look for those immediate 2 kills to come through, and then you look for the next and the next and the next, so on, so on, so on. But 101 TN just denied that space, and it allows both of the Yodos to actually hold on to the ultimates. They don't need to use it to try and counter both of those monks or keep themselves safe to try and teleport on top of the foreheads. They get to hold on to it for when that final circle comes through. And Dunkling going
Balder, like
down.
I said, going to be very frustrated with the fact that they were knocked out early there, because they could have taken first. They had the exact same kills as GD, but they were just knocked out way too early. Didn't get a particularly great multiplier, didn't get the ranking points, and unfortunately for them were not low. As it was OC and GG who were our final 2 teams in that circle, and they take 3rd and 4th respectively, thanks to their ranking points and multipliers they were able to get. But GD and Balder absolutely dominating this lobby on the kills. FPX also had a pretty good game as far as the kills went, 8 kills for themselves, but again, FPX seemed to just lose 2 or 3 players right when it matters, and then one player just plays position and placement, basically. It doesn't really play to kind of hold on any further.
Yeah, I would say for FPX, especially in that zone, like when they lose their players, they don't really know when to cut their losses. They try and commit a lot of utilities to save those players in moments of emergency. Like if it works, brilliant. Committing a TN Bell Clang to try and save your Yue Shan is a brilliant idea, because if he's able to stay alive and sustain, he can come back in with that ultimate form. Your Monk's going to still be up, and you need someone to be able to cover when that transformation drops from your Monk. But what it actually does is it exposes you to not just dropping one of your members, but it also has the knock-on effect of depriving that Monk of the iframes that they then need to be able to keep themselves safe, because they're far too close. They're not able to disengage cleanly. Every single player just saw you drop in that iframe dodge, so they know you're going to be vulnerable. And even when the Monk form comes through, they were lacking that Karumi, they were lacking any sort of peel. So immediately the Monk goes down. And I think for FPX, it is going to be much more about trying to sort of be able to identify when a player is lost, and you just have to go, okay, we have to let them die and keep a hold of our utilities so that we don't lose the fight here and we can still continue the series. Because honestly, players like Dunkling, that's exactly where they flourish. He is able to survive for so long despite being the only member of this team. He's able to survive into the last 3 players, and I put 23k damage, picking up not the 4 kills, but the MVP.
Yeah, really big stuff coming in from Dongqing as the MVP there. Like you said, 23k damage, 10 assists as well. Absolutely phenomenal job coming out from Dongqing there. And, you know, he might have gone out third to last in that game. But he still held on long enough to be able to get his team that multiplier. It is hard when you're the Tammy and then there's 2 Yotos and you're on a final circle. It's like, I'm probably not going to be able to win this, especially if you've not got ultimate. If you got ultimate, there's the world where you actually can just shove him back and just kind of control the space. But unfortunately for him, he was unable to hold on long enough in that game to take first, but he took first over all. And I think that's all that really matters for him and his team. A phenomenal win for them, and you know, we're having a bit of a back and forth one today. We're having some teams showing up, you know, and then maybe not falling, and then kind of falling a little bit short. But I think, to be honest, as much as I criticized FPX, I think they've been pretty consistent today. They've been picking up a decent amount of points every game. They've been getting kills. The big problem for them is their placement. They are placing kind of like 4th and 5th, and that kind of is because they're getting taken out a little bit too early. But if they can make it later on into the game, there is a world where FPX could start to pick up like a lot of points and actually be a really, really scary team, because we know that FPX are a team who last season were high scoring consistently. Every time they were playing a game, they were dominating lobbies. I mean, we had that day where they were I can't remember how many points they put together, but they went into the bi-weekly finals with 75 points.
Yeah, 75.
It was like bonkers
insane
amounts of points. Yes, FPX still falls short when it comes to bi-weekly finals, but like consistency has been the key thing for FPX, and they're keeping that consistency up as far as being on the top end of the bracket. I want to see a little bit more. I want to see that stretch and see if they can actually take a win and actually put some decent points together for themselves.
I think for them as well as about adapting into Holoroth final circles, because a lot of the time we see like FPX's positioning when it comes to final circle on Morris Isle is normally pretty close to perfect. Hug an edge of the circle, make sure that you're not putting yourself out there as a really obvious target. don't overcommit into those fights. Save your resources for when the space starts to get really cramped and everyone else has burned through all of their utilities, as opposed to what we see them do on that Holoroth circle, where they immediately go into the middle, they immediately make themselves a target. They try and get really greedy as well, using that Yue Shen to not cover for the monk transformation, but using it to try to zone those players with that spear to slam them into the zone so that they take the corruption damage, and when they try and tap dodge back into it, they're actually not going to be able to tap dodge out from the spear follow through. And it means that they go far too aggressive, they make themselves far too much of a target, and every single player sees that they've exhausted their resources. But one thing I'm sure that we are going to be hearing about from a matter of moments is resource management, because Jaeger has one of our players on the floor.
Thank you, our caster, and hi, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with our Kakashi and also their coach of the team, GD is Ice, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 再次欢迎二位，先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是GD的卡卡西。大家好，我是GD的教练 Ice。
好的，再次欢迎你们，也恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分啊。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 2. And we know for the team GD, from season 1 to season 2, there's really big change. And I would like to know how they're feeling right now, and can they introduce their like growing up for the team for us. 好的，那再次恭喜你们。那我们也知道，其实基敌战队从这个S1 走到 S2是等于是有一个很大的改变，然后也非常不容易走到今天。最近呢状态也是非常好，能不能给我们讲讲，其实到了 S2 之后，你们战队内现在的配合感觉怎么样了？然后也给我们介绍一下你们战队的整个进步啊，这个成长的历程，这个故事给我们分享一下好吗？
来了基地之后，我们3个人就是个人实力就比较强，然后配合的话，因为我们打了两周半，也磨合的差不多了。如果剩下2周磨合好的话，我觉得决赛有机会拿冠军。
好的 So actually for me, like I come to the team GD, it's almost like more than 2 double week, and for now I think we can cooperate very well, and for our team everyone's personal skill is very strong, so I think still have a long way to the final week, so I think our ambition is to get the champion in the final. Okay, so also there's anything want to say to us, our coach Ice? 那再次欢迎 Ice 来到我们的赛后采访。那像刚才我们说到 S1 其实到 S2 有很大的改变，你想怎么给我们介绍一下基敌战队的这个成长呢？
因为 S1 的时候我们就是成绩不好嘛，总决赛拿了个就是16名，然后后面我就是在外面就看到了卡卡西和长安夜，然后再加上冬青的话，我觉得这个组合就是会很完美，然后就是让他们2个过来，我们大家一起努力，然后队内现在氛围也很好，大家都就是很开心，就是平时练的也很刻苦嘛，OK， 然后现在这个成绩嘛，大家可能都比较满意吧，对。
那你自己对战队的这个目标是怎么样的呢？
我的目标肯定是冠军呀，对 ，S1 总冠军。
好的，也希望你们可以达成自己的目标。好的 ，So for our team like GD, from the season 1, we don't have really like a good match at the end of the S1. At that time, I saw the Kakashi and K. I think these two players, they are very strong in their personal skills. So I think they can cooperate very well with Dongqing. So I let them come to our team. And for now, they are like cooperate very well, and they really working hard and the training time. And also our atmosphere in the team is also very good and happy. So my ambition is also to get the champion in the S2. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢2位接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们。
好，谢谢。
Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day. Catching up myself there. Getting into our third game of the day as we'll be dropping onto Morosile for 2 games in a row now. So the only time today the players will get to play the same map back to back. And I think that's actually really important. I think it's a big thing about momentum and kind of keeping that wind in your sails. If you win this game and then you carry that momentum through into the 4th game as well, that sets you up so well for the rest of the day. Yeah, you do have to then go into Holoroth and then back onto Morosile, so a little bit of a stutter in the overall play style, but I think, you know, this is the most important 2 matches of the day for a lot of these players. It can really define the tail end of the day and also allow some of these players to maybe catch up or fix mistakes that were made at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I think as well for a lot of these teams, it's really important that they do carry that momentum on from Holoroth, because heading over to Morosile, this is when we start to see a lot of these squads really picking up in terms of their performance, right? They've been able to shake the nerves off, they're warmed up, they've been able to as well to sort of get used to how all of these other teams are playing around them. Because one thing we have noticed is that this region's biggest weakness, it feels like it's just a version 2 change. And because so many of these compositions with that monk have actually started changing around, it has given some of these players a little bit more pause for thought, a little bit longer to be able to adapt into dealing with the pacing of running into a Temi with a Tien as opposed to that Kurumi, where you would always have to worry about, okay, well, the Kurumi is going to heal the Tien, but we're not actually going to have to fight her, because obviously when you have the tether equipped, the Kurumi can't actually attack or grapple. It immediately breaks that tether. So now these players are actually having to get used to the tempo of going up against a Temi with the Tien, which means all of the time when that monk actually goes for the engagement, both of those 2 other players are going to be able to attack you, and that means it's going to have major ramifications on how you position into that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be I mean, I'm curious, you know, as far as hero points look as well, because remember, typically you can only really play the same hero about 3 times per day. That's kind of the rough maths on it. Again, I need to double check on how the maths actually do work out, because we changed it a couple of times over the last 2 seasons, but it roughly works out about 3 times per day. And a bunch of these players have already played Monk twice, so they need to kind of shift things up a little bit and switch out their play style. You know, what are they going to look towards? I think in trios, maybe it's 3 times, and then you have to take a break, and then you can play another 3. I can't remember, but either way, I expect this game or next game to be not as monk heavy, because we've had 2 very, very monk heavy lobbies, and at some point they do have to switch. They have to pick up something else to be playing, and I'm curious what that's going to look like. Is it just going to go all into those Yotos? We've seen these new comps, this Justina, this Matari, and this Tami comp as well, so gonna be interesting on that. I guess the problem on that front is though, is the Tami is shared between quite a lot of the monk
overlap
at the moment, so
yeah,
there is a bit of overlap on that front, like you said.
Yeah, that's, I think, like, really tough as well. Like, so many of these teams are trying to veer away from that Kurumi, whether or not it's because they know, like, how important Zeeping is going to be when she gets her 3rd version of her ultimate and F ability, and they just want to immediately take away that Kurumi so they get used to how they play that monk without it, or whether or not it's because they want to use that Temi ultimate to be able to instantly lock down those Morris blessings. And on paper, in an ideal situation, you only use a Temi ultimate or a monk ultimate to be able to confirm that Morris blessing. That kind of goes out of the window though, because a lot of the time we do see teams fully commit both of those 2 ultimates, even if they're not being contested, to secure that Morris blessing, and it does sometimes bite them in the behind in terms of later on down the line. They've been able to raid that Morris blessing for sure, but they don't actually have ultimates to fall back onto.
Well, we actually had a chat to some of the players before getting into this game, so we'll have to see what they have to say. So let's see. I don't know who we're speaking to. Let's find out.
自己菜吧，然后磨合也没磨合好，然后对比赛的适应节奏也没适应好，就确实今天挺可惜的，但是也是自己打出来的，也没什么可惜的，菜就多练嘛。这次回来的原因是因为在赛场上看到他们以前的对手在赛场上面能接受采访和比赛，感觉线下很有氛围，然后再看到以前的老队友夺了冠，自己觉得也是有那个可能的，想再争取一下。毕竟上次拿的是亚军，谁都不希望拿亚军嘛。然后这次也想努力的拿一个冠军。
Nice hearing from the members of JDG there about all of their thoughts and everything going on. But we're looking over at GD, the victors of the previous game, and it was close. I mean, we've had some very close games all day, to be fair, as far as the points go. But this last game is unbelievable. unbelievably close between the top end.
Yeah, I think GG2 have surely got to be a little bit peeved that they got pipped to the post, right? They came so close to being able to get that last Yodo slash to be able to connect on to the other Yodo, but unfortunately Miskid did unfortunately go down a little bit earlier. However, GD just being able to survive long enough with Dunkling coming in, again off of the back of knowing that knowledge in terms of survivability when it comes to solos, so even if you lose your teammates, you're still really well versed in how you want to position into that final zone to make yourself as much of an advantageous position as you possibly can, even when you're down those numbers. Like having that experience, and not just having that experience off of a couple of weeks. Dunkling was the one player that we saw even in season 1 being able to go seamlessly between solos and trios. So it's not just a sort of thing that he's sort of adapted into in the last month or so. He has had a lot of practice to be able to know how exactly he wants to play that.
No, absolutely. It's been very, very good at that. With the, obviously, like you said, the experience on both sides of playing solos and trios has been huge for him, to be completely honest. We're looking at Ace at the moment as well, and a team that have, you know, unfortunately felt a little bit lackluster today. They're a team we've had our eyes on for a while as a fairly exciting group, but have been struggling somewhat today, kind of getting taken out a little bit too early, taking fights that they shouldn't be. Ventus are a team who've caught me off guard though. These guys have been playing very well this season, and they had a slight resurgence during playoffs at the end of last split, but nothing so big that I was like, they're a team to watch. They have genuinely really, really impressed me in the last couple of weeks as a team who are a real contender towards this kind of middle of the top bracket. But we are getting ready to go into game number 3.
Yeah, it was Pixel for Ventus that when we saw him in season 1, like towards the tail end of season 1, Pixel was really impressing in terms of being able to pull off that Tian into final circle. It felt like he would always get at least 4 grabs with that ultimate, but we can see that we are going to be off of Holoroth. We're moving back onto the Mars Isle, and we can actually see that Ventus have subbed Pixel out, which immediately signals to me that they do want to move away from that Transformer, and there it is, yeah. They are going to be going to that Yoto, that direct Transformer counter composition coming on through, as there are going to be a couple of monks still going to be in this lobby. I'm also seeing not a great fan of the lack of Karumi with how many Vipers and Yodos there are going to be in this lobby, as OUG not going to be locking in the monk with the Yodo, and the Viper will be going to just that staple of the Wu Chen, so you can use that TP to make sure that you have that get out of jail free card. If someone goes down early, you can get to res them. You've got the Soul Blade blocks as well to sort of stand in for that Temi to be able to block the projectiles, and the Yodo is going to be there to try and use that ultimate to be able to punish those monks for not having that sustainability. Is in fact every single monk composition in this lobby is going to be lacking their heals. They have all opted away from that Karumi and put all of their eggs in the basket of the Temi.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are. I'm happy to see less monk comps, man. I'm just like, I have the same thing with them as I have with Z-Thing. It's like just see so much of it, and I was surprised to see so many playing actually in the previous game, but everybody's actually fairly clustered. We've got 2 teams dropping all the way up in the north, so a long way away from everybody else, but this is a very, very clustered start, and it's going to see quite a lot of action to kick it off here, especially when we've got these Yoto comps as well. These comps are incredibly explosive to start it off, so very, very excited to see how this is going to be going down, especially when we got, you know, a few teams who are a little bit scattered away from one another, but man, this is going to be in the center of the map. This is going to be chaos.
Yeah, that's exactly why you want to run that Yoda, right? Unlike the monk, where when you drop it really does depend on the loot that you're able to pick up to be able to survive long enough for the ultimate to come online. Yoda can just go straight in with that F ability. She can take fights, she can get aggressive, she can look for the third-party engagement, as well as we are going to see JDG immediately wanting to get aggressive at the moment into JJHRD, as it is going to be a setup into... Oh, are we actually going to get to see a little bit of action coming through from that Temi with the katanas? No, we're not. The juggle from the greatsword is going to be able to find one slash booking them up into the air, and immediately the follow-up damage is there. as JDG with the full 3 players remaining will be able to use those numbers to actually be able to pull off those longer wind-up attacks, both with the Spear and the Greatsword, to be able to pin out those damages done, as we are going to see AOW now pinned against this cliff face at the moment, tries to find that opening with the uppercut rush. JDG actually off of the back of that full squad wipe from JDH, they are going to be able to afford a Moonbane Charm as well, so look out for an early Bane's Breath coming through to be able to snag themselves up a spot of safety. As OC now wanting to try to move forward, does have that blue greatsword to try to find an opening to swing into one of those fights, but very little shielding. Mikaza caught without that ability, gets silenced by the Viper ultimate, and it is now going to be GBL caught in that stun as Dabao has gone down. Yaya might be able to pull this team out with a Witch and TP if they need it. However, they have been able to find a little bit of a respite in terms of that Canyon Chasm. There's no one's really turned their attention towards them. OC are the ones at the moment going very, very low with that Viper ultimate, using it to try to keep all of those players alive. 28HH using that stun to be able to swap into a already epic repeating crossbow, but the kills aren't actually coming on through, and GBL with hand just passing through tries to find a Viper opening of their own. Be able to find the counter onto the Yodo. Greatsword dropped onto the ground and immediately able to spiral into a pick onto Leng Jing, but OC still with that Yodo ultimate going to be able to deal the follow-up damage necessary, as 28HH will be able to find a little bit of a pick. Has to use that F ability to try and keep themselves safe though, as they get juggled up into the air and they need the F to be able to try to recover. They're getting caught out by a massive Viper ultimate coming through from Ventus, who do have other players alive to be able to capitalize off of the stun. Specifically the Yodo ultimate that comes out, but it's JDG now with potentially a third party of their own coming on through to catch out everybody who'd burned through all of their utilities. As YZG locking up that space with the Moonbanes, making sure that no one is going to be able to disengage. This chasm is starting to smell fairly awful. So many players have dropped down in this one specific position, but finally there will be respite as YZG, off of the back of using that Moonsbane Charm, making sure that no one can disengage cleanly, will be able to collapse onto the remaining members and find the picks, and we move away to a different section of the map.
That was like 4 minutes of solid fighting in the canyon. I said we were going to expect a bloodbath. I didn't expect that kind of a bloodbath. That was brutal, the amount of action that broke out. Unbelievable start to that game. 6 kills going over to YZG. JDG also getting themselves 6 kills. An absolutely explosive game to kick it off. And cutting over now into the no-ult zone. Bowder finding themselves in a fight versus GD. But a quick switch to the bow means that Klaxi is going to be able to win that fight out, as Bowder's Rizu also being run down. Luckily for Bowder, they do still have their revives, as they got absolutely slammed there by GD. Very, very explosive start to the day.
Are we going to say continue?
To the game.
Because this is the thing, right? So many of those players lost their revive potentials in that chasm.
Oh my word, yeah.
Like now, a lot, I think about 4 squads have burned through their revives just off of that one fight alone, with so many of them trying to recommit in. And in my opinion, massively overcommitting, right? You look at Han, the only player alive, only has a pistol to their name, tries to come in with a Viper stun, and unfortunately puts themselves right into the lion's den. As now, for a lot of these teams, there is the opportunity that if they go down, it is going to be immediately kicked out of this lobby, and they have to wait until that next map. And that's going to eat into a lot of points that some of these major teams post.
Yeah, really, really big here. So YZG actually hunting Ace as well. They've got them in their sights, or at least they have a rough idea. Yep, they definitely have sights on them now. Trading those shots across the building rooftops here. Ace, even not particularly feeling too comfortable with this. He hasn't got the best gear. Actually, he does have a purple dual sword, so maybe a little bit more geared than I gave him credit for. But right now, looks like Ace decided they actually don't want to take this fight. Only problem is even while he's in eye shot of his team, he is a bit of a distance away from them, so he has to be somewhat careful on that front.
Does have the Viper ult there.
KZ and Ventus right now. Ventus obviously using that revive now, fresh off that respawn. very undergeared. So if they find themselves in a fight with these grey armor and blue weapons, they're going to get run over. But KZ don't actually have full information on where they are, may not even know they're in the area. So got enough distance to be able to step away and not going to get themselves caught out for the moment. KZ, fresh off, you know, not taking another win, but they did win the first game of the day. So still feeling pretty confident. They've won a Morris Isle already today.
Yeah, they've got really good loot as well. A lot of them running already that purple armor, purple dual blades coming out for the Yodo as well. As we can see, Bane's Breath actually coming into play, as it is going to be YZG actually using that one again to lock up this positioning. No one can actually try to run away from the Yodo ultimate. They're going to be so out in the open. The monk form comes through to try to sustain and tank through the damage done, but unfortunately you are so immobile in that form, it runs the potential of running into the AoE splash damage of the Bane's Breath, and Sleepwalker does actually go down. Was trying to escape away from the onslaught of the full trio from YZG, just turning their attention to a monk without any peel available from the rest of their team, and that is actually going to be WBG eliminated entirely from this lobby, as they were one of those teams who went down very quickly towards that canyon fight, and they have lost both the rebirth and any potential for picking up any points. It is going to be a big fat 0-0 for the side of WBG on this part of Morris Isle.
An incredibly disappointing split for WBG. They have just not found their form at all. Every week has been a bit of a failure for them, and unfortunately getting the halfway mark through today, and again another disappointing game. It feels like we are on track for another sad day here for WBG. We'll see how the circle goes. Right now GG have got themselves this very mobile ballista down by the Shadow Jane Mines, and if the zone shifts down towards them, they are going to be in a very comfortable position. Right now just using it to keep control of this Mora's Blessing is going to be a Draco Storm actually as well on this Dragon's Blessing. All of them are Draco Storms, so very sought after, but no one's actually contesting GG, and GG get the Draco Storm and the zone pushed towards them, so everyone's going to be running into them.
That ballista could do some serious work. It is on track. They're actually going to be activating the anti-ult area as well, so they don't have to worry about a monk grabbing them off the ballista. Instead, they are going to be able to fire it from afar. They're giving away control of that Morris Blessing. They're chancing the loot not being the greatest, given how early the Morris Blessing is appearing. But as you said, both of those buffs now going to be in play for either trio that is able to get access to that chest first of all. And that's going to turn very quickly into a bloodbath, as a lot of these players are in that vicinity. Soulblade block and Yodo affability coming through to cover the chest, trying to allow Bowder access to it, as it does seem like they were the ones to be able to maybe get on top of it. GD now trying to come through and get that opening, but they take so much splash damage. Kakaishi with that Viper ultimate will be able to push those players away to be able to let this team try to ult and open up into that chest, as Bowder now with a Viper ultimate of their own will be able to actually find a stun to connect onto 17JL, but OC coming in with a later Viper ultimate, still not going to be able to deny YZG from picking up that Draco Storm. And now all of these teams that are very close in that vicinity may just want to Wuchen TP away to try and break out from the side of YZG, as it is going to be OC trying to find any sort of pick that they can. They've got that Yodo ultimate buying them so much space, but they still can't get on top of this Blessing, as Bowder have showed up late to the party, and they are crashing down the doors as everyone else had already exhausted the Viper and Yodo ultimates. They were forced to TP away, allowing Bowder free access to that Draco Storm because they were just the last trio to arrive.
Yeah, everyone had to use so many resources to hold on to that, and that was so rough for them. YZG also have a Draco Storm, and they are running down JDG. They've got 12 kills put together already, and they're looking to try and pick up more if possible. Gonna get themselves a kill onto Annalie. Lovely 13th kill there for the side of YZG. They have been very, very dominant in this game, and they had a good start to the last game, but they got caught out early. Question is can they make it into the later game? Because if they can't, it is going to be another slightly disappointing game from the side of YZG, but able to just get their loot up from the people they've been able to take down. They've got a little bit more time left on their on their Draco Storm, and
there's free in play at the moment, and that's a terrifying for JDG because they only have Lion TT available at the moment, and they don't have rebuffs, they don't have resurrections. If he gets spotted out, that squad is gone for. And I mean, another squad that's gone for is Team Ace. They have been knocked out very early once again. Just going a little bit too aggressively forward and putting themselves a little bit out of position as Bowda now going to be trying to push in. They have that Draco Storm. They've been able to absolutely cream OC's 28HH against the side of that wall, stun lock them in that lightning splash damage as well. Additionally on top, just absolutely mincing that player's health bar, and very quickly Bowda will continue on their way, hunting for these players, wanting to take full advantage of the 22 seconds that Draco Storm is going to be available still for. As they're a little bit spread out, but that's exactly what they're doing. They're wanting to try and find those players because the Draco Storm means even if you find yourself isolated, you still have a massive advantage, because if a player sees another one coming towards them with that Draco Storm, they look for the disengage, they don't look for the 1v1, and that allows you to isolate them away from that trio. As we can see, GG also with that Draco Storm trying to hunt down OUG, but theirs is about to run out. It has 11 seconds left. The kite is going to actually be really good coming out from the side of OUG, and they will be able to survive. GG, knowing that with the 14 seconds left on the timer, are not going to be able to have that time to eclipse the distance, have to give up the chase, and OUG will be able to survive the engagement.
Yeah, able to get away. Good stuff at OUG, because they have, funnily enough, this is the one game where they're not performing to the highest level. They're not getting lots and lots of kills, but at least they're holding on, because typically they do get taken out quite early, OUG. Their aggression has kind of bit them, like I said, kind of somewhat similar to the Wolves playstyle, where they do just, you know, maybe overreach, or Wolves last season anyway, where they do
I was going to say, Wolves Season 1, not so much Season 2.
Yeah, Wolves Season 2 is like an entirely different team. They are very good at aggression at all points of the game and never overreach, or, well, rarely overreach, I'd say. Never, maybe a little bit too generous. But that's kind of what OUG have been doing today. They've been getting kills early and then getting caught, but I guess YZG have been doing the same thing as well. It's nice to see that YZG also not, you know, being heavily punished so far, and it feels like, you know, they got their Draco Storm, they got their kills, they had that insanely explosive early game, and now they're like, all right, we got 13 kills, all we really need to do is make it to the end of this game, and we're probably set up to take this. So they're playing it nice and smart. I'm liking to see this, but what you do get is when you have an explosive start to a game, typically a Yoto game, you do see the players kind of have very bloodthirsty and kind of manic starts to the game, and then things do slow down a lot earlier than they typically would. That's what
they need it.
Yoto game goes like.
It's the thing, like, you need it in the final circle. If you don't have your Viper and your Yodo, then you don't have any setup for the Yodo ultimate. So the second you actually exhaust that first flash, you're going to be picked out. And if you have the Viper but no Yodo, no way. That's not even a purple
weapons away,
bush.
so weapons wouldn't step out the bush.
Yeah.
They're literally unarmed in that bush.
Yeah,
Purely
exactly.
so
Like, that's the thing. So many times players have been caught out by like hiding in a building because their weapons have been showing through the gratings. As we're now going to see Contagion coming out over all of these Morris Blessings. OUG going to be trying to open things up with a little bit of damage coming on through. Has to hold the tap dodges to be able to try and push out from Miski's Yodo ultimate, as it is now going to be potentially cut short by the Viper ultimate. Will be able to find those slashes, will be able to use the Wuchen TP to alleviate the stun coming out, so GG will be able to survive the engagement. And now they've taken the high ground, and with that zone actually pushing those players in towards them, those bow snipes could be absolutely fatal if a potential third-party opportunity does rear its head. As KZ now wanting to try to intrude onto those cliff faces, wanting to make a move before that zone pushes them, forces their hand, so that they get caught lagging behind, and those players see that the zone is vulnerable in terms of their positioning. No, please say it ain't so. Please say that one member of FPX doesn't just get to stand on a Morris Blessing, and that on the other part of the map, JJHRD just get to open one up for absolute free.
Unbelievable. FPX are so consistent at picking up those. I'm shocked at how easy they just got that Morris Blessing, man.
They walked up to it.
Did we see what buff, or have they actually not picked the buff up yet? I don't think they
haven't
have.
picked up buff yet.
So they're holding on to wait until as late as possible to take the buff. Smart decision. We see a lot of players do that. For now, they are just going to be chilling out and holding fast, seeing seeing what the plan is going to be as they're waiting to see where the circle is going to take them.
GBL as well, not really contesting those Morris Blessings. Their loot loadout, it's looking really poor in comparison to everyone around them. Like, they've got the cannons to try and find that splash damage to chip into those health bars so that when they are just running a blue katana, they're going to be able to have that damage to find the kills fast enough. But at the same time, it's so risky. Right, you try and push yourself in with a blue katana. If a counter comes through potentially, or the fight does actually take a little bit longer than you're expecting, you're going to be so vulnerable and your weapon loadout is not going to be able to push them away. As we can now see what exactly the buffs were. It is going to be Draco Storms coming out both for FPX and JJHRD as they pop them almost one on top of the other coming through for both of those teams. So they are going to be looking to get aggressive. They know as well a little bit of information on the side of YZG on a bounty of where GBL's players are, and they're trying to meet them, but they have to be so careful because Bowda is about to bite into their backsides, and if they see a little bit of an opportunity, they will immediately leap onto it. As OC down that Yoto, lacking a massive amount of damage, trying to find any scraps that they can in that Morris Blessing. JDG now coming in aggressively, trying to find the pick. Lion does actually lose the weapon, has to pick up another one off the ground. Will be able to dodge out as OC now using that Viper ultimate. Unfortunately, it finds only the one player who was caught up in cliffs, and immediately after not finding the opening that the Viper ultimate was trying to secure, they do just have to use that Wuchen TP, but it only transfers you 120 meters, and that means that the Yuasian can potentially, in that ultimate form, look to try to hunt and punish, as that's exactly what JDG is going to be trying to do. Unfortunately, goes a little bit too aggressively forward with that Yuasian distance that you're able to cover before the rest of the team is in position to peel for you, and he goes down because of it, as now it is going to be JDG reduced to just the two going toe-to-toe with OC's own two. Counter comes through the great sword. It's such a telegraph charge-up time, immediately going to be dunked onto the ground as OC are able to come out on top.
OC able to mop up that fight very, very nicely. Draco Storm actually about to time out onto a bunch of these teams as well, so that kind of threat slithering away, but GG able to get himself a lovely little shot there with 330 on the musket. He's been really good with the musket today, actually. Every time I've seen him with it, he's just been able to snipe people out consistently. He's been playing very, very well. As 10 minutes until the circle fully closes up, and it feels like the players are starting to get a little bit what's the word? Starting to get a little bit tetchy. That's probably the best word. They are trying to get a little bit challenging each other, going for these fights when they can, and it's getting spicy. It's getting spicy, Moxie. This is what I like. I love Yoto lobbies. I was very passionate about it yesterday with Foxy. I think Yoto lobbies are like my favorite lobbies because they're just so explosive. And, you know, most of this lobby, I mean, if you look at your, on the left side of your screen, see a lot of red, which is the Vipers. He typically goes alongside the Yotos, who are sitting right next to them. There are so many Yoto comps in this lobby. I'm trying to have a quick stock check of the monks. We got 2 monks left in the game. One is JJHRD, who have 0 kills and haven't been able to achieve much. The other is 17JL, who have been able to pick themselves up 3 kills. So somewhat competitive, but everyone else is taking it a little bit chill. What I have noticed is I think YCG are only down to 1 player. Am I crazy?
No, it does indeed look like they are going to be running a little bit low on numbers. But we're seeing as well, like, a lot of these players using that Wuchen, the Viper, and that Yoto to be able to actually fight very close towards the outer rim of that zone, which is something that we don't typically tend to see from the Monk players, right? Because they don't want to get caught out in the open when that zone starts to close through. But obviously, Wuchen has that TP where you can immediately relocate, so even if you have to cross an open expanse, in terms of not having control of high ground, you don't have to worry about poke phase of when those cannons come through and absolutely mince into your resources. As GD are starting up that poke phase, they're having control of this high ground. They're getting a lot of damage onto the team opposite them on that same high ground. as it is going to be everyone scrapping for that Morris Blessing. Yodo F ability thrown over the top to try to allow GD access to it. Kakaishi on that Viper still sitting on the ultimate, not actually going to commit it, just waiting to see whether or not they get pushed and pressured before another team is going to be in position to be able to not break out of line of sight, because a lot of these spaces really not good for the Transformers, also really not good for the Viper. There is a lot of crevices and nooks where you can break line of sight from that Viper ultimate, and it isn't going to really find the setup that the Yodos are wanting to look for either. Apart from where this actual Morris Blessing is, everyone is really going to be able to dance away from a lot of those strikes and just tap dodge through. A lot of space available for them to do just that. Is this Morris Blessing still not going to be open? 17JL now actually going to be trying their hands. As you can see, drop the Temi ultimate, should be able to get on top of it. That is legendary armor for AS on the Monk, which is going to transfer over when you pop the ultimate. That is absolutely devastating. In terms of when you lack that Karumi, it's so important when you head towards final zones. You get legendary armor on your Monk so you can soak up the damage that immediately gets put towards you. With the amount of Yodos in this lobby, legendary armor is a necessity for any of these Monks when they try and go for that transformation at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be so important. We know this is the weakness of the Monk comps. I feel like it's something we said time and time again. It's probably a little bit boring for some of our viewers, but you have to remember, when you have a Monk, you need to have good gear. It is such a gear-dependent build. It's very good at securing gear, because Monk is good at zoning and making sure you can pick up the Mora's blessings, but if you're running blue armor, blue weapons into the final circle on a Monk, you are doomed. It is not going to end well for you. As SF looking to lock a whole bunch of people down, able to actually catch on to 2! Oh my word! That was just disgusting from OUG. They ran over all of those members of 17JL, taking them down. Beautiful pick up there, and it's now put OUG up to 7 kills on the board as THJ for FPX has gone down. They've lost their Yoto nice and early, and VVV is being chased off for the moment. He's trying to hold fast as long as possible to see if he can keep this game going, but he is getting caught out consistently. Is able to get away, luckily, but that was not the way they wanted that to go.
Yeah, unfortunately, as well, you sacrifice, again, one player for another. It's the Wu-Chen now, Leo, who's going to be on that back foot, as that Viper is very quickly trying to run away. As so close, that Viper ultimate will be able to survive. Potentially could be able to use it. Has to break line of sight. And it's going to be GG's LXM immediately pursuing everyone on the side of OG. Going to be pushed into the wall. And GG come up with a massive 3 kills in absolute 3 seconds flat.
They just got a full squad wipe in a single combo. That was disgusting. FPX has been knocked out, as well as VVV finally goes down. The spark has been lit, the fuse is gone, and the explosion of action just has kicked off. 5 minutes left though until the final circle fully closes up. He's still got 10 teams and 22 players standing in this game. The big concern is YZG only rocking just 1 Viper. If they're taken out here, they are going to lose out heavily there. That's a Blood Ripper on a Yoto there. Did not expect to see that today. Been a while since I've seen that weapon, actually, but are going to be using that to the best of their ability to hold that high ground. Question is where is... Oh, there's YZG. Oh, wait, have Bowder and YZG made an agreement? They're sitting next to each other in a bush and just refusing to fight. They're off in the distance and just playing for placement. It looks like CXZ has been now found out by K, and he is not going to be long for this world. YZG have been knocked down, and GD are looking to take this place away from them. A 2-man counter comes out, and the rest of the teams come slamming down. In comes Ventus with a massive Viper lockdown. Klaxy's losing so much health, and he's going to be going down as K and Klaxy are absolutely annihilated. GD only with their Yoto left standing. Bowder have been knocked out as well, eliminated with just a single kill for themselves. And all of a sudden, the team at the top keeps being the team with only 1 single player left in the game. GD, though, just need to hold on a little longer, and first could be very well theirs. But you still got GG, who have all of their team up and alive, and they are pretty set up to potentially go in for a big final circle sweep to climb from 5th to 1st. It's going to be a hard climb for them to do, but it is doable. Han looking to lock down a bunch of people, in with the Viper out from GBL, as they actually are jumping out. They found Miss Kia here. The stun's going to lock them down, and GG's looking to find no on these kills. LXM looking to lock everybody on GBL down. The Flamer doing so much work as GG are looking to run over all of GBL. They've only picked up the 1 kill, however, but they'll be happy with that one. A great little pick. And this is just this is like a horrible little trap cubby hole where people keep getting forced into and absolutely annihilated. It is a disgusting looking graveyard of player bodies as they're just getting taken out left, right, and center. But for now, outside the cubby, all of the other teams are getting set up for this final couple of moments of the circle before things really explode into action. Eyes very much on GG and what the final member of GD is going to be able to do. LXM and Miss Kia desperately trying to find some damage, but Godly on the Monk has transformed and everybody has scattered away. The Wushen Wind Walls are blocking out on these grabs as Miss Kia has been caught here by Godly. They're looking for a second follow-up slam. They've also got the transformation out from the Yueshen as well. Miss Kia's lost a lot of HP, able to avoid getting re-grabbed, but he's taking so much damage on the tail end of all of this as Godly unable to find more than just the 1 grab as Miss Kia has gone in for the Yoto ultimate, is trying to finish up a couple of kills himself, but he is stuck on the tents and everybody else has scattered away from him. Ziyu also got in for his own Yoto ultimate, able to get a bit of damage off and finish himself up a kill on to the likes of Dabao here as Water also is going down. AOW take out Yaya, finishing up GBL's run here in this final circle, and the terrain is just plenty. There's plenty of places for people to hide for just these last couple of moments and keep this going. GD still have a single player left in this lobby. They're still holding on fast here, just making sure they can survive as long as possible as Benchu for 17JL has transformed on the Yueshen here and is looking just to zone away for the moment, but unable to really achieve too much for that as JJHRD are eliminated and knocked down. GD still holding on crucially, but we see a massive Ventus ultimate coming out from their Viper, able to stun down a bunch of members as Miss Kia is going to lose his life. So will Ping Tao. No, the Wushen all out, but back into the waiting jaws of the rest of the team as AOW's Ping Tao looking to lock everybody down. We see another Wushen all coming out, and this fight is getting absolutely bonkers. GG able to map up even more kills for themselves. Benchu going low. GD finally eliminated as Ventus' You finishes up Benchu from the air there, but he is knocked into the zone and will bleed down. GG will take it all.
GG playing the long con. As that final zone starts to close through, from the moment we see that last Monk go for the transformation, GG, not a single face to be found. They hide themselves in that alcove, they wait for players to try and walk into them, they use the dual blades to just mash into everybody's faces, and it means that they do survive into that final zone, and they are the last squad standing. But unfortunately what it also does is it means that they stop themselves from getting picks. So it is once again gonna be GD walking away with the most amount of kills posted, and GG again pipped to the post. As I mean, I'm a fan of trying to have a space in an alcove and you hide away from a lot of that Yodo ultimate damage coming through and you're waiting on all of your resources. But I think they were expecting more players to actually make it when Final Circle was about to be contested, because only then do they really pop out. And they have the full 3 players. They have the dual blades, they have the space, and they have legendary armor on LXM on that Viper as well, who could have opened up a fight with an ultimate. But they play a little bit too hesitantly, a little bit too passively, waiting for everyone else to react around them and burn themselves out of the utilities, that they time it wrong. And once again, GD walk away, pinning them to the post.
Really, really good game there from GD, and an amazing job to hold on. Let's be real, they were in a position where they could have been down and out, but they held on and out-survived like 5 teams. I have no idea what that final member was. Every time we were on that aerial view circling the circle, I couldn't see where that GD member was. I can't remember who was alive. I mean, I genuinely didn't know who the final member was because you didn't see them. They were an enigma. And then someone obviously just randomly fell on them and went, oh, there's a member of GD here, I'll finish them up. But like, They were so hard to catch out. That was an unbelievable hold on there from that final circle. But again, we see the likes of FPX going out a little bit too early. Actually, FPX didn't even get too many kills this game. We saw a whole bunch of teams who were actually scoring well on the kills, just getting taken out. YZG, they were taken out unbelievably early in this game. They were having a good start again, and it just fell short. So many teams are suffering from Season 1 Wolvesitis, where they get an amazing start to the game, and then they just make a mistake in the mid game, which means going into the final circle, or they don't even make it to the final circle. But if they do get into that final circle, they're at a massive disadvantage. And YZG, down to a single player, going into a circle where it was a lot of nooks and crannies and very tight, granted, but everybody was still around. There was still 28-ish players in that final circle, and they just... It's easy to find that solo player who's hiding in a corner if there's too many players around, and YZG knocked out very early. That should have been their game to take, but they just fumbled heavily here. And we'll see the overall standings. A massive game coming in for the side of GD, 23 points for themselves. GG get 22.6 points, so 0.4 points behind the likes of GD, as Ventus will take third there with 19 points. And then YZG, again, out too early, 13 kills. They were 1 kill behind GD, but the big problem they had, they didn't have enough people. They got knocked out early. They got a bad multiplier, bad ranking points, and unfortunately, it puts them a little bit lower than the rest of the teams in the lobby.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate too. Like, it's so obvious when there's one squad just with one player and there's only 2 purple bushes left in the zone. Like, it's literally, it takes half a second to be able to clear them and just know, okay, well, that squad is fully eliminated, and that does happen both to YZG and BIWEEKLY. And so they do lose their players, and their kill multiplier does suffer massively for it. But GD gonna be walking away with a back-to-back map victory, are going to be feeling extremely happy with themselves. GG once again coming so close to picking up that first position, but again, it's just that little issue of timing that they always seem to be just a step behind on, as it is going to be GD's Yodo who is going to be picking up that MVP. It is, of course, the king himself, Dongqing, coming in with 15.7k damage, but again, that sort of goes back to knowing the timing of when to use that Yodo, right? It's not a massive amount of damage in terms of trios that we tend to see being output, but it's about being able to hit those health bars at the very last minute. So you come in, you collapse in on those picks, 7 assists as well coming on through. Like, the guy is a team player, and that's really impressive, again, given the fact that he goes between solos where you have to self-carry, and then you move over to trios where running that Yodo has entirely different designs, where a lot of the time you are the brunt of the damage when you're in the ultimate form, but when you're not in the ultimate form, it is set up. It's using that F ability to be able to circumvent the mobility and movement of everyone else around you, so that you can then set up for your other 2 teammates to either pinball them into that F, so you continuously knock them up and juggle them and don't allow them any sort of respite to be able to reshield, or you just use it to break them to be able to sort of escape from a room, and then your other teammates come in and collapse in.
Well, it was also low damage just because they spent the last half of the game hiding as well. So
True.
there could have been a 23, 24k damage game if they hadn't been caught out early. And I think that's been the big story of today. Teams at the top keep going a little bit, overreaching a little bit too much and costing them heavily. But we do still have another game coming up on Morris Isle before we switch it back up and go to Holoroff. So teams have a little bit more kind of wind in their sails. They've now played those 3 games. They're going to get to play the same map again as well, a map that they know very well. So they're going to have that momentum carrying them forward into this 4th game. And there's a bunch of question marks for me on a bunch of teams here. I think FPX, I've got really, really big red flag above them right now, because they keep doing okay and they're just not making it actually go all the way. And in this game, they didn't even do okay. They only got 3 kills and they got taken out very, very early. So it's like a 3.6 game on the side of FPX. And you know, they're gonna be worrying a little bit about the state of that game, because that was not enough. They really need to step up to the plate. I mean, OUG as well, another team who won the first bi-weekly through being a very consistent team, through staying in that top end of the bracket. But again, getting taken out very early in this game, low kill game coming in. You know, there are a bunch of glaring issues that are starting to show up on a bunch of these teams. And, you know, this is the second to last bi-weekly. We've got the bi-weekly final coming up next week during the week. And then after that, we start the next bi-weekly. And then when we're done with that, we're on to playoffs. So we're really beyond that point where, like, problems like this should be arising consistently. You're allowed off games, 100%. Every team has off games. It's, you know, if you're not going to forgive an off game, then you can't forgive anyone for anything. So, you know, for me, it's these teams really have to get their act together. But we actually have Jaeger standing by with one of the teams after that game. Probably GD. I'd see him after they won that one. Talk to us a little bit about that game.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite K to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi， 长安夜，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是基地的长安夜。
好的，再次恭喜你们，也欢迎你来到我们的赛后采访。So first, I want to say bravo today. You have really excellent performance. So you guys won again in our game, and so. At the beginning, I saw you guys like try to get the Morals blessing, but it's like maybe there's some mistakes, and I would like to know how you comment your hero combo on like getting the Morals blessing. 那首先我想说，你们今天真的发挥的太出色了，今天是第2把，又一次拿了最高分，再次恭喜你们。但这把我们其实在开头的时候啊，那一波抢飓风客看起来是没有那么的成功，然后可能是和阵容有原因。想问一下长安夜自己怎么评价你们这个阵容体系去抢飓风客？然后你们去抢的时候，当时怎么想的？是怎么安排的呢？
我们就是能拿就拿，如果没有人的话就拿，有人的话就有那种杀狼大佛的，强不了我们就走。如果有别人打的话，我们就劝架。
好的 ，So for our hero combo, we think just as best as we can to get the Morals blessing. And if there's no people there and like rob the Morals blessing with us, so we can try to get it. And if there's also have other opponents want to get it, so we just escape. Okay, so I also saw like the last race. There's a really interesting thing is that you and your team and another team, you're like in the using the forbidden sail, and at that time you guys just won the 3v3 fighting. So I would like to know what happened at that time. 那上一把其实也有一个非常有意思的点，我们其实没有说到，就是那一波疯魔结界，其实你们打了一个3v3，最后是胜利了。想问一下，当时是怎么拿下这波胜利？
当时我就进去猛出猛出，一直刮。
当时其实上一把采访说，卡卡西还跟我说到说，你们2个队友在后面用长剑让他吃了3个处决，然后闪避掉了。当时有这么一回事吗？
有的，他就在前面，然后别人真的进去反来回来，可能就打到他。
好的 ，So actually at that time we are in the forbidden sail. Me and another teammate are using the long sword, and we use the blue focus attack. And because Kakashi is standing in front of us, so because we get the counter of weapon of the long words and let him to get the damage of that, but still we won the 3v3 fight and we are very happy. OK， 好的，谢谢长安夜接受我们今天的采访。Thank you, Kay, for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ego are having a much better time of things here, popping that Justin ulti, able to chase down Yeran as he goes for the stasis. to buy himself some time and regenerate some of that armor, but my goodness, I don't think it's going to be enough. BA runners in a lot of... the Horror away from Morris are waiting for all of his friends to catch up with him. Still a lot of time though, obviously 20 minutes left to play in this one. Spider now looking for DAY4.
I'm pretty sure that was actually what went down here, but DAY4 gets himself a kill as Dubai looking to try and finish him up. DAY4 low on the old shield, gets the fireball down. Very, very effective. They find Dubai inside the building, gets clang off as DAY4 once again gets a counter actually. I totally missed that. I thought that was a clang. Dubai panic ulting. Move feels like it's time to press the W key himself, and gets a whole bunch of damage off onto Ayunami as gets a counter back, drops his weapon. Ayunami's just gonna unleash a barrage of attacks onto Moo. Moo switches back onto the nunchucks, but he's going very low. Same for Ayunami, but that is gonna be the kill onto Moo. DAY4 getting a whole bunch of additional damage off onto him. Quick shots on the range for a bit more damage coming out as DAY4 with a great sword is trying to win this fight versus Spider. Spider's just too quick with these dual swords and is unleashing so much damage in onto Spider. Trying to find the counter. The clangs are not enough. Spider finds the counter. Spider finds the kill. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our fourth game of the day, and GD have now put together 2 wins back to back and are starting to eke out ahead of the rest of the group here. Moxie, it's been a bizarre day actually. We had a lot of monks showing up on Holoroth, which is something we didn't really expect, and they got punished heavily for it because it ended up being a Yoto circle. Surprise, surprise. And then, you know, that next game, it's all Yotos on Morris Isle because everyone's used their monks up or are saving their monks for later on in the day. And again, we had a pretty Yoto favored circle and an absolutely chaotic game, but you can see the overall standings across all of the groups, all 24 teams playing so far. Obviously, a bunch of our teams still have to play to next week before we get onto that bi-weekly final, but for the side of Aces, they really got to scrap it together because a 3.6 day so far is not enough, and they will not be playing that day 3. They've already played their 2. FPX, on the other hand, actually kind of off to an okay start here. You know, they've still got a whole other day left of games to play. Same for the likes of 17JL, 30 points. And, you know, top 16 is all you're really aiming for. And when you've got a whole extra set a day, you could potentially make it higher up in the standings overall. We'll switch up though and see how the middle side of the bracket is going to be looking, as AOW narrowly clinging on today with just a 19.9 day. But you got the likes of Ventus and GG who are actually kicking it off in some serious style. And actually, what's catching me off with this, Moxie, is how close actually everything is and how high scoring the bottom end of the middle bit of the bracket is.
Well, I mean, you say that. It's a little bit misleading, though, because Alliance is sat right there with a 69.8 day, and they're number 10 just off of 1 day. So Alliance definitely on the second day of play looking to maybe potentially sweep into a top 5 finish. As we can see, YZG, like, they're still sitting on that number 1 position, but you also have to remember, like, they've now played twice. This is their second day. They were able to pick up 97.6, so this is what we're talking about. They're always really inconsistent, YZG. Like, they will have an amazing day where they're able to post up something like 143, and then they'll have other days where it's just 26 or 22. And I think we're currently seeing the 26 or 22 day coming out from them because they're not really finding that explosive momentum that they're looking for. They're finding it early on in those first circles. They're doing everything that they should be doing in those first circles, but where the sort of wheels fall off for this team is as we hit that lull phase. When it hits that mid phase and you sort of want to try and go for not the full bunker up, but you definitely want to cover the own position of that zone to make sure that you have safety. You know, you're not going to get third partied, you're not going to be intruded upon, you're not going to be forced to part with all of your utilities very early on so that you do fall prey in the long con once the fight that you're currently in is actually finished. And that's where they have just a little bit of difficulty, because YZG are a very aggressive team, and a lot of the time their one weakness is saying no to chasing into a fight.
Yeah, you're completely right. They just overreach, they overextend, they go too crazy, and it ends up costing them very heavily. It's a bit of a shame, really, because YZG, you know, if you look at their day one, a 97-point day, like, those guys are on fire, and at the moment holding on to first, marginally just because of how well day one was. But if day two continues to go the way it did, I could see some teams catching up and overtaking them in the next couple of days. So they have to be a little bit careful on that front. But, you know, a very good start to the day. Well, a very good start to their day one has obviously set them up for what has been a pretty okay standing overall in first. But it's going to be easily contested if they continue on the pace they are playing at. But we are getting ready to go into our fourth game, and it'll be our second game in a row onto Morris Isle as well. So players have a little bit more momentum going through with them, and a team that are honestly sprinting with full momentum right now is GD. 2 wins back to back, and yes, it wasn't as confident of a win coming into game number 3, mostly came down to just them getting a good start and then playing placement after they got knocked out or lost a few players in the final circle. They still were able to hold on long enough to take the win overall.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that we see actually twice in a row. They have really good survival instincts. Like, they don't overcommit into a fight. If they know that one of those players is about to go down, they don't put someone else who could potentially survive the engagement and allow that kill multiplier to actually increase into a position of harm, which is something that we see some of these teams doing. They're overcommitting into these fights, and even when the fight should be lost and they should just admit defeat, use those grapples, use all of the movement tech that is available to Naraka, because this game is all about movement, right? Yes, we have the counter system, yes, we have the abilities, but a massive part of it is using the movement, using those grapples, using the grapple tech to make sure that you're actually able to get so quickly from one side of the map to the other. So it should be so easy for these players to be able to just decide, okay, this fight is lost, we need to book it, and that's something that we're not really seeing coming out from them. But something we are going to see in a matter of moments is a talk with one of the players, as unfortunately it's not going to be the 40-roller interview, Jake. I know it's my favorite, but it is going to be headed over to the Morris Isle to see what exactly one of our pros has to say.
就是老黄，就是现在是 KD 的教练嘛，然后他说 KD 缺一个就是说能够带动团队气氛的成员，然后就是邀请我一起去 KD， 然后我想的是18岁嘛，18岁的话也可以去试试去打职业，并不是说打职业一定要打出来成绩怎么样，我希望是有这么样的一次经历去尝试职业比赛这种环境，去体验一下。肯定是有信心的。我觉得预计的话，我们这边预计的是拿到100分左右进周决。我们现在是55分嘛，下一次常规赛的话，我们预计是拿到70分左右的成绩稳进周决。我们的目标不是进周决，而是说拿到较靠前的名次进周决，因为我们之前的成绩不是太好嘛，就希望这一次一起努力进一次周决，拿到比较好的成绩。
Nice to hear from the guys there over on KZ. This is actually one of the players, Gambe, but we previously had one of the coaches, well, KZ's coach, talk about as well. So kind of nice to get his perspective on things. You know, a little bit of realism in that as well, you know, saying, you know, we haven't performed as great at the bi-weekly finals as we'd like. This is the points we're aiming for by the end of today, and hopefully we can do ourselves proud in the next bi-weekly finals. So very much eyes on them to see if they can keep that up. Another team we are looking at right now is AOW. They've been a bit middle. They've just been a little bit mid. That's probably the only way to really talk about them. They've not had like those big pop-off moments. They've not had, you know, the best games, but they've not been underperforming. They've just been in the middle, which in a way is okay as long as you're doing well enough to make it to the bi-weekly finals. As long as you then make the bi-weekly finals work in your favor, then you are okay. But for the moment, AOW, you know, not doing quite as hot, and you know, with them having to switch things out over in the solo side and losing Mike, the whole organization across the board, not particularly having the greatest week so far.
Yeah, GBL though, one of those teams. Again, sort of, this is a team that should be able to identify when a fight is lost. But I will continue to come back to this because this is the most glaring mistake this team has made all day. When you were fighting in Canyon and you were reduced to only your Viper, you do not go back into a fight with the ultimate. You grapple away, you wait for your team to get resurrected, and then you use the ultimate so that if the loot that you find when you're respawning doesn't actually set yourself up to be able to win a fight, you have that Viper crutch to be able to set yourself up to have an advantage moving in, so that you set yourself up to be in the best possible position to win that engagement and take the loot away from your opponents. And that's something that we did not see GBL do. Han decided to grapple straight back into the midst of things. I don't know whether he was wanting to be greedy and trying to use that Viper ultimate to be able to go on a little bit of a shopping spree in terms of the Kens that were littered around the space, but it just put you so massively out of position that you got staggered out very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. That was kind of a big key mistake coming out from those guys. OUG on the screens as well. Obviously need to make some level of a recovery after the previous game. Getting knocked out very early. I mean, they've been getting knocked out very early all day, unfortunately, and have been struggling somewhat. So eyes definitely on OUG to make a recovery because they are a team we have high expectations of. Speaking of high expectations, it's FPX. What the hell has been happening to these guys?
Yeah, it's so weird too, right? Because every single time we see them in terms of contesting those Morris blessings, they always seem to get good loadouts. They always seem to get legendary armors or legendary weapons, which should see them into the final circle and see them having a much bigger impact in terms of the kills that they were able to pick up. But I don't know for them whether it's in terms of like the communication issue, whether again it's sort of tracking back to the whole, the meta has started to shift. So now you can't find those hard engagements the way that you used to, which has had a little bit of a knock in terms of VVV knowing when to be able to come in with that Viper stun. Like, something seems to have thrown this team when they used to be so put together when it came to pinning down when they should go for those engagements, when they should look for the ultimates.
Yeah, really... I've lost my trail of thought. I've actually just lost my trail of thought. Hey, it's GG. These guys are consistently in the top 4, top 5, but not any further up, unfortunately. But we'll see if they can do that and make it work for them as we're getting ready to go in to our 4th game of the day. We are beyond the halfway mark. It's time for these teams to really put up or shut up, especially for those who are on their last 3 games of this bi-weekly and potentially may or may not qualify depending on the quality of the games coming forward from them. So eyes definitely on them, and YZG need to have some good games just to keep up in that top spot. They have got first at the moment, but if they only score another 20 points and go there with a 40-point day, it is easy. It is not easy, but it is doable for other teams to bypass them.
Oh, KZ's running him.
Final.
KZ is running Ganbei. So this is the player that has a lot less experience than everybody else. This is the player that the coach literally said in the interview, like, they stuck their neck out for. They said, okay, this guy can absolutely put up in terms of that pro league. We need to have him in this composition. So I am very excited to get to see this guy in action coming out on that Wuchen to enable that Yoto and Viper to be able to come in with stuns and the follow-up damage with that Yoto ultimate, as players still have monks that they're able to put in. Again, Team Ace actually going for a little bit of a mix-up in terms of that Timok composition, running the Justina and the Matari alongside it. So Matari for that information gathering, Justina for the CC that it enables, and that Temi again to be able to sort of trap all of those players in that Justina's distance so that the freeze can connect onto them, but also being able to use the Temi ultimate to lock down those Mara's blessings. And it's something that a couple of teams are actually going to be building into, which sort of pings to me that we're going to be seeing the likes of GG, Team Ace and OUG sitting on the Yoto picks. But when we move on to somewhere like either Holoroth or the next couple of maps that we have on Morris Isle.
Well, here we go again, ready to go into our 4th game of the day. Our second to last on Morris Isle. And a lot of the teams once again dropping in quite close proximity to each other, not going into Murder Valley like we did previously. but everybody is leaning more towards that western side of the map. A couple of teams are going all the way up to Celestia, just getting themselves geared up over there. We'll see what this is going to be looking like, how these games are going to be playing this one out. FPX and OUG up right in the north of the map, but everybody else actually quite close towards the shipwrecks here, so expect to see some action down there to kick it off for game number 4.
Yeah, shipwreck's always a fun one, right? Everyone wants to just try and scale up that boat as fast as possible to find the best loot. But talking about as fast as possible, already GD have been able to pick themselves up blue nunchucks and are trying to just push in. Unfortunately, they don't have shielding at the moment, nor do they have that monk ultimate. So Kakashi is being very careful about how he moves it. Nunchucks are great in the 1v1s, but you can very quickly find yourself overwhelmed in controlling that neutral in terms of things like the katanas or the dual blades. And again, you can just see there is very little downtime for the nunchucks, but GD with the numbers advantage will be able to just use those to be able to block a couple of those horizontal and vertical attacks so that they're able to just use that momentum and that slight, very slight stun that you have with the Rico when that clang hits the nunchucks to be able to set their other 2 team members up to be able to come in with those picks. As it is now going to be AOW moving forward, trying to find a little bit of early aggression. Mikasa charging up. That scale rush is able to connect the katana on to the sides of Sleepwalker. And Sleepwalker will go down, caught against that cliff face, as we can actually see GD's Kakashi pushing a very early Moon's Bane Charm so that they can use that Bane's Breath trying to catch some of these players as GDG. It's not quite the Canyon of Death, it might actually be the Fields of Death at the moment. Maybe need to rename that, that zone to Asphodel, because that is a lot of dead players on those grasslands, as Ventus now trying to make it even more. Ken's littering those grounds, coming in with the cannon swaps to the spear to be able to charge up the scale rush. Haven't really been able to find more of the picks that they're looking for, but they're still trying to find these engagements. That scale rush once again coming through for the attempted engagement onto the sides of ZU, but not finding the players out in the open. We're seeing a lot of circumventing that movement. GG able to get around the base of that tower to be able to get themselves away from line of sight so that the scale rushes can't connect and find the opening that their opponents are looking for, as they now go aerial to be able to just keep themselves out of line of sight as fast as possible, as now wanting to move forward, maybe trying to find a little bit of a pick. They've been able to isolate out one of the members of JDG and immediately turn it into a pick, as Miski actually does get grapple caught in towards this position, swaps to that cannon so no one can actually follow through, as immediately the peel comes through from LXM. Miski gets caught in the Yodo F ability, has to actually pop that Justina freeze to be able to get the reshield, as Ventus now going to be holding 1/2 slashes comes through. Every single one of the Yodo slashes actually not going to be able to connect on to that Justina, who is trying to disengage, as we can actually see Bane's Breath coming through from AOW to be able to keep themselves in this fight as long as possible, but Ventus have moved away from the Bane's Breath area, and it forces AOW now with the blinders on to try and push into this team, because they're still wanting to find the picks, but they don't have the Yodo ultimate. They're walking right into a Viper ultimate now coming through from the sides of Ventus, and this was what I was so worried about. They had the blinders on, they walked straight into that fight. AOW have nothing in the tank to be able to survive when that Viper ultimate hits all of them.
Yeah, but luckily they had a Viper ultimate themselves to at least get the return stun, so everybody just stood still for a brief moment there. And actually AOW turning the heat up onto WX98 as he gets taken down. TJ gets countered. TJ gets juggled between the AOW members, and somehow the blinders worked out for them, as Cuckoo's able to finish them up, and Ventus are wiped. Now down at Shipwreck, where we expect to see even more action. The teams are grouping up for more action. OC and 17JL and Ace all find themselves in a skirmish right now around the Shipwreck area. Looks like this fight is somewhat done, as everybody has kind of spread out and decided to move on from this action, as 17JL are hunting Ace still. Benchu still in his Karen form, seeing if they can get the revive off onto him. He's making sure that that's not going to be going down. It looks like 17JL slowly but surely trying to get close enough towards Benchu to try and get the revive on him. And actually, I think the attention has been drawn away, so Benchu should be able to get revived here.
Yeah, absolutely. OC actually now coming under a little bit of fire. 28H Ace not going to have any form of shielding. Scare rushes in with the spear right into the Nez's mic dump. coming through from the side of Team Ace, but there's no follow through. And 28HH will still be able to survive. One Quang reverberates. That Yodo still not finding the time to be able to go for that soft reset as they get caught out by the longsword horizontal charge slash, immediately disabling that attempt for the reset from the Yodo. And it's going to be 17JL who were able to use the opportunity to get the resurrection onto Benchu, but OC now coming in with a Viper ultimate. Everyone trying desperately to scrabble up the sides of that ship to be able to break line of sight. Lenging sits around a little bit too out in the open. That Viper ultimate does not allow yourself freedom of movement to be able to scale up the walls. And unfortunately, all they do is box themselves into their own coffin, as Team A is still going to be able to find a lot of value. Alex using that Justina F ability to be able to get a reshield, as we see a transformation now coming on through. AOW dropping a Bane's Breath right on top of the shipwreck as well. So 17JL on this transformation is going to have to try to break it as soon as possible to be able to tap dodge out from the Bane's Breath before the puddles are going to be able to connect. Mikaza actually going for that chase. They've seen that the Belclang has been exhausted. They want to find this pick onto the Monk. The juggle of Ayers into the Bane's Breath, into the Katana on the Reverb, and Mikaza walks away with the kill.
Absolutely clean stuff, and AOW moving in and tidying this one up. I criticized them just before we got into this game, and almost to spite me, they come in with a 13-kill start to this game. Absolute domination coming in from AOW as they moved on from the fight in the fields to the shipwrecks and pick up even more kills for themselves. Now we're looking over at Ventus and OUG. Find themselves in a brief fight here as SS actually gets the lockdown, gets a whole bunch of damage up onto TJ. Another dash through to get even more freeze, even more crowd control in. Misses the freeze on this time, and the Wu Shen out, and OUG unable to chase. But actually, no, they've still got a couple of dashes. They've still got some more damage to come out as OUG looking to finish up all of Ventus here. Ventus going to find TJ taken down, and OUG will just mop up even more. The shields come down, but the grapple, the tether, the lockdown, and WX98 will be falling to OUG here. They pick up 2 members of Ventus. Ziu, the only standing member, bleeding out and limping away from the fight there from OUG, who are able to get themselves their 3rd kill of the fight. As JJ actually able to take themselves down JDG in that fight, or at least most of them, as Ting Shu, the only standing member right now for the side of JDG, desperately trying to just see if he can maybe get those revival charms up later, because he is going to need them.
I mean, he's Matari, though. So Matari's entire kit is about stealth. Unfortunately, I think he might just have been spotted out by a player showing up on the left. As we are now going to see those Morris Blessings start to come online. Every single monk is going to want to try to push onto those as fast as possible. As you can see, it is going to be Draco Storms. Going to be up and available. GG immediately going to be converging on that one. AOW and GBL both drifting a little bit closer for that contest for the one towards the west as well. That is going to be very hotly contested, as opposed to the one in the east, which I'm sorry, Team Ace, that they're literally just going to stroll up to it. Are they FPX? Have they swapped luck with the team? Because that's going to be the absolute easiest box to open ever. As we can now see the opposite of easy. WBG coming in with that Viper ultimate, managing to block out that TN. Able to get the stun as well. Kakaishi not able to break line of sight in time. So not going to be able to try and find the grabs until the stun breaks out. It doesn't really last longer than that Monk transformation, which is something that Kakaishi is able to punish. As we can now see the Yodo slashes start to come on through, 2 connecting onto the sides of Kakaishi. The teleport is in the wrong location. Kakaishi able to move a little bit further ahead so it's not directly on top of his forehead, so he can still grab the Yodo before that third slash can come on through. As now it's going to be KZ on the back foot after that failure. Doesn't have the Wu Chen TP until now. They will be able to get it off, and it is going to be KZ with that reposition, able to move away. However, GD are going to be very happy with that Monk transformation.
Wait, AOW eliminated.
Only successful.
Oh my word! Again, great start for AOW, but they just get taken out too early. Is the story of the day. AOW's 2nd team out. They're not going to get any multipliers. They're not going to get any placement points. They are just gonzo. A really, really rough loss for them on that front. Yes, 14 points isn't a bad score to have, but it does now mean that they're probably going to get surpassed in that first place at the end of this game unless everybody gets a very even spread of kills, and I'm talking incredibly even spread. Most likely not going to be happening as OC are looking for JJHRD here, catching out into a cubby. Not going to be able to get away. The Wu Shen ult out means they're not actually able to finish up this kill. Really nice little escape there from JJ.
Yeah, you need it. Like, there's actually a ceiling right on top of those tunnels, so you can't grapple out. The only way out of that disengage would have been that Wu Chen TP. And thankfully to them, they do indeed have it, as we can see all of the buffs that are going to be available. Team Ace able to walk away with that Draco Storm, immediately going to be popping it. GD actually being able to walk away with a Vermilion Bird's Might, so you can see it there. They are emboldened, knowing that if they go down, they're going to be able to get res with all of the gear. There is very little punishment. So that Monk can stay in Monk form as long as he wants. They don't even need to use the Yuation to actually hold on to the ultimate to cover the dropout of the transformation, because you know if your Monk goes down and you don't have that Yuation ultimate, you're still going to be able to come back on board. So why bother holding on to it when you can try and use it to find these picks onto the side of OUG? SS taking an absolute beating at the moment, has to use that Justina freeze the second that it runs out. Kakashi is going to be there looking for that grab. As poor old SS just has to pick their poison. Do you go down to the Yuation, the dual blades, or the transformer? It is eventually going to be the dual blades. That removes that Justina, as it is going to be GD adding to that tally. Another Wu Chen TP coming out from the side of WBG. Seeing that they're not really running the best loadout to be able to go toe-to-toe with their opponents, they are going to be able to get everybody out safely. As Ventus are able to purchase another Rebuff Charm and use it, so they are going to be able to fill their numbers back up to full. As GG now looking to try to press in, they do indeed have that semi-ultimate to be able to drop in with the nunchucks, going to be able to isolate out a member from YZG. It's going to be CXZ who goes down early, and immediately it's going to be YZG finding those picks and looking for more, as it is just now Zhaohui trying to keep themselves safe. Ace in hot pursuit, seeing that it is just that one player. They want to finish off the job. They want to remove the full squad without any resurrections available. If that kill does come from Zhaohui, it is going to be a SWAT elimination from the side of YZG. The Wu Chen just trying to keep himself safe, build up enough time delay to be able to hit the ultimate and get out of jail free. But he's being absolutely pummeled by every member of AZ, which is tripping up on the poor guy. And Zhaohui does go down.
And that's them eliminated as well. That's not just him down, that's them eliminated. YZG going out incredibly early here in this game. 15 minutes left, and we've already lost 3 teams from this lobby. And AOW, YZG all getting knocked out, been pretty bad. And Bowder, actually. Some really big names getting knocked out. As this is actually how OUW were knocked out earlier on in the game. It's a bit of a replay. Them just getting absolutely slammed. GG, though, they had a pretty rough go of it last time. They got knocked out a little bit too early. The blinders bit them in the backside. They've seen AOW have the same thing happen to them here. They are the next team in line for first. They just need to make this work for themselves. So see how they play out this next few moments. See if they maybe a little bit too aggressive or whatnot. As Leng Jing from OC just being a bit of a nuisance with that repeater crossbow. Maybe baiting GG forward as GG looking to potentially go for this fight. You can see that we have a couple of Draco Storms spawning up in close proximity to one another. So the Draco Storm teams could take each other out when those buffs do come up. And JJ are actually going to be first on that one of those circles. Everybody else going for the other one. And this is going to be an incredibly spicy next few moments, as all of these teams want to get themselves on to that Draco Storm buff. Not that they know what the buff is, only us.
And that's going to shoot them in the foot, right? The amount of players that are going to be so close to whoever is able to pick up that Morris Blessing and get the Draco Storm, they are going to have to try to kite for 2 minutes will make themselves look the most unappetizing target for when the Draco Storm comes through. Everyone is potentially going to be caught out in that disengagement. And woe betide if it's a Monk composition that's able to find those Morris Blessings, because, oh boy, Monk transformation with Draco Storm into grabbing and all capitalizing off of players' panic as they try and disentangle themselves from the environment as quickly as possible. That is a recipe for a whole lot of kills for that Monk to come through with.
Yeah, that is going to be real nasty, but GD moving on to this one. Nobody's really about to contest them. They got the Sandstorm, they got the Blessing. They're going to be quite happy to pick up this Draco Storm and the gear along with it. JJ actually also getting their own Mora's Blessing uncontested, so it's this third one where all of the teams were about, unless everyone just backed off. I'm not actually sure what's gone down because somehow 2 Mora's Blessings have been picked up without being contested. I know JJ had their one for free, but I am surprised to see this as the overall standings were going through on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see WBG, a 10-pointer for them. Pretty rough one. This is very interesting, by the way. This graphic here talks about the pick rate of the heroes. So not much changes when we go from Bi-Weekly 1 through to Bi-Weekly 3. There is just one unit who is changed out, and it's fairly interesting. You can see in the center that 27% pick rate on the Monk comp, but they switch out things as we go through. Again, slightly less pick rate on the Monk comp again with the Karumi. Starting to see the rise in this Justina comp, which more and more people are starting to pick up. Yoto staying very popular, but Bi-Weekly 3, we see the Tammy come in place of the Karumi, and a much less common pickup actually in the Monk comps. Obviously, the introduction of Horror-Off obviously changed up the amount of games we're playing on the map. So yes, people were picking up Monk less because they didn't favor it as much on Horror-Off. But interesting that Tammy is the pick over the Karumi, and you were quite passionate last time I worked with you about the exposed weaknesses of a Tammy comp when you have, obviously, you don't have as much healing to keep the team alive.
Yeah, like, I'm fine with the Tammy coming into play, and Ruin agrees with me as well. Like, keep the Karumi so you have that sustain. Drop the Yueshan so that you can use the Tammy ultimate to peel for when that transformation drops out. As we can see, transformation coming on through for GD, one of those teams who were able to find that Draco Storm. Absolutely mince-meeting every team in that path. It is only because of the Wuchen TP that they're not able to come in and bag that full squad wipe, as now they go hunting. They've only got 44 seconds left. There's not a lot of players close to them in terms of that minimap. Instead, it's going to be Team Ace, who are the lone moments and teammates under their ire. And Team Ace don't want any of that smoke. They are trying to keep themselves as invisible as possible. That's a Matari ultimate into a Justina ultimate to be able to make sure that they can get out as cleanly as possible without being spotted by that team. They want nothing to do with that Draco Storm buff, and I can't say I blame them, as Team Ace will be able to, just with that really clean disengagement, keep themselves full 3 members strong, as we're seeing a Viper ultimate now come through from the sides of JDG, immediately moving forward with that spear, using that stagger up to absolutely mince into Team Ace Alex, who unfortunately, because they burned both the Justina ultimate and the Matari ultimate, have no way of disengaging from this fight cleanly, and it is immediately going to be punished, as now we see the potential for the third party, as GD are here, 17JL are here, but GD not actually going for the full commitment. They know that if they do try to fire into that high ground, they might potentially be forced to use that ultimate a little bit earlier than they're wanting to, and it is actually going to be the Morris Blessing that everyone is now scrapping over, the absolute opposite of the previous 2 iterations of the Morris Blessing we've seen before. Massive Yoda ultimate coming through from WBG's Jing, setting Sleepwalker up to come in with the finishing blows. They will be able to find a really tasty couple of picks off of the back of that one. Bane's Breath now going to be coming on through, trying to split teams away from that Morris Blessing, making it really hard for them to be able to cleanly disengage, setting WBG up to try and collapse in onto all of those members stuck on the low ground, not wanting to be able to grapple forwards in case they run into the splash damages. GD actually going to be using a Monk transformation. Each so much splash damage, though, actually activates it on top of a Morris, not a Morris Blessing, a Bane's Breath, and without any support, without anyone on the team to be able to peel any of the focus coming onto Kakaishi. Kakaishi goes down so incredibly low, has to use the charged left click of the dual blades to be able to duck behind line of sight of that wall to get that soft reset, but they're still being hunted, as OUG know that that Monk is going to be extremely vulnerable. Both transformation and the bell cooldown have been blitzed down, but Kakaishi has the bell just in time to be able to survive, comes out with a charged left click on the dual blades, wants to try to find these players, but the counter is there, and he goes down. WBG pick up the finishing blow onto Kakaishi, and GD is out.
Yeah, eliminating GD is really, really big here. Taking them down, denying them another win in this game, or on today. They've had 2 back-to-back. Don't want to give it over. WBG trying to mount some level of a comeback, because as you can see from the overall graphics, currently 24 overall. They have to do some phenomenal work to catch up, to get towards the top end of the bracket and make it into those bi-weeklies and kind of reclaim their spot at the top, as 17JL do get dashed through by a Justina from SS. Trying to freeze them up, is able to do a fair amount of work there, catches out to 17JL's AS as well, but now they're slowly but surely taking way too much damage. Ziyu has to pop the ultimate, but GBL looking to pounce. They're trying to get their hands on to this Mora's Blessing and should be able to actually do so. 17JL able to pick up the Mora's Blessing, grab himself a little bit more gear, and now you've got golden armor, purple weapons onto your monk. He is going to be very, very tough, very hard to deal with. Circle in this area could potentially favor him. It's an interesting area because whenever you get towards the Shadow Jade Mines, you always have that area of like, okay, is this going to be a circle for Monk where it's really open, or are we going to be in the mines area and Monk's going to really struggle? And oh, OUG, they're knocked out.
That is unfortunate for OUG. They are indeed going to be knocked out. KZ still alive, still kicking, still having the full composition as well. So going to be keeping an eye on that one. The Viper ultimate coming through from them could be absolutely massive in terms of trying to shut down this Monk composition. Let's look at 17JL at the moment, having an absolute run of the place. They've got the Thunder Call too, so every single time they dodge, they're going to be able to do a lot of lightning splash damage. Lion T trying to find any form of damage they can with that spear. They are reduced to only 2 members. They've lost that Viper, so they're going to have to rely on that Justina ultimate to be able to look for that engage. Crescent Slam attempted to come through to connect onto the Tammy close by. Freeze will be able to connect onto 1 member, but Lion T, just without any sort of follow-up, is not actually able to capitalize off of the freeze, nor is their teammate, and unfortunately all it does is put them out of position to be capitalized upon rather than capitalizing on. As now it does mean that 17JL still 3 players strong, still with control of all of their spacing, just policing how these players are able to hide into these houses, making sure that everyone is going to be stuck out in the open, so that when the transformation comes through from this Monk, everyone is going to be at risk of being grabbed. No one is going to be able to have cover to try to keep themselves hidden behind. As GG also still sitting on 3 members, do have that semi-ultimate to try to drop if they want to immediately bully a player and squad out of hiding into one of those spaces. You see the cannon fires from afar coming through from, I believe it's OC, just trying to keep themselves out of attention as 17JL start to make a move. They've been able to isolate one of those players. It is actually going to be the Temi ultimate to make sure that they're going to be able to find the pick onto Team Ace even. And he drops Legendary Dagger, if I wasn't incorrect about spotting that weapon in his loadout. So that's getting even better for this Monk Transformer comp, because your weapon is now going to be able to scale into insane amount of damage, as well as that legendary armor, meaning insane amount of sustainability when the ultimate pops up.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really scary now. Golden armor, golden weapon Monk. Terrifying stuff, but still got a bit of time before the circle fully closes out. A little bit more time before these teams have to start to go into well, I mean, we're in game mode, but like out of the Buccaneer phase and into, right, let's get ourselves a nice place to get set up for this final circle and look to pressure. For now, a lot of teams fighting for this high ground. The cannon fire coming in from Lion TT from the low ground, actually consistently chipping away at a fair few people. Epix actually decided to give up that top high ground and actually drop down a level in the building. Just looking to hold out the Wushen. Wind Wolves actually doing a great job of blocking, you know, defending these teams within their building area. Flavor coming out from Dabao here, just trying to see if he can toast anybody that comes closest. FPX's VVV throws down the ultimate, gets answered out with a Wushen ultimate though, and the second ultimate comes out here from a Viper Rain. The side of KZ able to lock down the members of WBG with a charge click on the katana, able to finish up 13 showers. Rain goes down as well. A bunch of Wushen ults come out, followed up by the Yota ultimate as well to answer out here from Ziyu. Catches out onto 28 HH, can't quite finish him up. Fast few slashes, aren't going to land and is going to be able to survive all of that mess, all of that carnage. Right now, 10 teams, 24 players left standing. As Ventus trying to hold on to the middle ground.
Oh, KZ, it's tragic for them too. Like, they did so much of that work, but the kill actually gets sniped away from them. And suddenly, as well, Rain is massively out of position, trying to run away that Viper ultimate, not finding the opening that they were looking for, not finding that pick. And they're forced to try and run away, and now it is going to be KZ missing one of the key crutches of that composition to be able to set themselves up into this next fight, as it is going to be starting to see all of these players popping into those ultimates. Ventus starting things off with a Viper ultimate, does actually cancel it out early so that they can dodge and tap dodge out of OC's Yodo ultimate coming through from the side of 28HH, and everyone in the surrounding area immediately going to be pulling out that Wuchen TP just to make sure that they're going to be able to keep themselves away from the Yodo when those flashes start to hit. KZ is still actually keeping themselves nice and safely secure inside this building, making sure that they're able to keep a lot of their resources on tap. As we can see, everyone now looking for that poke phase. FPX with the cannons just trying to pressure out the members of JJHRD into taking the fight a little bit closer, maybe potentially looking for the snipe. Beautiful Yodo F actually going to be able to save Ventus from getting that splash damage of the cannon to lose one of their members, as it is now going to be a really horrible circle for the Monk unless we start to see these players being pushed out of this building and towards the expanse that FPX are currently occupying. But again, if you have a Monk, like the second that you try and go for that transformation, you're going to be blitzed down by everybody. It's going to be so easy for them to focus you down, and lacking that Karumi is going to be very hard to be able to try and find any sort of answer, as FPX immediately going to be opening up with a massive Viper stun from VVV, answers immediately by that Wuchen TP just to be able to break out from the CC. JJHRD trying to go for the verticality control with a Yodo ultimate coming out from God Lee, just pushing onto those players, pushing them off the high ground onto the low, where the rest of the team is then immediately going to be able to take up the position in all of those other players' absences, as GBL now looking to try and take control of this low ground with that Flamer, funneling those players into taking that fire tick to be able to try and keep themselves safe. As FPX looking to control the verticality, not on the building, but on the cliff face, being able to hide behind the covers of those rocks to go for a soft reset, as OC still full squad remaining, have to try and hide away as Ventus's XU goes down, gets sniped out by Dabao's own Yodo ultimate in return. Massive pick coming through. Ventus going to be denied so much damage to be able to try and follow through, even if the Wuchen or Viper ultimate is there to be able to play for survivability.
Yeah, really, really big pick there. We saw a whole bunch of teams actually getting knocked out in the middle of that fight. WBG being one of those teams as well, as OC inside the zone, getting the kills, getting the damage onto JJ, as down goes Chewy. Easy pick up for them. I believe a bit of poison splash did just get popped there, so they are going to take a fair amount of damage as the zone's going to slowly creep up towards them. Actually, GBL through the wall, getting a bunch of fire damage down with that Flamer, zoning them out. Scale rush straight up onto the high ground where all of the other teams are. We still have 14 players all playing this out, and this is perfect for the Yotos. They want to be able to use this verticality. They want to be able to use those ults. In comes all of the Viper stuns. The Wuchen ults out just to break away. It's a little bit too slow from FPX. It's going so crazy. Everybody is low, and all of the damage is coming out. GBL goes down. Where on earth did all of the players go in this lobby? There were 16, and then there were 2. It's gonna come up huge as GG are the final team standing.
Oh my goodness. There's a broken keyboard for a couple of those players in that engagement. My goodness. Like, we see the Wuchen TP and we're like, okay, that's gonna cancel the Viper stun. It's late! It's mistimed! The stun is there, it stops the TP! And suddenly all of the setup is just on whoever can capitalize. Any of those players who are able to break line of sight, it's right there for the taking. And it's GG who finally pick themselves up from second position and walk away with a first place.
I need to see that whole thing in slow motion. There was a bunch of Viper stuns, a bunch of Wuchen ults, and then suddenly no one existed in the game. Everyone got taken out. I don't know who was picking up the kills. I saw a lot of JJ, I think, getting some kills towards the end there as well. But like, that was a bonkers ending to the game. I'm somewhat flabbergasted by that, to be honest with you, Moxie. Very, very explosive ending. But GG have been so close all day, and they finally are able to eke out that win. They've been needing it all day, and I think it's a well-deserved win for them because they have been playing pretty well today.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw a lot of those teams as well that had issues in the sort of previous parts of the series. Like GBL, massively impressed. The down two players that stuck on the bottom, you're like, okay, how exactly are they going to be able to safely escape from the bottom of this low ground onto that high ground, which is where they need to be with the Yoda ultimate? That skill rush is absolute beauty in motion. It does not clip onto the door frame. It does not clip onto the cliff face. It takes you straight from the bottom of that heart into the sky, which is the exact position that Yodo needed to be. And that was really the kickoff moment where everyone sort of had to react to suddenly a Yoto above them. That's why we saw the Panic Viper ultimates come through. That's why we saw the Wuchen TPs come through. Everyone sort of assumed that Debao would be coming in with a massive Yodo slash, and because he had that verticality control, everyone was stuck below him, so they needed to try to pull out either the Viper stun to catch him out of the ultimate or the Wuchen TP to just be able to sidestep some of those slashes.
I mean, now we've had GD get 2 wins, we've had KZ get a win, and now GG getting their first win of the day. And GG have been very, very consistent today as well, which has been the big thing for them. They've been always up in that kind of like top 5 upwards, but never made first, obviously. But they've been very kind of, it's been a bit of a heartbreaking day for GG because they have been playing well, and finally they make their whole team, well, they get the whole team to survive into that final circle, and then the whole team are able to work together and just take that game over. I am excited to see the overall scores just to see how the points are looking, because the teams were just so, I mean, like, I don't know who got the most kills. Thank you for bringing up the scores, because this is probably tight, and it is. GG get 22. I said I saw a lot of JJ at the end there, and they were 2 points behind the likes of GG. OC in 4th with 14 points, so a 6-point difference between them and GG, and then AOW 0.6 points behind. AOW are probably kicking themselves right now because they had such a good start to this game, but it felt so short.
Again, like, it feels like AOW very similar to teams like Fighter and YZG, and sometimes even like Team Ace, right? They're teams that have really good beginnings that then should immediately mean that, okay, we can play a little bit more passively. Like, we have a little bit more room to breathe in terms of that mid-fight. So we should play for final circle. Like, it's sort of identifying when to go aggressive and when to pull back that can sometimes bite these teams. Because AOW, they take the fights and fields on the base of the Ballista Tower, and then they move immediately to Shipwreck, so they're getting so many of those kills, and it does net them 14. But what do? They get greedy! They get greedy and they look for more, as opposed to sitting on the 14 kills that they had, surviving into final circle, and having an absolute boggling amount of points because your kill multiplier actually reflects the kills that you were able to pick up through the entire series. And that doesn't happen. They go too aggressive and they get punished for it.
There you go. The MVP for that game was Miss Kia from the side of GG. 11,800 damage coming in from him. Not the highest damage we've seen, but still stepping up for the team and playing very, very well. Actually didn't even have a full Soul Jade loadout. Only rocked the 5 Soul Jade. Storm Stride, though, being a legendary one. Pretty nice for himself on that front. Using that katana sap, but only actually did 4,700 damage with the katana, so not his key weapon there. Really, really clean stuff coming in, though, from GG and Miss Kia, and I'm sure they're going to be very happy with that one. As we are shifting things up going into game number 5, we're going to be moving over to Horror for the final game, well, for the final Horror off of the day. And I'm wondering, you know, are we going to have another kind of Monk Fest game, or have the teams learned, okay, maybe we should be playing Monk on this map, because that circle did not suit them, and a lot of those circles don't. And what's been interesting is I actually think the last 3 games have all been very Yoto favored circles. A lot of verticality, where the Yotos can kind of, you know, hide away from the monks because there's plenty of terrain for them to work with, but also a lot of room for them to kind of climb up, get high, and get those slashes down onto multiple people. So it's been a bizarre couple of circles where we've actually seen less and less people kind of having to use the monk because the circles haven't favored it. And it's interesting because we go back to that graphic we had at the beginning of, well, halfway through that last game, was talking about the kind of pick rates, Yoto comps are still king in Naraka. 44.8% of the games have been Naraka. Sorry, Naraka? Of course, they've 100% been Naraka. 44.8% of the games have been Yoto in the NBPL's week 3, and 42% in the second week as well. So like, these comps have been getting a lot of love, and you know, you can see why they've been popping off. But anyway, we're gonna pass it over to Jaeger standing by with the winners of that previous game, GG. So we'll see what they have to say about that victory.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. I'm standing here with our player LXM and let him say hello to our audience. 来，李金淼先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是鸡鸡的李新淼。
好的，再次欢迎你，恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得的最高分。So first of all, congratulations, you did really good job today. And today, we would like to say at the end of the game, it's like the final circle. Your teammate is just like disappeared on the map, and we know that. When the game only left him, and I would like to know what's your communication at that time, how you and your teammate like help him. 那你们刚才这把比赛其实打到最后真的是非常精彩，而且让大家是热血沸腾啊。其中我们活到最后的那位选手，他其实是有点像在场上消失了很长时间。然后我想知道一下，当时你们已经倒下之后，你们队内是怎么沟通，怎么去帮助到场上还活着的选手的呢？
首先因为我和30都死掉了嘛，我和30的职责就是帮小恶魔去分析其他信息，因为他需要自己去饱和，自己去操作，让我们的队伍有更高的系数分。然后我们就负责帮他报一些哪边有花痴，然后旁边有什么队伍，然后那个圈形往哪刷，基本上就是一些外娱的信息去给到他，让他能更高概率的去帮我们拿到排名分。
好的。So at that time, after me and my other teammates just done and died, our team would like to do what we can only do is to survive and get more like a survive ranking score at the end of the game. And it's very important for two of us who are already dead because we have to get this information for our teammate, like where is the soul flower and where maybe the shadow will go there and where can be safe. And this information will help our teammate to survive longer. Okay, so also I saw that you today used the hero Tamuch, and we know in the match patch Tamuch is really strong, and I would like to know which weapons you command us to play with the Tamuch in the game, in the daily life, and which is the fitness to the Tamuch. 那今天我也看到，其实李新淼自己打的是一个特木尔嘛，然后我特别想问一下，其实当前版本当中特木尔非常的强，那你自己认为特木尔最适配的一个武器是什么呢？
我个人认为的话是阔刀和匕首吧，因为这两把武器它的那种拉扯能力比较强，不容易被打死。
好的 Actually, in my opinion, I think for the Tamuch, the fitness weapon is like the Great Swords and the Dagger. And why? Because I think these weapons are very flexible because Tamuch is a flexible hero and like to fit some flexible weapon and then have very high damage for this hero. 好的，谢谢李新淼接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们，感谢。Thank you for LXM for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
神之眼。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our penultimate day, game of the day. I swear I can speak. We're getting ready to go on to Holoroth for the final time of the day as well. And previously, GD did win that map. So we'll have to keep our eyes on what's going down on that front. So a lot of Monk comps actually coming out onto this map as well. So interested to see how this is going to go down. I feel like the Monk was showing up mostly because like, you've talked about this a lot, Moxie. Monk comps are very reliant on gear. You want the UH and you want the Monk both to be geared because their damage and their health directly scale off the quality of the gear that you are wielding. And Holoroth is a way easier map to get gear on than Morris Isle. There's a lot of ways to get good, like just loot locations. There's obviously the puzzle, the treasure, loads of stuff like that. So I'm excited to see how that's going to go down. Do you know what I haven't seen yet? I haven't seen a Monk with the red armor. That's got to be terrifying. That has got to be real scary.
You know, I haven't even seen the red armor. I haven't seen it in my games. I haven't seen it in professional play. I'm really looking forward to the time where someone actually is able to solve the puzzle and just immediately starts off the bat with that red armor. Because as you pointed out, if a Monk is able to get it, whew, that is spicy straight off the get-go. But I think another reason that we do see the Transformer comps come through, even though like when we talk about Holoroth, we talk about how vertical this map is. There's a lot of slopes, there's a lot of inclines, there's a lot of cliff faces that can sometimes screw the Monk over when it comes to going for that ultimate and trying to sort of maneuver around that map. You compare how easy, though, the Monk and Temmie find opening those Morris Blessings and contesting it to when we see the Yoto Viper come through onto it. Because there's a reason that we saw so many players on teams with the Yoto and Viper and Wuchen lose members early on in terms of when the contestant from the Morris Blessing came through, because they just couldn't use that transformation or the Temmie ultimate to be able to cordon off one of those Morris Blessings. The Yoto F would come through. Sure, they would try and use that to block the projectiles. Sometimes we would see the Wuchen as well using those soul plate blocks, the wind walls, to be able to stop the projectile range from coming on through. But it's not the 360 coverage, and that Yoto F ability does not last long enough to be able to open the chest fully.
Yeah, and it's been it's been like obviously a bit of an adaptation on the meta, on the way that, you know, people do contest those things, and that's why, like you said, the Tammy is so much more confident. Frequent as a pick, I guess, is probably the way I'm trying to word it. There we go. I suppose I can speak. Yeah, so I'm liking some of the changes to the meta. I'm first of all a big fan of not seeing as much Monk. I know I complained about seeing a lot of Monk at the beginning of the day, but we are seeing, the numbers don't lie, 14% Monk right now. I'm happy by the fact we're seeing less Monk. I'm liking that Tammy's actually found a place in a couple of different places as well. So it's the meta's been fun at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy. I know Rune's also really happy. Maybe we're going to get to hear from one of the players about why the meta has shifted, but regardless, we are going to hear from one of the players, and I can't wait to see which location of Holoroth they're going to be stood behind.
其实差不多啊，竹子指挥，然后我也帮忙他做些决策路线，然后拉不拉空投这些嘛，然后昊天就负责跟着我们一起打就好。我对这些还好吧，主要我直播的时候也没多少人发。他们昊天的话，他可能会在意的比较多一点，然后竹子的话也有时候会被影响。我感觉我不会被影响，主要感觉我们现在配合和打法来说，感觉就中等水平嘛，没有很厉害。然后就周决的话，能多拿点分最好嘛，能进直接保送决赛就好了。你反正进决赛就行，我感觉。
You're completely right. Nothing else matters but making it to the grand final. I mean, that's almost a little bit too easy of a quote, isn't it, really? But, I mean, they are right. All of these players have one keen goal in mind, making it to the grand final, getting as many points as possible to then make it into the World Championships as well, which is coming up at the end of the year. A bunch of teams are already qualified, I think you said earlier, didn't you, Moxie?
Yeah, so obviously we had Season 1, so some of the teams competing in Nbpl are also immediately going to be able to have enough points to be able to qualify into Worlds. We've obviously got the Morris Cup and the Shadow Jade as well coming up in just a bit, where NA and EU are going to be battling it out to send the teams that they have qualified to go into Worlds, because at the end of the day, like, Nbpl is the run-up to Worlds. This is the sort of taster session of the Naraka esports scene before we hit the big leagues, which is the World Championships. Like, that's where everything really comes to a head. So for a lot of these players, yes, it is their first time that they get to experience that LAN setting and sort of build themselves up into being able to scrim, and the really harsh hours as well that you do have to put towards being able to practice this game, where it's a good 8-10 hours of Naraka every single day that they practice, and then they still come and play a good 6 hours of the Nbpl day as well. Like, all of that is just practice so that you can pull off Worlds.
Yeah, it really is all leading towards one thing. But obviously, you know, there's still good money to win during the bi-weeklies. There's a lot of money actually in the bi-weeklies, during the grand finals as well. Obviously, Worlds is a big thing, and I'm sure teams like J-Team have got the right stuff on it. J-Team are the defending world champions. Yes, they're not playing today, but they have been playing pretty well leading up towards today, and we are starting to see a tail end of the year recovery from J-Team, because they did disappoint. So obviously eyes definitely towards that World Championship, but for now they've still got a couple more bi-weekly finals to go. We are on that third bi-weekly, heading towards the bi-weekly final that will be coming up next week, actually during the week as well. Remember, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday are the bi-weekly final days instead of Saturday, Sunday, as we're starting on Tuesday next week. So it's actually not that much time for these guys to rest. They end, it's Sunday today. They end, they get a day off, and then the bi-weekly finals start up again. So they don't have a long time to kind of catch their breath in between.
Yeah, I mean, I would say actually that gives teams like JJHRD a little bit of an advantage in terms of all of these other teams. There's a reason that JJHRD has so many initials. It's because it has 2 teams that have been pushed together, and so they do have a lot of players to be able to field. So exhaustion of these longer days doesn't actually really hit this team as hard, because they have those players that they are going to be able to slot into those compositions. And I mean, especially in terms of sort of looking at the amount of times you can play those heroes, if you have someone who you can slot in and play a little bit of a specialist hero that doesn't really bite into the amount of points of another hero that you're able to play, like, that lack of overlap is absolutely massive because it means that you're always going to have a composition that you're most comfortable on, whichever map we head into. So talking of compositions, it's going to be very interesting to see. And I know you and I are both going to be looking very closely and counting the amount of Monk comps we do see coming out from these players as quickly as is viable.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll take a quick reflect on who has actually won so far. KZ, GD, GD, GG are the 4 teams who have taken, well, 3 teams who have taken the 4 wins so far. As here we go. Let's see how many bald, shiny heads we're going to see coming into Holoroth. I'm hoping to see very little, and actually, I see a Takeda in there. That's a little bit more exciting, but quite a lot of monks as well.
Yeah, Vent is actually going to be subbing Pixel back in the second that you see that player's name. You always know that they're going to be running in with that transformation composition. A lot of monks coming on through. We are seeing GG go the traditional transformer comp, which is having that Karumi instead of that Temi. It does mean that you have a little bit less control in terms of the Morris Blessings because you don't have 2 ultimates to be able to cover them. But at the same time, it allows the monk to be able to sit in that transformation far longer than those other players and look for multiple engagements onto multiple squads, as opposed to when you're running that Temi and you're looking to isolate those players out so that you only really can come in with a maximum of 3 kills off of the back of those ultimates.
It's interesting to see Ventus and YZG run the Tammy and Justina version of the Monk comp. Normally you see the Tammy, you see, you know, something else, but it's nice to see Justina kind of showing up there. We've seen Justina and Tammy actually pairing up as well with that Matari comp, which we are seeing over OC playing. We haven't even seen that a little bit throughout today as well, so a little bit of variability, but I do worry for these teams who have locking monks in, but if the circle doesn't suit them, they might just get a little bit slammed by these Yoto comps like we saw in the Holoroth we played earlier on in the day. It's going to be a big one to play, and we are going to see immediately GG down. Is this Imperial Village?
Yes,
I'm still learning the locations.
This is Imperial Village. You have some really good late rotations that you sort of move towards. My route tends to be Totem Pole to Beast Pits to the 2-story yurt, as that we can actually see 17JL finding not 2 stories, but 2 picks coming through very quickly for the side of this team, just able to, with that Takeda, control a lot of those engagements to make sure that they're able to look for those melee fights. Back to Imperial Village we head. YZG already going to be reduced to just 2 members, and both of them are extremely low. There's the great sword, the uppercut into the juggling slash, and immediately just strides through Zarahui, who again, just like not having that time to be able to build up the ultimate, they can't really look for that full engage, and having that Yoto being able to aggressively push in with that greatsword, knowing if things start to go a little bit sticky, you have the ability to pull back onto to control that neutral, is massive for that team. As we head over to Plumed Castle to see everybody trying to scuff it out on top of those rooftops. OUG with that skill rush not going to be able to find those players, have been able to take themselves out of that fight to potentially come in with a Turner charged up slash, looking to try and land, won't be able to find a third party as the Witch and TP was able to bail out the squad. But now it's going to be Champion for the side of Team Ace, caught between the full members of OUG, sliced and diced by the dual blades. And again, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. So much early aggression for a lot of these teams, burning a lot of these resources in terms of the rebirth charms available for a lot of these squads.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right now actually over to OUG, who are throwing down that Yoto ultimate, trying to find their slashes onto these KZ members, able to hit 1, but not enough to finish them up. Last couple of slashes coming in, all go a little bit wide as Raiden now coming in with a stun, and Wade is going to get locked down and taken down. OUG losing 2 members. Xinyu caught out by the grapple, will be run down. They do get caught a little bit by the F ability. Xinyu doing his best to try and piece together something for himself, but he will go down. But not before KZ get heavily punished as WBG are eliminated once again. A very, very early loss for them as KZ now starting to pick up a couple of kills onto these Ace members as well. A complete just rollover here for KZ. 2 squad wipes in a row.
Oh my goodness, 1 squad's already gone.
Yeah, WBG, they got knocked out immediately.
That's absolutely insane, as it is now going to be back over towards Imperial. Bane's Breath going to be coming on through for the side of GG, just cutting up all of these exits, forcing these players in towards that melee, so they're not going to be able to cleanly disengage. When Dunkwing pops out that Yodo ultimate, first slash gets a little bit of a connection immediately into that teleportation to reposition to find the second follow-up. As Dunkwing does so much damage, but still no pick that comes on through for them just yet. Tries to find an opening, but unfortunately all of those players just able to fall below the hut and break line of sight. One of them will, however, be caught a little bit further away from the rest of the pack. 17JL's AS is going to go down. Dunkwing with a massive uppercut rush coming through from the dagger will be able to find the pick onto 17JL's ZU. And GD, happy hunting indeed. Now back onto that prowl, trying to find those remaining scrambling players. From the side of 17JL is just Benchu once again trying to hold on. Every single time Benchu has one of these matches on Holoroth, it feels like he's always just the last surviving member of this side of 17JL, trying to keep himself as much as a little of a target as possible. As now we do head over to the city of Tang, trying to move forward using those walls to be able to block a lot of that damage coming through in retaliation to the Yodo ultimate. JDG though not really being able to use the Yodo ultimate as a result as a springboard into action. And instead everyone else caught below in these courtyard areas are going to be collapsed upon by the side of Ventus, who with that Justina are able to get the freeze to connect onto so many of the players in the close quarters brawl. Is JDG trying to keep themselves alive with that Yodo ultimate, looking for a little bit of a reposition. Lion T wanting to just scale rush out of that fight, seeing that they are not going to be in a position to be able to hold themselves alive for long, and just look for the reset instead.
Take a quick look at the scores right now. Ventus are leading the charge. JJ, again, actually having a pretty good game for themselves. This is second time now we've had a look at them. They only got 2 kills at the moment, but are starting to win a couple of fights. Although, did they lose that earlier fight? I might be kidding myself, actually, if I'm going to be honest with you. But anyway, KZ, who won the first game of the day, and have had a pretty quiet one since then, have been going for the fight. I was actually seeing it was GG that took out WBG over in the snow area. They would grab themselves a couple of slams down with their monk comp, and GG already got themselves some pretty good gear. You know, they've got the purple armor. I think that's a purple cannon onto Frio. So at least like he's slowly but surely getting way stronger, and that is going to potentially be a bit of a problem for some of these players right now. As Baldut do have these nice little whoop. I love these things. They're so cool. The
Rising Sands are so fun.
Rising Sands.
That just the double jump and the fact that it carries your momentum forward. Do you know what? My absolute favorite moment of Holoroth, I used one of the Rising Sands towards Plume Castle to be able to suplex drop with the greatsword onto a player from so high up, and they just weren't expecting it. As it is going to be YZG coming in with that Justina ultimate, trying to find that freeze to connect onto one of those players, but they're just being absolutely bullied. That spear has such a long charge up slash animation that there is no opening allowed. Kakaishi comes in with the nunchucks, and no Justina is going to be allowed to play today.
No, not going to be able to even get the opportunity, but this fight isn't quite done yet. YZG CXG is going to do his best to hold, but he needs to break away from that Viper. Teva is going to connect. No, he was just out of range and able to survive. Get a couple of cheeky shots off onto K with the bow, but K's keeping on with the grapple to make sure he stays in range. CXZ actually definitely in a better position here, but that's a good counter into the disarm. Sends him absolutely miles with the kick. And now it's blue nunchucks versus purple nunchucks. 2 versus 1. YZG for the second time in a row eliminated incredibly early on. As we cut over to some more snow terrain, GBL find themselves in a fight here versus the members of KZ. Rain looking to try and get the stun down onto a couple of members, unable to do so. The Wushen all out, and KZ aren't going to be able to find anything else.
Oh my goodness, sort of returning back to that last engagement, so much goes on. So CXC actually tries to break the grapple follow through, holds on, anticipates the grapple follow through coming on out from their opponent, tries to charge up the greatsword 1-2 on the right click, and because it's so telegraphed, that blue focus is right there, the counter is just so easy, and immediately the greatsword is denied, the life is denied, and it is going to be a very clean kill coming on through as JJHRD still going to have 3 of that players surviving. aren't actually going to be able to find a lot of high-tier loot areas at the moment, not really wanting to go for that engagement as they are being currently aggressed upon by the side of GD. One of their players caught a little bit away from the pack, just going to have to continue to try to grapple away to the rest of the team as GD actually seeing a moment of opportunity, wanting to try and isolate them out. Now actually looking to infringe even further, but enough time has passed that JJHL, they have been able to wrap around the back to be able to position themselves to beat out JD. And you can see GD immediately seeing the amount of players immediately converging upon their location. If they do want to try and commit onto that aggression, they decide not to. If it was just the one player, they would have taken the engagement, but seeing that it's all free, they are going to wait for a better moment to come up. As Ventus's Pixel is going to be going into the moment of the transformation, sees that they've got the Morris Blessing. Semi-Ultimate is going to be able to confirm that one as well, as they now try to take control of that loot, as on the other side of the map, 17JL are actually going to be the ones to be able to open up a Morris Blessing of their own. And again, very much uncontested for a lot of those players.
Yeah, only losing a couple of players so far, a couple of teams, sorry, so far in this lobby. Again, just like our previous trip to Holorov, we actually do see the players, the teams, surviving a lot later in. Ace, though, are now obviously without their revive and are in a fight versus GD, the team who have been honestly incredibly dominating today. And it feels like Ace may just be on the receiving end of more of this domination from GD. Unable to really land too many slashes onto those chases on those members running away. So Zhongqing tries to redirect his shots going in as Alex on the run away from the members of GD. And it looks like not going to be enough because they are going solo, juggled in the air. Alex incredibly low. You do see some Bird's Mites coming through and a Mystic Mite as well for AOW. As GD in the middle of this fight though, keeping the pressure up. The Wu Chen, out! And GD actually decide to pull off and get the healing going onto K, but Ace not done giving up yet. K gets a marginal heal off, but immediately they come for the turnaround. They're going to look for the big stun. K's been juggled. K goes down. Champion immediately going to get unleashed onto, but the counter comes in time. And Ace have just got everything they need to run away with this onto GD. Claxy so low, and Alex going low as well. Claxy gets so much damage off, but the freeze comes in. It's able to save his life for a little bit longer, but Claxy's still incredibly low. Champion's got everything he needs, and that F coming in from the Yoto being a complete nuisance to the side of Ace as Claxy gets a marginal heal in, a bit more shield recovery. The uppercut comes in. Champion now getting opened up onto by Claxy. GD are doing this 1 versus 2. They've taken down even. They're still holding fast. Champion is low. Claxy comes in. Alex is knocked up. How on earth have GD done this? The armor swap out in the last moment. K is saved. Ace are eliminated. And GD 2 versus 3 win that fight.
Kakashi carry! Oh my goodness! Comes in with the fast shield re-swap off of one of those cans and then hits them with the charged up left click on the dual blades. And the thing about the charged up left click on the dual blades, it hits multiple players around you. So if you're able to just stun them and keep them in that animation, no one's running the Z-ping, everyone gets interrupted. And it says Kakashi up to come in with those kills and allow themselves as well to get that resurrection onto their Wu Chen. As Ace are going to be indeed knocked out, as we can follow along with FPX. LYD goes low, goes down in the side of their Temi ultimate. And now without that one thing to fall back onto, it's the meter dump that comes through from FPX. The full nunchuck meter pushed into the sides of JDG. If just one of their players had been alive with a little bit of splash damage, they might have been able to turn that one around. But as it is, VVV was scrolling up the survivability, looking for that reset into tree, as they are just going to have to play the long con now. They are running that Justina, so they do have a little bit of survivability for self-sustain, both with the freeze and the ultimate. Try to dash away if you find yourself encroached upon, but Ballista Fire actually going to be coming through onto the track. GG's free. Oh, going to have to go toe-to-toe with Pixel. A grab has already been able to come through onto one of the members from Ventus, and Pixel actually now popping that ultimate to try to peel to keep everyone on the side of Ventus from being grabbed up. Unfortunately, he's not able to keep 3-3-0's attention occupied for long. 2 slams already going to be picked up on the sides of members from Ventus. 3 coming through now from Pixel, but he's just been bullied! He's in the schoolyard being kicked and shoved.
Oh,
However,
no.
Pixel is able to still find the slam onto Miskia. Might go down to the poison splash that comes from the cans. Thankfully, they should be able to use those Vermilion Bird's Mites to be able to resurrect up fully, but my goodness, Ventus. Whew, without that Vermilion Bird's Mite, that would have been a very embarrassing wipe.
UG chasing up there into the face of 17JL. 17JL are able to escape the clutches of that team for now. As Jinyu and the rest of 17JL running away. Did GG get eliminated there? They did get eliminated there. Oh, that's rough. I did not see that going down. As Open Stash going over to OUG. See what they're going to be able to get from that. But for now, 17JL obviously getting taken out fairly earlier on. A little bit under-equipped now, so needing to get some stuff put together. As OUG actually jumping in, catching out onto these members. The Sandstorm comes down as they are looking to finish up these Bowder guys. Going to get 101 TN, almost caught out. They do almost catch it onto the UA Shen. He's going in. He's going down. Bowder now in so much danger. They keep knocking up these OUG members. Get the counter back onto 101 TN. And now it's FPX also sliding in to see if they can maybe find some level of kills to put together to end this all out. How is VVV doing this without his teammates? He is still able to pick up a couple of kills as he's looking to catch out to Ajat, onto Bowder, who are trying to find the revive. VVV from FPX is actually just somehow going toe-to-toe with 2 full squads, and he's actually almost won this fight out, looking for the stun with the Justina freeze. In he goes. He can't quite finish 101 TN out. The bell comes down, but the nunchuck freeze. VVV, what a hero play.
Like I said, that just, the self-sustain is absolutely insane coming through from VVV. And you may, if you're a TN, have 1 Bell Clang. If you're a Justina, you've got 3 dashes with that ultimate. You just wait for the Bell Clang to come through and then catches them with the last dash. That last freeze, and that's more than enough time the nunchuck needs to be able to find the follow through. And VVV, what should just have been him playing for survival to make sure that the kills that FPX had picked up were at least multiplied a fair bit decently, has now been able to walk away with enough free kills. Add to FPX's tally. Absolutely insane. He's still alive, by the way. He's still going to be kicking. And with that Justina, he's just going to be able to hug the edges of the zone, and no one's really going to be coming looking for him. As GBL are going to be able to open up a little bit of the scraps from that Mars Blessing, just wanting to see what exactly they want to be able to pick up. JJHRD going to have full control at the moment of Plumed Castle as well. So we might potentially get to see those Rising Sands being put into motion. As it is going to be, oh look, it's another Mystic Might. I feel like Holderoff is just cursed with the amount
I mean, we've at least had some Birds Mites today. Just JDG things. I think this is like their 3rd Mystic Might of the day. They have not had a great day on it. GBL though, they get the good one. They get the one everyone wants. They got the Draco Storm for themselves. So a little bit better for them. A little better situated for what is to come. But we'll see, maybe JDG can do something with this Mystic Might. Obviously gives you an idea of where people are. The Bell does the same thing as well. Also masking their footprints, their sounds as well. See, I've actually not seen too many fights up around here actually in competitive.
VVV, you're not going to. Oh my goodness, VVV off of the back of those free kills that they were able to pick up should actually have enough Tide coins to be able to purchase 2 rebuff charms and get FPX back to full members.
No way.
He's doing it!
One.
That's 1! That's 2!
No way did VVV make that hero play. Right now, they're overall 16th in the standings. If they can have like a really good couple of games here, they could potentially lock themselves into the end of day.
Oh no, he read them outside of the zone though. He read them outside of the zone and just coming back from the Soul Altar, like they're going to have no loot. And VVV is just going to have to pop that Justina dash to be able to try to disengage, leaving behind the members of FPX to try to fend for themselves as that zone starts to push them forward.
Can they get away with it? LYD has been found out by Debal. Debal should be able to finish up these members of FPX as they bleed out to the zone. Down they go. GBL using that Draco Storm, denying one member from FPX. They don't lose their entire squad, at the least.
I think they just grappled past VVV.
VVV was in a bush, to be fair.
He's so sneaky. Oh my goodness. What a clutch. What a carry. As it is going to be, that's the use of that Rising Sands to make sure that you have a little bit of an aerial control when you want to try and use that cannon splash damage. That zone has really as well pushed a lot of those players to try to take control of the high ground so that the cannon splash phase does find them the most amount of value. Ventus with that Pixel Monk transformation in play could potentially be able to hold the high ground and the easy grabs around all of those players, as we are seeing control of the Morris Blessing go in the way of GD. Kakaishi now going to be running legendary armor. Something very scary indeed, but oh, VVV, no!
Oh, VVV,
no!
It was a hero play they made earlier. Unfortunately, they were punished by a team who had Draco Storm, so...
But they're not out! FPX...
Always going to be rough. They're not out because of the revive.
Yeah. He literally clutched his team out! As TXJ on that Mitari does have the blinks, doesn't have the ultimate. So you should still be able to keep yourself nice and agile. Has been able as well to pick up purple nunchucks. Has to be very, very careful not to take a little bit too much attention. Oh, almost went into that vein smash.
That was very, very close indeed. As Han has been taken out, OC able to finish up the final members of GBL there, taking them out of the game. YZG, OUG, OCR, the only team who could potentially catch up to first after this game, but it's going to have to be one hell of a game for them to do so. As we can have a look at the overall scores right now, FPX somehow still in this game. That double rebirth charm, unbelievable play from VVV, able to pick up 4 kills for his team as well off the back of that, and set them up wonderfully towards the end of this game. But GD and Ventus right now leading the charge with 11 kills apiece. They are situated to take themselves another first for the side of GD. They've already had 2. Why not go for 3?
Oh, not like this. 17 JL again, just getting to have control of that Morris Blessing off of the back of that Temi ultimate. Will be able as well to keep that Takeda, the only Takeda in this lobby, is still going to be alive, and that is something truly terrifying for a lot of these teams to contest with, because again, like, you're lacking a massive vein of support. If you use that Wuchen TP to try and escape a monk, you're going to be sitting out in the open for the Takeda ultimate to be able to collapse onto you with no way of escape. As AOW just looking to try and find a couple of those snipes. Blue bow, but if it can hit its shots and do a little bit of chip damage, that's more than enough that AOW are going to be looking for. They have been able to take control of the Rift Dealer. Lucky Soldier bag are going to be purchased so that they can just rifle through what exactly they want. As JDG have been able to find themselves some pretty nice loot as well. It's still just a usual grey bow, but you do have what looks to be the flame burst attached to it. So you are getting that fire tick AoE when the shots are able to connect. As we do start to see a little bit more of the terrain, whether or not it is going to favor the monk, I'm a little bit concerned, Jake, because there's a lot of verticality. As, oh no, TXJ's been spotted out. TXJ trying to hide outside that corruption zone will unfortunately go down, knocking FPX out. And JDG are now going to be punished for actually walking into the corruption to be able to find that pick. They're out there in the open. Their health is going to be, their healing rather, is going to be reduced. They have, however, been able to buy themselves a little bit of space with the Yodo ultimate, rather with the Yodo F ability, making sure to be able to cover the disengage. And 7TL not actually going to be pushing aggressively in. They're much happier not putting themselves into a position where they're going to go down early, as Kakaishi now with that Viper ultimate isn't able to find the stun that they're looking for. AOW's Mikaza coming through on that Transformer has been able to find one grab immediately, puts it into the kill. As now tries to find a second, there's a second, there's a third, double reverb coming through from Mikaza, will be able to find the double grand slam and will be able to keep AOW's kill numbers even more increasing, as they've secured themselves a nice tasty part of the map that no one is going to be able to contest. It's 17JL, the same cannot be said. The UA Shan transformer is going to be popped out of the ultimate. Benshu falling extremely low on the back foot, caught it out by the Justina freeze, but it's 0-1 who's able to find the pick on the side of OC.
And you know what? I think this actually might be a pretty good circle for the Monks. There's a lot of open spaces. There's a little bit of high ground for them to stand atop as well and look down and find those grabs. As AOW takes out ZU, the final member of 17JL, eliminating them from the lobby. We do see a Viper stun coming in from Rain here for the on KZ, looking to catch onto these Ventus members. They're going to use the transformation and the Sandstorm just to buy some space and make sure that nobody is going down, as LXX is caught out by the grab. He's pulled out by the Wu Shen ult though to make sure that he's not going to be getting himself in any real danger, as able to just about break away from that grab there. Pixel is in the open though. This is the weakness of the Monk, especially when you don't have the Karumi. So you stand out in the open, you make yourself a target to get hit, and he has immediately lost a fair amount of health, but is able to de-transform and recover up somewhat.
Yeah, but his attack is hampered by the loadout that he's running. He's only got a blue weapon. Purple armor, sure, but blue weapon means even when you're able to find those ground slams, it's not going to do enough damage to be able to find that insta-kill potential, which is going to be something very risky for Ventus to be able to sort of contest with this. I'm sorry, JDG. Do we need to call bush control once again? That there is really another player just hiding in the purple bush. In all of the exchange of the cannon fire, only now are they going to be pushed away from that hiding hole, as it is going to be OC with the legendary armor on the Matari. Okay, very interesting terms of prioritization of that loot, as it does, I mean, enable a lot of stealth and also using that invisibility to maybe be able to break away from some of these ultimates. This Yodo ultimate from Dongqing unfortunately only puts themselves into a vulnerable position to be sniped out by AOW's Cuckoo with that pistol, as it's KZ coming in with a Yodo ultimate of their own. They're making sure to be able to keep themselves nice and mobile though. Justina Freeze will be able to come through to mitigate that slash coming on through. They're still trying to find those picks. Ventus now with control, ticking up very slowly towards that next transformation, trying to keep all of those players at arm's length, as it is going to be a Viper ultimate coming through from the side of KZ. Pixel able to break line of sight to make sure that the stun is going to be mitigated. Swaps to the Dual Blades to try to push all of those players out of the zone. Will be able to find the pick onto LXX. And immediately we go back to the poke phase of the cannons, as all of these remaining 9 players try and feel each other out, wanting to see if there's any moment of weakness. They've spotted one in JDG's T Jing Shu. He will go down, knocking us down to 8 remaining players as AOW looks set to take this map.
AOW finally making it work. They got punished heavily in the last game. And as we head on to Holoroth for the final time of the day, are set up, but it's not done yet. They do need to keep it going. Ventus only 1 kill behind them. Ventus able to overtake them. AOW going to transform. So are Ventus, Pixel and Mikasa going to be going toe to toe, just bopping each other back, pushing each other back to the Sandstorms come down to buy a bit of space. Mikasa looking for the grab, unable to get it because the tree is in the way. Ping Tao just about able to go down. AOW will lose a member as they do get a slam down here from the Monk on to WX98 as they get a second grab in. Pixel's finding his own grabs as well. He's going to look for the slam onto ZU. They find another grab coming in. It's just grab fest as there's another transformation. They're about to de-transform. Both of the Monks have timed out, but AOW still have Cuckoo on the UA Shen, but he immediately gets frozen up by one of the Justinas. Everybody is caught in very close proximity. It is getting hairy as the circle is closing tighter and tighter. A bell was popped there. Godly from the side of JJ is able to just jump away for the moment, as we're going to see that is the end of Cuckoo. He's taken down. Mikasa goes down in answer, and it's just 1 member apiece to hold it out. 4 people standing as Godly is going to go down to Pixel. Ventus able to find that kill, hang on and take it all. An amazing ending there for the side of Ventus.
So often we see Ventus being able to clutch out that final circle off of the back of Pixel's Monk play. That time around, it's off of the back of the legendary Dual Blades. Not only does he have the legendary Dual Blades, he has the legendary Soul Blades. The Soul Blade that turns that Petalful Flurry into a ranged projectile, So he doesn't even need to worry about looking for the melee engagements. He can snipe out those kills. Because he's not in the close quarters, he doesn't have to burn that bell too early on. And he can just move forward with the charged up left click. He's also able to actually move with the charged up left click and continuously brute force into them. So what you actually do is you either find a wall or you find them with their back to the zone, so that you constantly juggle them back and back and back and back and back to either the fact where they just get minced because they get stun locked against the wall and they can't recover in time, or you push them back into the zone. And that's exactly what Pixel was looking to do. Like, I'm so looking forward to seeing him pop up as potentially MVP and look at the soldiers that he had, because oh boy, the guy went from running a blue weapon and purple armor to absolutely stacked in terms of the loadout. And that was the big difference maker as well when we saw both of the monks go for that ult up. Pixel is the one who has the legendary weapon. The other monk is still running on purple. So when the grabs come through, it does connect onto members of Ventus, but again, similar to when Ventus's Pixel went actually for the transformation themselves with that blue weapon, they were able to find a slam, but it wasn't able to confirm the kill. So what actually happens is WX98 does get grabbed, does get slammed into the zone, but it isn't enough to kill him, so he's able to go for the full reset.
And we had a final circle that actually favoured the monks as well, which is not something I've been able to say a lot today, actually. But a very open kind of field playing, couple of hills for people to hide on, or, you know, for the monks to stand on and kind of get those grabs. A really, really good final circle for these monk players. And, you know, it's weird how Olroth is now starting with the map. We're seeing more of the monks getting picked up on, but obviously we do still have one more game. They were obviously saving their selections. A lot of Yotos have been picked up as well, so I'm curious what the hero select is going to look like at the end of the day. But, you know, a great win there for Ventus, a needed win there for Ventus as well. And I can't wait to see the overall points, see how much we actually were able, well, the teams were able to walk away with at the end of it all. Yeah, just a really good game. Moxie, we got one more to go. GD keep getting caught out a little bit early. I have to admit, they've had their good games, but they've also had their pretty low lows at the same time.
Yeah, again, I think it sort of comes down to just sometimes these teams do make the wrong decisions at the wrong time. Like, if you make a wrong decision, you want it at the beginning of the game so that you can use those rebirth charms. If you want to go super aggressively and just chase after those kills, only do it if it's mid-game when you have the Vermilion Bird's Might. Like, we saw Ventus being able to take advantage of it, right? They had the Vermilion Bird's Might. They took fights that they weren't really favored to win against, and if they took too long, they would be at risk of being third-partied. But because they have the Vermilion Bird's Might, they're able to actually sit in those fights far longer than other teams would be able to. And as a result, Ventus come in with a whopping 17 kills. It's not quite the 20 bomb, but when you think about the loadout that Ventus were coming in with that final circle for, that's absolutely insane.
32.2 points for Ventus, AOW 21.5. They were miles behind. It was a country mile between these two teams. GD did go into third there. FBX, I mean, I'm sure they can be happy with that 8th. They can be very happy with that 8th. Like, they played, you know, VVV, true hero stuff. Let's be real. True hero stuff coming in from VVV, able to get those rebirth charms off. And actually, because of that, they placed a couple of little, like a few places higher, just because they held on. I think they outlived another like 1 or 2 teams because of that revive. So really big stuff coming in, and I still think, you know, VVV getting a 1 versus 2 teams. So like a 1 versus like 7 or 6 at the time. Really, really clean stuff there for VVV, and huge for FBX to find that win. But again, they are still very, very low down in the standings. WBG, the defending champions of the NBPL, only able to find a 0-pointer. A really, really bad day for them so far. 14k damage is going to be Pixel's MVP there. Pretty big game from him on the Monk.
Did he pick up the poison splash? Oh my god, that's amazing. Was he actually petty enough to pick up the poison splash that killed him? That's so brilliant. And no, honestly, like we said, look at the Soul Jades. He had both the Cavalry Bloom and the Universal Slash and the Razor Swift, as well as Siphon Technique, to be able to set up those dual blades. And oh boy, did they pack an absolute punch. I love as well the fact that that last Soul Jade was ranged resist Soul Jade, because you know when you go for that monk transformation, it is the range that you have to worry about the most, right? That is why we're seeing the Temi being slotted in over that Karumi, so that you aren't going to be able to outlive the poke phase, because when you go for that transformation, sure, your size increases, your threat increases, but so too does your hitbox. So you don't even need to be that good at aiming on the bow to be able to dink them in the head.
Exactly, that's one of those things when you look at like the monk comps, like great monk circle because it's big and open. Also great for shooting a monk circle because it's big and open. Like it's very easy to land those hits, and that's why Kurumi has been such a go-to for a long time with the monk, because it doesn't matter if your monk's getting shot, and even if the hitbox is big, because Kurumi Tether will keep the monk going. But we've seen this new adaptation, these Justinas, these Tammys, the Yue Shens and the Tammys, like less and less people kind of relying on the Kurumi. I'm expecting when the new patch comes onto the professional scene, we might start to see no Kurumis at all ever get picked up, and just instead people are opting in to the zipping comps. And I, for one, am not here for it, but it's gonna happen, unfortunately. Let's be real. Good game though, coming in from Ventus.
Here's the thing, right? With the Kurumi, like, yes, there's a lot of support, but what you're not doing is aggression. So if you sort of look at all of the stats of Kurumi players, very rarely do we actually get to see the Kurumi come in with MVP in terms of the top damage that she does. Because literally for 50% of those engagements, you're tethered to that monk. And you have to be so careful about how you do it too. Like, you can't use the tether early to be able to save one of those players. You have to save the ultimate as well for when they go below 50% health. But I'm really looking forward to seeing the insights that these players have, because it's really fun to get to hypothesize about why all of this is happening. But when we actually get to hear the players talk about it, and immediately you get the confirmation, it's like, yeah, this is really smart. I'm really happy that I can do my job. So let's hand it over to Diego, who has one of our players on the floor.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And I'm here standing with our XYU 小鱼 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小鱼，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是温塔斯战队的小鱼。
欢迎你来到我们的赛后采访，再次恭喜你们。So first of all, let's say congratulations to Ventus. And I saw you today have very excellent job. And also, you guys, at the beginning of the game, you have really good job and have very excellent equipment. So I would like to know what happens at the beginning and how you can operate and have really good equipment. 那首先再次恭喜你们，在这把其实我们看到前期你们就打了一个非常好的一个开局，然后也运营到了后期，其实看到你们的这个所有的装备啊各方面都特别的好。想问一下前期是怎么运营到这么好的一个装备呢？
前期我们在唐安城那里接了30队，然后拿了8个头。然后出来的时候就是2指甲嘛，然后刷了很多玉，就装备很好。
好的。So at the beginning, we just stand in the city of town and we met other like 3 teams, and so that at that time we get like 8 kills at the city of town. So we are really have a lot of money, and we just go there and just to use the soul jet. So we have very good soul jet, and also with 2 purple armor at the beginning. That's why we can operate very well in this turn. Okay, so today I saw your your hero combo. You are using the Justina Gu and Mark and Tamuj. And at the end of the game, we saw your Mark and with another Mark from another team. Like they used their ultimate at the same time, and you won the fight. So I would like to know what happens at that time. How you could won that fight? 那其实在这把结束的时候啊，你们用的这个沙冰佛的阵容，其实在最后的时候有2个大佛对开跟另外一个队。那当时是怎么样一个情况？你们是怎么赢下了这一场最后的这个3v3呢？
当时我们的大佛被射残了嘛，然后就直接跟他对开了。对开之后呢，我就说我要找沙男的位置，对面沙男位置，然后我就开兵去秒那个对面沙男。然后之后那个风也开了，就对开了，风也对开了，然后找到沙男位置，直接把他秒了。
好的。So actually at that time it's really being a danger. Like our Mog is not healthy at that time, so he used his ultimate to save his life. And me as a Tamuj, our team Tamuj and Tamuj from the opponent, we used the ultimate at the same time, and we just focus on the Tamuj and kill him. That's why we can win the 3v3 fight at the end of the game. 好的，谢谢小鱼接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们。稍等一下 ，Thank you 小鱼 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
As the Nbpl enters its third bi-weekly, we have gradually discovered there is a weapon with a very high appearance rate in the final circle. With an exaggerated visual effect and a fearful ability to deal damage in a wide range, this weapon is the Flamebringer. The Flamebringer will only appear in Mora's Blessing and is available in epic and legendary qualities. The different types of the Flamebringer will differ in their primary damage attributes but have the same passive effects. If anybody is hit by a Flamebringer and suffers damage for a certain amount of time, it will cause a burning effect on the enemy that lasts for 5 seconds. This burning effect will reduce the opponent's health by 80 hit points per second, therefore using this weapon properly will cause trouble for your opponents. In the first solo match of the second day of the Nbpl's third bi-weekly, 13 Xiao's full state Justina encountered Zhang Yu's half health Yotohime. Zhang Yu was knocked out into the Shadow Corruption by 13 Xiao's uppercut slash combo, and 13 Xiao confidently pulled out his legendary Flamebringer to finish off his opponent. On the verge of death, Zhang Yu surprisingly threw a perfect set of micromanagement and eventually turns the tables and defeats 13 Xiao. So you probably noticed, why didn't the burning effect work on Zhang Yu? Here comes the drawback of the Flamebringer. After suffering the burning effect, there is a period of utter immunity to the burning of the same target. However, because Zhang Yu was in the Shadow Corruption, even damaged by the Flamebringer, he had already suffered the burning effect 8 seconds ago, so the desperate Zhang Yu survived. There is no best weapon. However, being familiar with the features of various weapons and being more diligent in your practice can help you become a master of the Naraka world. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We got one more game for you, so we're dropping on to Morris Isle one last time. Ventus finding the win in that previous game, and we had some hero plays from VVV on the side of FPX. It wasn't quite enough, but it was still hype as hell. You know, we've had GD kind of dominating all day, but also making a few mistakes. WBG just racking in donut after donut, call them Krispy Kremes, because it has not been going great for them on that front. Yeah, I mean, today's been a bit of an exciting one. I'm curious to see what this final game is going to be looking like, Moxie.
Yeah, I think for FPX, like, again, there were hero clutch plays, like VVV played his absolute heart out. I'm hoping that when we have the sort of recap of all of the hype plays of the day, that we get a very similar segment to last time. So we had a sort of memorial tribute to GG at the very end of the zone, where they're all just trying to res each other. Like, I would love to see a segment just dedicated to VVV trying to 1 versus 6 and actually coming out on top. But heading into this last match, it is again going to be onto that Morris Isle. We now do play Holoroth on the 2nd and the 5th rather than on the 3rd and the 6th. So I think for a lot of these players, like, there's a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, right? A lot of these teams felt very uncomfortable on Holoroth in terms of their positioning, in terms of not understanding a lot of the environmental hazards as well. Moving back onto that Morris Isle, you have a little bit more familiarity with the place. So when it comes to sort of the tempo, the pacing, the amount of distance and areas that you should look to chase and engage the grapple tech chase onto some of those squads, whereas on Holoroth there were certain areas of the map that immediately punish if you don't know, things like where you have the sand cognacs. If you try and grapple in towards them as a little bit of a chase, then it can be really punishing for those players that get caught out by the blinds, as opposed to Morris Isle, where there's no environmental hazards really. Like, there's nothing on the map that can really kill you apart from the toxin shrooms around someone's rest.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, yeah, like you said, there's less environmental stuff. The players are also more confident with it. They know where their rotations are, they know where their loots are, they know, they know what they're doing on this map. So attention is very much on these players to show up here. The likes of GD probably wanting to try and get one more win under their belt before they go out and kind of finish the day off. KZ had an amazing start today, winning, but have kind of been, you know, they've not been lackluster. I think they've been playing well today. They just haven't been able to quite replicate that success from the beginning of the day, mainly because, you know, like the GG and GD have been playing very, very well. So, you know, KZ definitely maybe looking to kind of end how they started on a win.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, KZ haven't really done a lot wrong. We do see them tend to make it towards the survivability of that final circle. It's just either they drop one of those members along the way, or the loot loadout for them isn't the greatest because they don't tend to go for those Moorish blessings. And so it means that other teams in those enclosed spaces of those final zones are able to play better simply because the weaponry loadout is better. I mean, it doesn't matter how well you fight as long as you literally have to hit less of those flashes, so you don't have to worry about the 1-2 crouch muscle memory to cancel the focus strike so you don't get countered into another combo, all of which takes time. When if you're coming with a legendary, you can just rip through the health before having to worry about potentially dropping that weapon a little bit earlier.
AOW, another team who have been interesting today, actually. I criticized them after game 3, and then they've just been on fire, but not on fire. They've been so close. They've had some really, really high kill, really high performance games, but just haven't been able to fully tie that and kind of connect it all the way and actually take a victory for themselves. In one case, they got taken out way too early when they had like 14 kills. Other cases, they made it into the final circle, but other teams were also having absolutely phenomenal performances. So AOW, you know, team to kind of keep your eye on, definitely starting to make some kind of a recovery. A team that are struggling to even find their footing is FPX. Yes, we can sing the praises of VVV for that amazing play on the Justina and able to revive both his team, but at the end of the day, they did fall a little bit short. It looks like they've actually swapped out a player, bringing Leo in for the side of FPX here.
Yeah, so they've actually run Leo on and off in terms of the roster. It seems like they like to sort of mix it up. We're probably going to see a different composition come through from them. I would expect that we don't see something like that Viper, not Viper, that Tian. We might get to see them trying to run a little bit more of the sort of traditional Yoda composition of the Viper and the Wu Chen as well as that Yodo, just because if they'd had something like the Wu Chen in the previous series on Holorock, they might have been able to TP out of the zone and back into safety so it doesn't eat into their health bars, which unfortunately was something that was punished for them when they were able to get that resurrection. OVC is another team that sort of has been a little bit quieter today, right? Lengjing to 8HH and O1 have all had really good moments, but we're yet to really see them being able to play fully into these final circles. And again, I think it really does come down to some of these teams, like the timing when they hit that final circle and the behavior of how they pull those ultimates into the cycles it's a little bit off. And just a little bit off is really very punishing when all of these players, especially if you make it into that sort of final 2 circles and we have 35 players left, everyone is just looking around them to see if one person puts even the slightest hint of a foot wrong, and that's when they collapse in. So for a lot of these teams like GBL, teams like OC, teams like FPX, if they are able to make it into the final circle, that's where they've been falling a little bit short.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think falling short is almost the story of the day. I hate to really say it, but a bunch of teams just haven't quite hit that mark. I think GD haven't had a phenomenal day. I think GG can be very happy with their day, but coming back to falling short, OUG, these guys, we have such high expectations for them. They have been a phenomenal team to watch, but today, and to be honest, for most of this bi-weekly, have been a little bit lackluster. Not enough to not make it into the bi-weekly finals. They're currently, I believe, in the top 8. So in the top half of the bracket, but we expect so much more from a team who was so consistent in week 1. They were always scoring high and then just absolutely dominated the first bi-weekly. So eyes definitely on them to see what else they've got up their sleeve, because right now this team are, you know, a little underwhelming is probably the best way to word it. Ventus,
well, the opposite of underwhelming has to be Ventus, because this is a team that ever since season 1, like ever since the tail end of season 1, Ventus has slowly and steadily been improving. I think a lot of it is down to the fact that like this is a team that has stuck together for a very long time. Pixel is still one of their absolute crutches when they do run that Monk composition. The fact that Pixel is still going to be in play does make me think that we're probably going to see them rely on that Monk composition once more. And they're really finding a lot of value with it. They haven't had any of the teething issues of new rosters. They've still got the same sort of communication and order of priorities when it comes to funneling loot to Pixel, knowing that Pixel is going to be that player that those two other teammates prop up to try and help out as much as possible, sacrificing a lot of flashiness from their own play to be able to go for the team utility that they bring to the table. And that's honestly something that I think some of these teams do struggle with. A lot of these players do sometimes want to be the hero no matter what role they're playing, and being able to sort of sacrifice that spotlight and step away so that someone else in your team can find a little bit better value and your team can survive into that final circle or potentially even walk away with a win. That's what separates a lot of these teams that we see walking away with MVPs from a lot of these teams that are very inconsistent and coin flipping.
Here we go, getting ready to go into our final game of the day. All shall be decided here. See our previous winners from today: KZ, GD, GD, GG, and Ventus. Final game coming up. Let's see what Hero Select has to offer.
Now, there it is, yeah. Ventus immediately going to be locking in that Monk. ZU actually going to be coming out on that Justina again. So a lot of these teams actually starting to try to slot in that Justina a little bit more, as I think they figured out survivability, even in trios, can be absolutely massive. Because if you do find yourself being isolated out in terms of the grapple tech chase, the Justina, just as we see in solos, rising to prominence because of the amount of sustain that is there. She can sustain into those fights, even if you're outnumbered with that free shell, to make sure that her two other teammates are able to grapple back and bail her out.
Yeah, absolutely. Fairview Yoto comps as well, though, kind of expected, if we're going to be completely honest. Yoto has been just so good this entire time. So, you know, we expect to see it, if we're going to be completely honest.
Yeah, KZ going to be locking in that Monk composition, not again with that Karumi, but once more trying to slot in that Temi. GG actually are going to be running that Karumi. I believe they're the only trio who is going to be running the very traditional, original Transformer composition coming through, as we can look at how exactly these teams are going to be dropping. It's going to be quite towards the western side of the map, although a little bit towards the east presence as well. No one really wanting to try to contest into Shadow Jade. I think just the amount of punishment that is there for Shadow Jade, even though it's a very hotly tiered loot zone, the fact is that like it's really hard to be able to try and scale up onto those buildings if you don't find grapple spools early on. It can be extremely punishing if you don't find that loot fast enough, because you can get cramped up into those really tight corridors. So it really does go to show that a lot of these teams will actually rather take less tiered loot areas because they favor the openness of the space in case they need to disengage.
Absolutely. And speaking of people who need to disengage, it is going to be OUG being run down by WBG. Coming in immediately, 13 shells, throwing down the stun. Is going to be able to try and connect it onto a couple of members, able to do so. But the Wu Shen ult out from the side of OUG as they actually head off towards the Shadow Jade themselves. Going to grab some gear from the surrounding village.
Yeah, they needed it too. I saw that Viper had found nothing. No armor, no weapon, nada. So being able to disengage cleanly is massive for the team, as they can now take a little bit longer to be able to try and find that loot before going into those engagements. As AOW are actually chasing down YZG, they've been able to get the grapple cancel onto one of those members. However, Kaza actually going down extremely low, horizontal charge, left click coming through from the long sword to be able to catch them out in the stagger, and immediately they are just pounced upon. YZG trying to return a little bit of the favor, as now it is going to be AOW losing one of their members, but Makaza will be able to get res back up. The peel coming through from AOW to be able to make sure that YZG do actually go down, punished for trying to pull back and help out their one player. It's going to be felt as a Temi ultimate comes online. Ventus actually going extremely low. ZU reduced to half health, still dwindling, just able to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer with that freeze form. as we now see the Justina ultimate being popped, allowing them to potentially try to stick in, but the poison splash actually going to be able to come through, connecting onto the members of GBL, a parting present once again coming out from Pixel. However, it's not enough to be able to confirm the kill, and GBL will be able to loot the cans and immediately pick themselves up an upgrade.
Well, as we see where the rest of the teams are, GG actually starting to be fairly geared up here. Purple Armon's a 3-3-0. Yes, he's only got a blue weapon, but already pretty decent gear. We're only a couple of minutes into this game. Lovely little start there for 3-3-0, but it's actually deciding maybe he doesn't want to chase into KZ, as KZ are going to force them away. AOW, once again, starting out with a pretty decent kill lead, got himself 3 kills, same with Ace and GBL, but Bowder find themselves OC here. And visibility on for the moment, and that Sandstorm ticking away as they're looking to jump in. Great little scale rush there with the Great Ward instantly into the freeze, and the punish. Bowder gonna lose a player already as OC looking to turn this back around. 101 TN also going down, and Bowder have just been slammed by OC. Final member is caught out by the counter, caught by the uppercut, and finished up with that spear. No, actually able to get away. HL able to try and make some level of an escape, but he is being run down by OC. Finally able to connect it with the arrow. OC get himself all 3 members of Bowder, so tying up with the members of AOW as JJ find themselves JDG. I swear these two teams are fated to run into each other. Every time we look at them, they're always having some level of a skirmish.
Yeah, there's always just a magnetic pull towards 2 of these teams. As you can see, it's actually Team Ace using that Bane's Breath, catching onto the sides of JJHRD, preventing Water from being able to try to find that engagement onto JDG, who looks for the counter, won't be able to find it, goes in for the uppercut with the dagger, isn't still able to find that space. JJHRD actually now opening up with a Yoda ultimate. Oh, here comes 17GL though. Onto the horizon they go. That Yoda ultimate is about to run through. JJHRD are going to be able to find the pick onto JDG, but here comes the third party. 17JL moving forward. They've got a Viper ultimate of their own, and it is just immediately going to be an emergency Wuchen TP coming out from the side of JJHRD, setting Ace actually up if they want to try to find this engagement onto 17JL, who are going to take a little bit of poke damage onto the side of Team Ace, trying to see if they can open up that fight before immediately starting to move forward and take the melee. ZU does get countered though, will lose the weapon, will be able to pick up blue Dual Blades and immediately open things back up for the sides of 17JL with that Viper stun. Ultimate will be able to connect. 17JL taking the time to be able to find a reshield off of a fallen Ken, as again is going to be another Wuchen TP. Ace, however, have left one of their members behind. Oh. It's just gonna be all over for even.
That's so sad. Lion making his way over, maybe can save the character of his friend. I think they've actually despawned, so yeah, it's not going to be able to do that, unfortunately. Lion now finds himself in a bit of danger, but actually JDG, kind of a bit of a salty run back, seems they already lost a fight here, but they are going to go in pressure as hard as they can onto the members of 17JL. Lions pop the ultimate, AS has popped his as well, but Lions only rocking that grey armor, looking for those big slashes onto ZU, able to secure that 1 kill. And the salty run back may have just about done it. AS now has to 1 versus 2 versus these members, but he is being juggled up already with the uppercut, and now AS has to somehow try and catch both of these players out. Maybe a big counter could just do it, but I don't think he's got enough fuel in the tank because his armor has run thin. Caught out by the F ability, and another one does come down. AS will go down. 17JL tried to make that hero play happen here on the Yoto.
He's alive.
Not going to be enough. He is able to just about escape for now, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive for long. Goes for a cheeky turnaround actually onto Lion TT, but his health is too low. He gets the armor swap off, and that's 17JL taken out as a poison splash. Not going to do enough.
It is really rough when you're just being bared down upon by 2 players and you only have a spare, because that wind-up is... Whew, it's costly. You just don't have the time to be able to pull off those slashes. As we can see, FPX now looking to try and find a couple of slashes of their own. Yodo ultimate comes out from TXJ, will be able to land a lot of damage onto the team members of Ventus, who get caught up. have to actually use that Justina freeze to be able to keep themselves alive through the Yodo ultimate, as Ventus are going to immediately start to lose those players too, taken very quickly down for the side of FPX. And now they can look for that reset, that reshield going to be able to come on through. As 17JL and Ventus have unfortunately been very early on knocked entirely out of this lobby. 17JL still going to be able to find a couple of kills to their name. Ventus, on the other hand, a big fat 0, as we do start to see those zones beginning to converge. The potential for those resurrections about to be taken offline. As Lengjing coming out onto that Temi will be able to pop into the Zephyr to be able to just enable themselves to push aggressively onto those players, trying to hide and keep themselves safe in the middle of it. Lengjing, unfortunately, though, without the loot to be able to really follow up on that aggression, is now going to be relying on their team members to be able to set up the damage necessary to find those picks. As the juggle comes through onto Bauda's 101 TN, the Justina is immediately removed once that free shell form has been taken off of the table, and it is now going to be Bauda on the back foot.
It's going to be indeed Bauda making a grand escape. I say that as they get taken down. Bauda just down to the single player. Ajiao, once again, the only surviving member of this team, and they have been not having a great game so far for Bauda. We're going to cut over to AOW, though, who have found GD, although GD seem to have found AOW, because AOW already isolated away from one of their players and desperately trying to hold on to this low ground and don't want to be advanced on by GD. It looks like AOW have actually managed to, I think they've been able to full reconvene. Yes, they have. So they are going to be here 3 versus 3, but you are dealing with an incredibly geared GD who are set up for this one. You can see the overall scores right now, the top 12 players, top 12 teams. OC actually having a very good game. 8 kills. They want to try and take first at the end of the day. That is exactly their game plan. As now AOW pressing up onto GD, able to take one down already. They've used the Yoto ultimate, but I don't know if they're going to be able to hold this for long, because in comes GBL with the freezes, and Cuckoo is just instantly slammed. Han is setting his team up flawlessly. AOW are absolutely annihilated by the combo.
Okay, so you know what Matari is great for? Third partying. The fact that you can go invisible and they have no clue that they're about to be third partied until the Justina ultimate cuts through all of them is absolutely Janos. Oh no, there's no way. There's no way it was not a Mystic Might. Oh my goodness.
What's going on?
We're seeing so much Mystic Mights coming out today, and I'm sure all of those players are probably a little bit peeved about it too, because obviously, like, Dracostorm is the one that everybody wants. Dracostorm is the one that enables you to get aggressive and also stops those players from having to worry about being third party, because you see that shiny dragon above their head and you go, nah, I don't want any of that. I'm just gonna grapple away from you for 2 minutes, and you get so much mouse space off of the back of just having it up. But no, it is just Mystic Might. And hey, if you want to try your luck at opening one of those Morris Blessings and see whether you find a Mystic Might, be sure to use one of the free Naraka active Steam codes. Just be careful though, because once they're gone, they are gone. So do be sure to be fast.
Yeah, we actually see GBL were able to pick up the Dracostorm, so they are set up quite comfortably on that front. YZG right now only with 1 kill, no rebirths, but GG are in the area looking to contest them, but GG actually decided the better of it and decided to walk away. YZG maybe a little bit too geared, but LXM has been caught out, and GG going to try and come in and save the day. Here we go, the Monk transformations there. QGG, can he survive? LXM able to get the grab down. 2 members of YZG caught up by the Monk as QGG immediately pops the F ability, but it gets re-grabbed. No, it's CXZ who's been grabbed. 3-3-0 has been left alone. GG needs to come in and save their Monk in the nick of time. Not able to get the slam down, but another grab does come through. As 3-3-0 is going to be taken out. YZG have absolutely annihilated QGG as Miss Kia able to escape away with his own transformation, but no team around for him. This is not good for GG at all, as YZG will look to finish this one up, and GG will just be eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, it's a really tough position for GD to be in because they make the right decision, right? LXM is fine to be vulnerable. YZG, all they need is one well-placed snipe to be able to connect onto the retreating Karumi's back, so they actually have to throw the distraction. The scapegoat of that TN goes for the transformation because obviously if the TN goes down, the Karumi can use the tether to get the res from afar. If the Karumi goes down, you can't actually use that tech. You have to go for the full-on touch the Ken to be able to get it right back through, which is something that would have been held above their heads. But unfortunately, it does mean that you're forced for the side of LXM to peel back for the TN. And it's not clean. They lose the transformation, they don't have the damage necessary to be able to hold up into that melee fight, and the UHN is just forced to try to pop that ultimate to be able to run away, and they will be hunted down, as we're seeing a Viper ultimate now start to come through for the side of WBG, who unfortunately find themselves Viper ultimated themselves, as SS will be able to get the connection. The Crescent Slam with that increased distance from the Spear will be able to pick that one up, as even still they're fighting in the zone. WBG trying to throw in that Yodo ultimate will not be able to find the full course of it. As OUG now finding themselves back against the wall. SS trying to find that space, the opening with the Crescent Slam to find the damage necessary to pick up another kill. They've been able to find themselves a little bit of a respite just using the threat of the overhead slam to push those players back so they can go for a little bit of a soft reset. But WBG have also been able to hold themselves up in tunnels, as OUG should be able to get the resurrection. Rather, they will be able to root through the Ken of one of the WBG players. OUG have their full 3 members surviving, and now they're literally just sitting on that high ground waiting to see if WBG are going to try to get their resurrection onto their Viper. They will, off of the back of that Yudo F ability, be able to see themselves through the projectile damage that OUG were trying to use to stop that one from coming on through. And now that their plans have been thwarted, OUG are actually on the retreat, as WBG decided to go hunting. They have the Yodo ultimate, they have a potential for a snipe, and they're still fighting and taking zone tick damage.
Yeah, Ace have come in and actually tried to gatekeep them from joining into the zone. Ace is just going to head onto that zone, and OUG now have to try and retreat in, but an unexpected block from both Ace and OC, scaring them off. But WBG now within the zone have already got a reset. SS chunked half of their health down, is able to hold on for the moment though. But Pete, you can see the grapples are coming in, and there comes OC looking to get some potential free kills. They don't realize that OUG is sandwiched right now, and WBG are closing in. You can see where the circle is. Ace actually have moved beyond, and other teams are all just contesting the what do you call them? The Mora's Blessings, there we go. YZG, unfortunately for them, will be getting a Mystic Might, but it is a freebie, so they still get the gear. On the other side, there's a whole bunch of teams looking to contest for that Draco Storm Mystic Might. Again, the teams don't know what's in them. We just get that for us, but those teams are about to be really fighting for a very powerful tool, and KZ have set themselves up to pick this up with the Monk transformation, set up the Sandstorm as well. Mystic Might over to KZ, and they are about to be a very, very scary team.
Yeah, KZ going to be able to open up that Morris Blessing. Likewise, we are going to see YZG actually being able to open up a Morris Blessing of their own, as it is going to be a Viper ultimate coming on through. There's the Mystic Might being popped for YZG, but at the moment, it's the bodies being popped on the side of Ace. Oh, Champion gets stuck into Justina. Freeze, the ultimate comes through once again from Han. Connects onto so many players, opens up everybody else on the team, then finds the counter to boot. Alex absolutely deleted from the lobby, as everyone on the side of GBL just says, absolutely not, teammates. You are not playing Naraka today. Once again, that stealth Justina freeze is absolutely terrifying. It turns Naraka from a battle royale into an absolute horror game, where you're just watching all of the corners trying to figure out whether or not they're going to be behind you and pop through with that freeze bomb.
YZG actually sitting up atop the trees. I think they're waiting for someone to come over and be baited by it, and because they got the Mystic Might, they'll have, you know, some kind of knowledge on who's approaching. Problem for them is no one's approaching. There's nobody near YZG right now, so unfortunately for YZG, they did get the buff. They did get the Mora's Blessing and the items from it as well, the gear from it. unfortunately, there's no one to really use that gear and that buff on, unfortunately. So they are just going to be chilling it out for the moment. GD, on the other hand, going to get themselves up atop this tower and where the ballista is, but OC are just beneath them. So there is potential for OC to spring some sort of a trap. They have the sandstorm up and available, and GD not aware that OC is around at the moment. We'll see if something comes from that. As KZ with this Draco Storm right now, just trying to see if they can hunt down anybody to pick up, any kills to grab. They want to use this. They've only got 60 seconds left on it though, and everybody is scattered away from KZ.
Yeah, I think everyone knows, like, if you don't actively contest the Morris Blessings, you just have to hide yourself in a position where when the 2 minutes runs out from the buffs, like, you're still going to be able to survive. The fact as well that KZ are running a lot of Greatsword means that that Draco Storm, that Splash AoE is going to connect onto so many of those players, as it has an absolute brutal hitbox that it's able to connect onto. As KZ still trying to find the players, they've spotted a little bit of momentum. Funnily enough, it is actually going to be YZG who gets spotted, and YZG immediately just noping out of that one. KZ still not able to find those players. It's about to run out. That Draco Storm has been used for absolutely nothing really for this team, as at least it has bought them time to be able to build back up into that transformation sequence left over for that monk. They'll be able to rifle through a Rift Dealer as well. Have to be careful that they don't get cut off from that zone though, as a Wuchen TP comes out from, I believe it is OUG, to be able to negate the damage coming through from WBG, who decide to actually commit into this fight to go toe-to-toe with FPX, who try to drop a return at Yoda ultimate of their own. TXJ will be able to set up the pick onto WBG's Jing. That engagement favoring FPX just a little bit more than their opponents. And we are actually going to see the Wuchen just leaving behind those Soul Blade blocks to make sure that no one can actually look for that trade. GBL can't try to aggressively push into the side of FPX, knowing that they've burned out that Yoda ultimate, so that if they do get engaged, aggressed upon, they won't be able to use it as a disengagement tool. As we do see a Bane's Breath coming from the left side as well, stopping all of those players from being able to disengage. The Flamer comes on through. Han, however, is actually on the team using it, so Han is safe to go for that freeze form, as it is going to be GD still sitting on this ballista, looking for those players below them, wanting to try to find those snipes, but they actually take a couple of pot shots coming through from ranged snipe from afar of their own, a little bit of the ballista's own taste of its medicine, as KZ just limited down to the one Yueshan, only has the purple armor, trying to keep themselves alive, has to burn through that ultimate, putting themselves into a very large window of vulnerability until you wait for that to be back up.
WBG with another donut as well, eliminated from the lobby. They are pretty much, actually, they are locked in now to 24th place this weekly. They will not be able to get any higher up because I believe they've played all of their days, which is tragic for them. They've had a very, very bad bi-weekly, and questions definitely up in the air, but I think that's a discussion for another day, for another time, because right now eyes are on GD, who have this lovely high ground position and do enjoy also getting shot with arrows from, I think that's Zhao, who actually off in the distance finding those shots. But over all the scores right now, GBL 11 kills for themselves. A good game here could potentially slingshot them way higher up the standings, as you can see they've already got that 13 points from that 11-point game. If they can get something like close to a 20 bomb, there is a world where they could try to get into that position where they could qualify for the bi-weekly finals. So eyes very much on them.
That's such a mean Morris Blessing spawn location. Like, sometimes they can actually spawn towards the base of the tower, so the ballista can't actually fire into it. That's literally the perfect location for the ballista to connect onto anybody. And look at the zero amount of contest that's happening on that Morris Blessing right now. Kakashi just walks up to it and picks up the legendary armor.
Yeah, there's no way you can contest the team with the ballista. It's too scary. Too much damage can go down. They are able to hold fast for the moment. Legendary cannon as well. Another Morris Blessing sits quietly in the distance away from everybody else, but this is very much that they switched out because they've got a legendary cannon and the ballista. Might as well use both as we approach that Buccaneer saves, but as you can see, the circle closing in will be forcing them away from this high ground, as FPX desperately trying to get their hands on to this Morris Blessing, and actually have been able to do so. So Vivi golden armor. Got himself the purple greatsword, and I believe that's just the blue cannon. Galaxy here, golden armor as well. Been found out by OUG. Golden armor doesn't mean squat for Galaxy, as his health bar is just evaporated. There is able to just about slide out for a bit longer, charging up the scale rush, and oh! The cannon from BBV! The blue cannon shot secures the kill. Absolutely gorgeous there. And that's golden armor on that Karen as well, so he can give another member of his team some golden gear to work with.
I mean, this is what we talk about, right? For FPX, it always feels like the setup is there in terms of the late loadout. We now just need to see the follow through in terms of positioning when it comes to those final circles and being able to keep all three of their players alive into it. As OUG have found themselves a very nice position at the moment. They have full control of high ground. They have full control as well of that Morris Blessing. So if anyone tries to creep their way on top and scrounge for any scraps that are available, they are going to be able to obliterate them with the cannon fire from on high. As GBL's Han is trying to put themselves into position to be able to use that Justina ultimate to be able to open things up for the team. It's going to be a little bit harder to pull off uncontested this time though, because their Aya has been spotted. JJHLD know that there is a team around. They're going to be expecting that Matari to potentially stealth that Justina, and it is actually affecting how this team plays a little bit split up, so that if the Justina freeze does come through as a surprise attack, only one of them is going to get caught by the freeze, and the other two are going to be around to try to bail them out. As YZG actually now crossing into the open, taking a lot of that poke fire coming through from all of those teams set up on that high ground. The soul plate block's not really coming through to cover the angles, and Time does manage to save their players, but the health bar does actually fall below half, so that's eating into resources. As we are still 23 players left alive in this lobby, this zone looking like it's going to be pretty darn mean for some of those Yodos if you have to try and burn through those Wu Chen soul plate blocks. Remember, they only really cover about a 90-degree angle. It's not the best protection coming through to try and stop the projectiles when they are literally all around you. And that's something that those teams are trying to take advantage of. JDG actually trying to find any sort of moment they can to snipe with the musket. But the second Anli actually stays still, they get sniped out and have to go for a reshield.
Yeah, it's very open at the moment right now, and with a lot of high ground, it's easy to kind of get the shots down onto those players below, and that is the exact problem that we are seeing happening out here. Still 23 players left, 9 teams in this lobby as FPX coming in with all of this golden gear, flex on the players in the lobby, immediately looking to lock down a bunch of people. They're actually able to get into those bushes as QGG gets a couple of good slashes onto VVV. He might be in trouble as you see JJ as well. Godly opening up. He gets immediately frozen. The stuns are coming in here from Water from the side of JJ, and a whole bunch of Wu Shen ults out to safety as CXZ is going to lock down a couple of members of FPX, but they get the Wu Shen ult out to safety. Almost an explosive start there as TXJ does get battered back, but is able to head away to safety. But now FPX holding on, but they need to get the reshield to the reset in. They've got good gear, but you can't use it if you're being constantly battered and actually don't have them up. Leo, the only one from the side of FPX without their golden armor. And look at the cannon! It's just a grey cannon from Annalie, but he is wrecking FPX's day down there.
Yeah, it's because it's got so much of that splash damage, right? It has the high ground control, and it's going to be able to count onto every single member of FPX who are trying to group together so that they can use those soul blade blocks coming through from that Wu Chen to mitigate as much of the projectiles as possible while still having them to be able to call on to. As you can see, FPX still able to survive. VVV, by the way, owes Leo a thank you card for that one. He went so aggressively forward to open things up with that Viper ultimate, and I was like, okay, for sure, they're going to try and play aggressively with the Yoda ult. There was hardly any follow-through, and it was actually only because the Wu Shen had TP up and available that VVV was able to be bailed out. And even then, it was when he was below 50% health, not just shield, so long ago at all. No, VVV once again going to be caught in way too aggressive a position, immediately going to be punished by the side of OUG. And now for the side of FPX, they still have the Wu Chen, they still have the Yoda, but they don't have any setup to be able to feel the safety of being able to burn into it, as T actually has to go for the emergency ultimate to be able to try and keep themselves up in the air as much as possible. Will be able to land a lot of damage onto the players below. Came so close to getting Dong Queen, but unfortunately isn't able to find the last follow-through slash, and Dong Queen now actually using that Yoda ultimate to try and return the favor. Teleports up towards the tree push, and they get pulled out by the flamer. And immediately hits the snipers. They fall down to the ground. GD's Donkwing is out. GD going to be knocked out as we now move back into 14 players remaining. FPX somehow still surviving with 2 players intact. SS popping the Viper's ultimate, immediately heralding the Wuchen TP as every single Yodo, every single Viper now trying to ult to take control of this high ground so they can use the low ground with those cannons to be able to splash so much damage into those teams. But it's YZG who are going to be able, they lose one of their members, but they take control of that high ground, and now they have the lull to be able to get the resurrection online. So 100% worth it.
How on earth did they get away with that? But OC still holding on as well. 14 kills now picked up to them thanks to that cannon shot. And you said before this, OC had been quiet today, and it feels like they heard you and they are starting to make some noise. TXJ, though, still rocking some really solid gear. Still rocking a player in his team as well. Got that Wu Shen available. It's only VVV who's down, but TXJ gets popped out of the tree, and it's going to force a couple of members back as Leo tries to buy some space for his team. We still got 10 players left as JDG holding on to the remnants of this high ground, but the circle is going to be moving, and it will be slowly but surely forcing them out. OUG trying to get the damage off, but OC immediately jumps in onto SS. SS loses so much health immediately. He's bopped into the zone. He tries to juggle his way out, but he's in that zone once again, going very, very low on HP. That's OUG knocked out of the lobby. OC able to pick up another member of FPX as well. 7 players are standing. YZG have been knocked out. CXZ has gone down to the zone tick. Nobody cashes in on that kill. And oh my word, it's close, but the poison splash is there. OC, hold fast.
OC with the poison splash able to come through on top, and my goodness, what a final zone. At first it feels like it's going to be YZG who walk away with it, right? They have control of that high ground. They've been able to get the resurrection onto that Wu Chen. They're going to be able to use the cannon splash damage as well to rain just so much DPS and chip poke into all of those players who are very, very low behind them. And everyone is focused on the low ground fight that no one really turns around to contest them, so they don't actually have to put into their resources. But the zone starts to close on up, and unfortunately for them, that zone is off the high ground. So they're the one who's actually pushed into the low ground, and because they weren't actually contesting on that low ground scrap, they have no safety, no space. So when they actually enter that fray, because it isn't off of the back of an ultimate, they get absolutely smacked down to the ground. And it is going to be OC, who were in the middle of that brawl, who were constantly fighting for that space, who were constantly with the spear, being able to find so much room for them to be able to maneuver, just mashing into those players close to them, pushing them into that zone, buying themselves space while pushing everyone else out of their own, is the reason that OC are able to come out on top. And finally, this team that we've had so much expectations for is able to meet them and walk away with a win.
Yeah, they're going to be very, very happy with that. And FPX, probably a little frustrated, but 2 games, well, all day in a row, to be honest. They've been there, they've been so close, and it's something slipped wrong, something's gone wrong. A player's been caught early, and they've been down a man, and FPX, unfortunately, just unable to get a good grip on that game. But OC, like you said, an amazing read on how to play that final circle, and also just holding on, getting themselves their first win, and a very needed win, because I actually think there's a world that could have surpassed YZG after this win. YZG were knocked out late, and YZG didn't have a small amount of kills. I think there were 5 or 6 kills by the end of that game, but there is a world where OC actually could have overtaken YZG coming out today. And this is the final game YZG played today, this tournament, this bi-weekly until the bi-weekly finals, which they are qualified for. There's no way they're going to be knocked into bottom 16 with the points they've been able to put together. But at the end of the day, there is still a world where they won't be going in first, because I think OC should just have surpassed them. We'll see the overall points momentarily. We'll get a good read on actually how that game went down. But overall, really, really good game. I didn't see much from Ventus, if I'm going to be real with you. We were singing their praises. It felt like that whole game was a massive, like, no, you're wrong, Moxie and Hit Rate. Because we were like, yeah, Ventus great. OC not really showing up. And then suddenly, everything we said just didn't happen, apart from FPX kind of almost getting there, but then falling short. AOW, honestly, the last 3 games, really, really good starts. Just that wolf syndrome kicks in, where they are too aggressive early, get lots of kills, and then overreach going into the mid and late game.
Yeah, and I mean, it is the most punishing too. Like again, if you're running something like the Vermilion Bird Smite, absolutely go for that overreach. There's very little punishment. But especially when we hit into this meta where there is just so much focus on if you use those utilities and ultimates to intrude into a fight, other teams will wait. They won't go for the immediate third party. They will wait for you to walk away with a kill, with a success, and then they will pounce on you when your health bars are low.
Well, here we go. Let's see the points. I see a lot of points there. OC with 37 points. I think that's enough to do it. I'm pretty sure they surpassed YZG there. YZG did get 13.5 points, ending on a 7, but a 20 bomb coming in from OC and a first place as well. Phenomenal game from OC. OUG go out in third with 14.6 and JDG leave in second with 15.8 points. WBG actually didn't get a donut for once. They got 0.5 points, so woo! Ventus got the donut.
It's like playing a sad little violin, but like you have a tiny little party popper. You're like, woo, not a 0. Like you have to feel so bad for WBG. Right? You really do have to feel so bad because everything moving into season 2, everything was there for them. Like everything was set up. We had so much expectation coming up at the back of season 1. And then I don't know whether it's the pressure of trying to meet those expectations. I don't know whether it's the teething issues of the new roster, but something is just not sitting well with this team this week.
No, unfortunately not. This week, this tournament, mate, they have been a little bit disappointing the whole time through. WBG just not making it work at all, but the people who were making it work were OC, and then Matari here, 28 HH, 22,000 damage coming out. Phenomenal game coming out. 3 legendary Soul Jades and Soul Release, Desperation and Repair Roll, Poison Splash and Frame Breath, as well as those epic ones, and then just a bit of range to this, which I think, you know, every player probably should rock some range resist, especially if you make it into this final circles.
I'm just so happy that we're seeing Matari come back in, right? Season 1, Matari and Trios was pretty much unheard of. We had Alliance trying to run it. I believe it was Lucky was trying to engineer it at first, but that just was not working.
I think the final week we started to see a bit of it because we started seeing people trying to figure out ways around like the Yoto and the Monk, but it wasn't a staple pick. And actually seeing Matari as a staple pick and someone who, you know, when we looked at the graphic earlier that showed, you know, the pick rates of the heroes, to see Matari was on that top 3 graphic is impressive. Matari comps are here and they're here to stay. And I for one am happy. I like to see some flexibility, some different kind of picks getting picked up. So really, really big stuff coming in. I am very happy to see that we are finally getting, you know, some variation in the comps. Yes, Yoto and Monk are still the top 2 comps, but there are some answers, there are some changes going forward in these comps.
Yeah, and honestly, it pushes these players as well into that panic state. And something that we see a lot of these teams being able to take a lot of value from, both in trios and solos, is if you push the other players around you out of their comfort zones. So there's sort of information of like, oh, well, we don't know whether there is a Matari hanging around with a full team trying to pounce in on us the second that we actually finish off these picks, really plays into the mental games that a lot of these players have in terms of those engagements. Because do you want to burn through all of your utilities and try to win the fight as fast as possible so that you deny the chance of being third party because the fight takes too long and someone actually comes into your territory? Or do you want to hold on to them, let the fight go a little bit longer, in just the case of a Matari being that with an entire team being stealthed, taking too long, and then being third party because someone encroaches onto your territory? Like, it's so fun to get to see all of the sort of things that these players have to juggle, not just what's going on the screen around them where you're literally trying to win that mechanical fight, you're also having a fight up here. And it's really interesting to see what teams actually decide to double down onto those fights and pull out the ultimates, because they're the teams that go really aggressive, and the teams that are a little bit smarter, a little bit safer, tend to make it into final circle, but because they have less of that aggressive vein, tend not to come in with the same amount of kills.
Yeah, and one thing that I also think has been a massive change and something I've liked about this week has been the map rotation. I think opening and ending on Morris with flanking that either side are off. It's made the players kind of, because I think the problem is this last bi-weekly we had game 1 and 2 and game 4 and 5 be the ones that really mattered, because they were the games that the players feel comfortable on. But Holoroth obviously changing things up, very different map. Players are now starting to be more confident on it, and I think I'm seeing less mistakes being made on Holoroth. We didn't really see... I mean, we saw it in solos, but I didn't think we see anyone get caught out by any traps today, which was good. Oh, we did have
We
one.
saw GG.
And, like, it's gonna happen, but like it didn't seem like the players looked lost. Like, traps are there. It's a trap map. What can I say? Anyway, we have the winners standing by with Jaeger after that game, so we're gonna hear what they have to say after that win, and then we'll be wrapping the day out, seeing how the points all look at the end of everything.
Thank you, Hypering. Thank you, Moxie. And this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. Today, I invite our Lin Yi to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 林一，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OC 的林一。
好的，再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分啊。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the higher score in the last game. And today I saw you using the hero Justina Gu, right? Yeah. And I would like to know, so which skill and ultimate you use, and do you have any skill on using the skill and the ultimate of Justina can share with us? 那首先要再次恭喜你们，今天我看到你拿的是顾清寒这个英雄啊，这个英雄也特别的厉害。那自己选择的 F 技能和 V 技能分别是哪个？然后这两个技能在使用的时候有什么技巧吗？
我带的是 F2 和 V1，就是主要就是这个技能能帮助队友拆火，然后 V1 的话也可以有4段动，能帮队友打激火或拆火都可以。
好的。So actually for me, I using the F2 and V1. So the advantage for the F2V1 is like it can help my teammate avoid from the opponent's damage, and also for the V, it also can froze the opponent and give the advantage to give the damage to them. Okay, so because we know the ultimate for the Justina Gu, especially the V1, is really hard. So do you have any skills on how to stop your ultimate and have really high damage? 那我们也知道顾清寒其实他大招的这个急停啊，特别是 V1 的这个急停，其实是有难度和技巧的。在这方面的话，你自己有怎么样的技巧可以打出一个非常高的伤害？
顾清寒 V1 的话就用 Shift 或者用平 A 取消那个后摇，然后这个需要在训练场里面多加练习，找到那个感觉就可以了。
好的 So for the ultimate of the Justina Gu, I think we should practice a lot in the training room, because the skill like this is when you have the when you're using the ultimate and you have the F to like just close to your opponent, so you have to use the shift to cancel the damage, and then you can give the damage for the weapon. So it's really need practice. We have to practice a lot in the training game. Okay, so also I would like to know, so without the ultimate, because at the end of the game we saw that OC today really being a dangerous in the final circle because all of you out of ultimate. So I would like to know at that time how you guys plan to do some damage in the game. 我们也看到，其实在这把的最后时候是非常非常危险的，在那个时候，就是你们队所有人都已经没有奥义和大招了。然后我想问一下，在那个情况底下，你们是怎么样去打？就整个团队没有大招的时候，应该怎么去打？
因为上一把我们那个远程火力比较好，我们3个就在下面拿远程射别人、赶别人。如果就是远程不好的情况下，就玩一下树，然后苟着。
好的，好的。Okay, so because we have really good equipment at the last game, and we have really good ranged weapon. So at that time, we just use the ranged weapon to do some damage. And for this hero combo, I recommend if you don't have the ultimate, so just playing on the tree and avoid fighting with other. OK, 好的，谢谢林一接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Nice to hear there from a player there for the brain fart apparently. Hello, we're back. We're getting to wrap up the end of day. Nice to hear from the players though. Kind of get some insight on everything that's been going down, and you know, it's been an odd day because we started very close. Like all of the scores were incredibly close, and then the tail end of the day we had some really explosive games. Like the first 3, couple of one of the games there was 0.6 points between first and third. And then like by the end we're like, oh, there's like only like a 20-point lead between first and second. There's nothing big. Like the games were just so explosive but like in different ways. Like the beginning of the day, incredibly explosive, and the teams were getting, you know, lots of points each, and then it's a big one team completely dominating. But anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling. Let's have a look at the overall points. This is fun, this is great and all, but we don't really want to see the bottom end of the table. We want to see what's going on in the middle and towards the top. But WBG, they're gonna have to pull out some bloody miracle coming up on their next bi-weekly game on day 3, which it is coming up on Tuesday when my brain works. They're gonna have to pull out a miracle or they are not going to be making it. Right now, currently in the bottom of the barrel. 17JL, they're very much within reaching grasp of getting themselves into that top 16. Same for the members of XCG. To be honest, a lot of these guys can move up because it's not too many points. And Ace, unfortunately, done with their run. Odds are they will be surpassed and knocked out unless those teams below them have a really, really bad couple of days. Well, really bad day coming up. But a lot of this still very flexible between teams who will be going into that bottom 16 and teams that will be making it up into that top end, because Ventus, it is within their grasp. An 82.7 point day. J-Team 77. J-Team were actually second at the start of today, so they're going to have to pull some work out if they want to climb their way into that top end of the bracket. But again, let's go to the top. Let's see what's going on. OC have surpassed YZG. OUG in third, YZG in second, and all of these teams other than GD have played all of their games. So GD is set up to potentially climb all the way up to that top spot at the end of Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, if GD played the same way that we've seen them playing today, they absolutely could blitz that day 3 and come away with a #1 position. As like you've said, all of these other teams that are in the top 7 spots, they've all used that 2 days that they get to play. So their scores have been finalized. GD, on the other hand, they get another day. They get another 6 games to look for those points. And something that we really do talk about when we talk about GD is that even when they don't really have great pop-off games, they have surviving games. They have really good, consistent survivability coming through from a lot of these members because they play for that final zone. And they play to their lives when they know that, okay, we're not going to have enough of our numbers, we don't have enough of our ultimates to be able to properly contest into the slugfest brawl types of the fights. Instead, they play for survivability. They play the long con. And it allows them to really pick up 89.7 points in one day. They can do the exact same thing, as we can see just how exactly the schedule for this next week is going to be looking. It is going to be October 4th that we get to see the next part of Naraka. It is going to be the solos with the groups A and C, followed by October 5th. On the Wednesday, we're going to have the trios for groups A and B, leading up into the solo bi-weekly finals. One on the Thursday, and then the second going to be following up onto that Friday. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not some teams are going to be able to make it, because one thing I've noticed, Jake, is that a lot of those teams who are in the bi-weeklies so often in season 1, when we headed into season 2, some of them don't even manage to be able to graduate. Like Bauda, it took them, I think, until the second bi-weekly final. They immediately were banned out of graduating into bi-weekly 1 because of the points that they just weren't able to find on the board. And I think they're in a very similar position potentially to be knocked out.
I mean, WBG are probably the standout one on that, right? Like, they are the defending champions of the Nbpl, and right now they are in 24th, and odds are they're probably going to stay in 24th. They are not having a good show at the moment. WBG, again, a bloody miracle is going to have to come out for them coming up on Wednesday to see if they can actually make it through into the bi-weekly finals. Now, remember, as we said, we will be starting next week earlier, so you only have a day off, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is going to be the Nbpl, so make sure you do tune in on that one. Tuesday is going to be solos, Wednesday will be trios, and then the Thursday, Friday will be the solos and the trios bi-weekly finals. I'm very excited to see who's going to make it. I think we got some big teams playing in the trios on Wednesday, trying to qualify as high as possible. I think, you know, you don't want to be first. There's a curse on first anyway. But it's been an amazing day here at the Nbpl. We're going to have a day's rest and be back to the action. So thank you very much for joining us. From myself and Moxie, we will see you on Tuesday for more Naraka action. See you later.